Chikitsa Sthana. Chapter 1. Now, therefore, we shall expound the treatment of fever. Thus indeed said the great sages, headed by Atreya. The situated in the stomach, having destroyed the digestive fire and being associated with undigested, obstructs the channels and thereby produces fever. Therefore, one should perform fasting. One should perform it when the prodromal symptoms appear or at the onset of carefully preserving strength. Health is based on strength, and the course of treatment is for the sake of health. When the bodily humor is diminished by lightening therapy, when the digestive fire is kindled, and when there is lightness in the body, then health, hunger, thirst, relish, digestion, strength, and vital essence are produced. In that condition, when the waste product is excessive agitated, predominantly phlegm and mobile, and when there is nausea, salivation, aversion to food, cough, and cholera-like illness, and especially when fever with undigested material arises immediately after eating, then emesis is recommended for one who is eligible for. It would cause otherwise. It would cause dyspnea, diarrhea, delusion, heart disease, and irregular fever. One should drink madanaphala mixed with long pepper or with indrayava or with licorice. One should drink it with warm water and honey or with salt water, or with the water of pointed gourd, neem, momordica dioica, or rattan leaves, or with satiating drink, or with sugarcane juice, or with alcoholic beverages, or with other emetics mentioned in the section. One who knows the division of strength and time should administer these emetics. Whether therapeutic emesis has been performed or not, a person suffering from fever should undertake drying lightening therapy for the digestion and alleviation of the aggravated bodily humors. When the digestive fire is covered by as if by ash, food is not digested. Therefore, fever patients should be made to fast until they are digested. In a fever caused by and a person suffering from thirst should drink warm water little by little. That warm water, by liquefying the quickly alleviates the thirst. It also stimulates the digestive fire, and by softening the channels it cleanses them. It promotes the downward movement of sweat, feces, and urine, which were previously obstructed. It removes sleepiness, dullness, and anorexia, and sustains the vital breaths. Cold water, on the other hand, increases the aggregation of. Even though warm water has such qualities, it should not be used in a fever that is exclusively dominant. Nor should it be used when is aggravated, or when there is burning sensation in the sense organs, burning, delusion, or severe diarrhea. Nor in fevers arising from poison or alcohol, in summer, in those with chest wounds or emaciation, or in those with bleeding disorder. Water prepared with musta, sandalwood, dry ginger, and vetiver, when cooled, is beneficial for them. It is a digestive and removes thirst and fever. There is no heat without, and there is no fever without heat. Therefore, one should avoid things that are contrary to, and even more so when is predominant. One should also avoid bathing, anointing, applying pastes, and the remaining types of lightening therapy. Just as in indigestion, one should not drink a pain-relieving medicine when there is severe pain associated with undigested material in fever. For that medicine, if consumed, would only bring about more. For one whose alimentary tract is overwhelmed by milk is like poison to a snake. In a fever accompanied by urticaria, rhinitis, and dyspnea, and in one where there is pain in the calves, joints, and bones, and which is caused by kapha, sudation therapy is beneficial. It should promote the expulsion of sweat, urine, feces, and it should enhance the digestive fire. One should also completely observe all the rules of conduct prescribed for oleation therapy. Fasting, sudation, thyme, gruel, and bitter taste are digestives for the waste products, either according to the state or in sequence, for the wind, etc., which are associated with undigested material, whether they are situated separately, in combination, or in a confluence of all three. Fasting, and others ending with the bitter taste, become digestives due to their efficacy, according to the state without transgressing the state. In some state of fever, fasting, characterized by abstaining from food, becomes a digestive for the waste products. In some, sudation may be. In some, time, known as 6 days. In some, gruels. In some, the use of substances endowed with a bitter taste. Thus, according to the state, fasting and others, up to the bitter taste, become digestives for the waste products one by one. Or they may be digestives in sequence, for example, after performing fasting and sudation after 6 days. Gruels and bitter taste are digestives for the undigested waste products in acute fever. There, the state suitable for fasting is indicated by the passage beginning with situated in the stomach, verse 1. The state suitable for sudation by with abdominal distension and rhinitis, verse 19. The state suitable for time by thus this 6-day period should be passed, verse 38. The state suitable for gruel by then, for one with the signs of having fasted, suitable, verse 24. And the state suitable for the use of bitter taste by when bile is aggravated, verse 14. This is how it should be understood, according to the state. The sequence, for example, is in acute fever with wind and phlegm associated with undigested material, first performing fasting, then sudation for 2 or 3 days, and then time, followed by the use of gruels and other foods for one who shows the signs of having fasted, and thereafter the use of bitter tastes like nutgrass and Oldenlandia corymbosa. This is the meaning of sequence. He states an exception in a specific case. In fevers due to pure wasting, external causes, or chronic fever, fasting is not desired. Among these, that palliative treatment which is not emaciating is beneficial. There, one should know that which is not purified by the characteristics of fever with undigested toxins, and one should observe the knowledge of the 2 types of treatment in lightening therapy. Having observed the signs of proper fasting, one should treat that patient with S, prepared with appropriate medicines, beginning with, for 6 days or until the fever attains mildness. By these his digestive fire is kindled, just as fire is kindled by fuel. First, one should drink the gruel of puffed rice, which is easily digestible, with ginger, coriander, and long pepper, and with rock salt. Similarly, one desiring a sour taste should drink that with pomegranate. A fever patient whose feces are loose or who has excessive one of the 3 should drink it with ginger and honey, and it should be cold. One who suffers from pain in the bladder sides or head should drink the prepared with Solanum xanthocarpum and Tribulus terrestris. A thin gruel prepared with dry ginger and coriander is sour, kindles digestion, and promotes assimilation for one suffering from fever and diarrhea, one suffering from hiccup, pain, dyspnea, and cough. A person afflicted by one of the 3 should drink a gruel prepared with barley and the great group of 5 roots. A person whose feces are obstructed should drink a barley gruel prepared with long pepper and Indian gooseberry. Fried with ghee, which promotes the downward movement of waste products, and a person afflicted by should drink a gruel prepared with barley along with the great group of 5 roots, beginning with. Here, rice should be used as the primary ingredient, while barley is only for the decoction. Obstructed, feces, whose, that person, predominantly barley, should drink. Of what kind? Prepared with N. Also, well fried with ghee. Also, feces, etc., etc., that which promotes their movement along their proper channels. When there is obstruction and pain in the abdomen, a gruel should be prepared with wild pepper, root of long pepper, raisins, Indian gooseberry, and dry ginger. When there is obstruction in the abdomen and pain, one should drink for cutting pain in the abdomen. Made with jujube, Garcinia indica, Uraria picta, Woodfordia fruticosa, and bilva fruit. A person who does not sweat, is sleepy, and afflicted by thirst should drink a made with sugar, Emblica officinalis, and dry ginger. Or one made with sugar, jujube, raisins, Hemidesmus indicus, Cyperus rotundus, and sandalwood. This destroys thirst, vomiting, burning sensation, and fever when mixed with honey. One should prepare meat soup, vegetable soup, etc. only with the medicinal substances prescribed for thin gruel. In a fever arising from alcohol, in a person habitually consuming alcohol when is located in the seat of, in summer, or when and are in excess when afflicted by thirst, vomiting, and burning sensation, and when blood is flowing upwards, they do not recommend. Among those patients, one should drink satiating drinks of parched rice flour with fruit juices that alleviate fever or with water, along with sugar and honey. Then, when it has been digested, a hungry person should eat thick gruel or cooked rice with roasted grains, along with vegetable broth prepared with water and salt, or with meat soup of mung bean or quail. This 6-day period of the should be passed, protecting the strength and the humor. Thereafter, when they are mature, a decoction is recommended after fasting, etc., for the digestion of the residual or for its pacification. The bitter taste is especially to be used in one of the three doses, and the pungent taste in one of the three doses. Even though it alleviates and kapha, a astringent taste decoction is not recommended in acute fever, due to the obstruction of waste products causes intermittent fever, and also anorexia, nausea, hiccup, flatulence, and other symptoms. Some say medicine after 7 days, others after 10 days. Some say it should be administered to one who has eaten light food, but not when is predominant. Because when a person afflicted by severe fever experiences an increase in they, or when the is excessively accumulated, causing drowsiness and stiffness, the medicine, being undigested, further ignites the fever. When the fever is mild, the body is light, and the waste products like urine and feces have started to move. Then medicine should be administered even to one who has recently developed a fever. One should drink a decoction or a cold infusion prepared with nut grass, combined with Oldenlandia corymbosa or with dry ginger and Phagonia cretica, or Cisamplos pereira, vetiver, and Coleus vetiveroides. Similarly, one should drink a preparation of Andrographis paniculata, Tinospora cordifolia, and dry ginger. He speaks of the medicine from Mustaya parpatam euctimidi, musta combined with parpata, and that is of 5 types, musta and parpata, dry ginger and parpata, duralaba and parpata, the group of 3 beginning with, and the group of 4 beginning with. And that should be made into a decoction or a cold infusion and drunk. A decoction. These decoctions which digest the should be administered appropriately. They destroy fever, anorexia, thirst, bad taste in the mouth, and indigestion. Holorina antidysenterica seeds, Trichosanthes dioica, leaf, Picrorhiza coroa. Hemidesmus indicus, Cyperus rotundus, Cisamplos pereira. Azadiracta indica, a group of 3 fruits, Emblica officinalis, Terminalia chebula, Terminalia bellerica. Grapes, Holorina antidysenterica. Swerchia charata, Tenospora cordifolia, sandalwood, dry. Ginger. Emblica officinalis, honey. These, ending in half verses, are considered pacifiers of the 5 fevers and others. Phagonia cretica, Tinospora cordifolia, Cyperus rotundus, dry ginger in type fever, or root of long pepper, Tinospora cordifolia, dry ginger, and the lesser group of 5 roots, 4 fever, the group of etc., and with honey, and similarly the group of and, with and, the group 4 fever, or and, when associated with pain, constipation, wind, and phlegm, it is a carminative and digestive. Terminalia chebula, root of long pepper, Cassia fistula, Picrorhiza coroa, Cyperus rotundus. Grapes, a infusion or cold infusion made from and the other ingredients scented with jasmine and mixed with honey, sugar, and puffed rice conquers fever born of Vata and alcoholism, vomiting, fainting, burning sensation, fatigue, dizziness, upward moving, a bleeding disorder, thirst, and even jaundice. One should cook Picrorhiza coroa, having ground it in a new clean potsherd. The juice, pressed out and mixed with ghee, conquers fever and burning sensation. For fever caused by and, or a decoction of Tinospora cordifolia mixed with powder. A decoction of Solanum xanthocarpum, dry ginger, and Tinospora cordifolia combined with long pepper powder conquers fever due to dyspnea, cough, rhinitis, and pain. Terminalia chebula, coriander, Cyperus rotundus. Dry ginger, Cymbopogon citratus, Fumaria indica, along with Myrica esculenta, Acarus calamus, Clerodendrum serratum, Cedrus deodara, mixed with honey and asafoetida. Controls fever due to and spitting, pain in the abdomen, heart, and flanks, throat diseases, swelling of the mouth, cough, and dyspnea. The group of Cassia fistula and others with honey conquers fever due to and. Similarly, Picrorhiza coroa, Adatota vasica, Vetiveria zizanioides, Bacopa monieri. The 3 fruits, Tinospora cordifolia, Trichosanthes dioica, Aconitum heterophyllum, Azadiracta indica, Marsdenia tenacissima, Phagonia cretica. In fever caused by the derangement of all 3, Solanum xanthocarpum, Cedrus deodara, turmeric, Hemidesmus indicus, along with leaves of pointed gourd, neem bark, the 3 fruits, and Picrorhiza coroa. And castor boiled in 8 times its quantity of water, mixed with mature cow's urine, salt, is beneficial for pain in the heart region, bladder, pelvic region, and distension, as well as for fever, and should be decocted for with excessive stool. The 3 pungents and should be cooked together, strained, and prepared. A fever patient should drink a warm, thin gruel, made from rice fried with ghee. A person suffering from hiccup, asthma, cough, and or one with obstructed wind, feces, and urine should be given this drink. They recommend a drink prepared from and, by this, his phlegm subsides. A decoction made from and along with alkali is a purgative and removes all fevers, and rich in and mixed with salt is a purgative decoction that removes fever. Seeds and black pepper, in equal quantity, ground with goat's urine, used as in collyrium is desired for restoring consciousness. The juice of citron, mixed with asafoetida and dry ginger, should be given in the mouth. It is a sharp, pungent, and bitter stimulant for awakening. Cinnamon, cardamom, bay leaf, black pepper, long pepper, seeds, and ginger are excellent for clearing the throat and removing fever. Citracca, both varieties, and the three pungents form a decoction that cleanses the throat. Thus, with its symptoms and treatment has been described. Even after this treatment, if consciousness does not return, then cauterization on the forehead or feet is recommended. Similarly, the oil of and the root of used as nasal drops are excellent for destroying drowsiness. Salt, white pepper, mustard, and ground with goat's urine, used as remove drowsiness. The powdered feces of mixed with honey, used as an awakens a bewildered and drowsy patient suffering from. Jasmine flower, coral, pepper, and salt, ground with goat's urine, are excellent for destroying drowsiness. Iron filings, white antimony, and pepper mixed with cow's bile are excellent for destroying drowsiness. Thus ends the chapter on fever. Dry ginger, root, and are for fever dominated by and accompanied by cough, asthma, and pain in the sides, mahua flower, raisins, along with katuka, and should be prepared as a cold infusion. Drinking that decoction at the proper time removes all fevers. Jasmine, Indian gooseberry, nutgrass, and similarly phagonia are also used. For one with constipated stools, Pecoriza caroa, grapes, Bacopa monnieri, a combination of 3 fruits, and jaggery should be used. When the medicine has been digested, one should consume food starting with thin gruel. One with phlegm should not take peya. A thin gruel increases phlegm just as rain increases mud in dust. Therefore, for those whose bodies are drenched in, one should administer thin vegetable or meat broths made from horse gram, chickpea, pea, etc., which are light, unctuous, endowed with a bitter taste, pleasing, appetite-stimulating, and pungent. Old and other varieties of rice and rice are beneficial in fever. In cases where one of the 3 predominates, husked barley, prepared as is, also beneficial. Rice gruel, prepared with those grains strained 2 or 3 times, should be administered appropriately, according to the strength of the etc., and cooked with a decoction that alleviates fever. Soups made from green gram and other light pulses and from horse gram alleviate fever. Soups made with bitter gourd, spiny gourd, young radish, Fumaria indica, brinjal, neem, flowers, pointed gourd, fruits, and tender leaves, and very light, wild animal meats are beneficial. They should be prepared with Solanum xanthocarpum, Grewia asiatica, Clerodendrum flomatis, grapes, Indian gooseberry, and pomegranate, and seasoned with long pepper, dry ginger, coriander, cumin, and rock salt. They are usually combined with sugar and honey, or made without them. Dishes prepared with non-sour buttermilk, which are palatable, clear, and well cooked by fire. One should also use them as an post-meal drink. For dosa, boiled and cooled water and wine, according to habituation. One should feed light food at the end of the day to a person who is afflicted with fever or released from fever. At that time, the digestive fire, whose heat is increased by the diminution of is strong, or at the appropriate time, according to the suitability of the region. One who eats with a weak digestive fire is not afflicted by indigestion. When, after 10 days, the patient has undergone fasting lightening therapy with the drinking of decoctions and wholesome foods. Ghee should be given if is diminished and the fever is dominated by and. Ghee is like nectar when they are mature. Otherwise, it is like poison. Even after 10 days have passed, it can cause an increase in fever and its complications. In such a case, the sequence of and other therapies should be continued until it is completely diminished. Due to the weakness of the body and a chronic fever persists. Indeed, the dry, fire energy causes. For one whose has been made by emesis, sudation, thyme, water, astringent decoctions, and fasting and light foods, though that is excessively strong, always moving, and a constant companion. For that, ghee is a pacifier, just as water is for a burning house. Ghee is preeminent in conquering, and it especially follows the processing. Therefore, one should give it, processed with appropriate medicines. Ghee conquers the opposing heat of fever and by its coolness. It conquers by its unctuousness, and which is similar in qualities by its combination and processing. All the previously mentioned decoctions should be administered with clarified butter, according to the dosa. A decoction of a group of 3 fruits, the bark of neem, licorice, the 2 Solanum indicum and Solanum xanthocarpum, and lentil leaves in equal parts, taken with alleviates fever and cough, with grapes, Aconitum heterophyllum, and Desmodium gangeticum. The prepared thus quickly destroys fever, irregular digestion, a severe form of jaundice, vomiting, pain in the sides and head, and wasting. One should administer a type of medicated ghee devoid of operculina terpethum in fever born of Vata, a type of medicated ghee, and the ghee cooked with trayamana should be used in pitta origin fever. 1. A measure of ghee mixed with an equal quantity of milk should be cooked with 1 each of the 3 pungents, leadwort, rock salt, and barley ash. This destroys chronic fever caused by ghee preparations cooked with the juice and paste of and are remedies for fever. When the clarified butter has been digested, one should eat rice with a mild meat broth. For that, meat broth is sufficiently strengthening, removes and is supremely invigorating. Broths made from mung beans, bitter gourd, etc. alleviate and, therefore, they are generally not beneficial in a chronic fever dominated by. They cause pain, upward movement of wind, and constipation, and they increase the fever. If the fever does not subside even after this, one should perform purification therapy. For one who is eligible for the previously mentioned emesis therapy should be administered when the pathological humor is located in the stomach and the patient is strong while preserving their strength. But when the is matured and loose, or in fever caused by poison or alcohol, one should administer a bolus made of and with sugar and honey, or a purgative beginning with, or one should lick a preparation of mixed with honey and ghee. Similarly, the juice of and or with milk or with the juice of. A fever patient should drink or with milk. For those who have undergone purgation and for those with fever, the post-purification diet, beginning with thin gruel, should be followed in due order. One should always disregard, i.e. not suppress, feces that are being expelled and are agitated by fever. For even a humor that has matured and established itself in the alimentary tract can cause disorders. Or, causing it to ripen, one should bring about the retention of that which is excessively flowing. The faults that arise from retaining unripe material have been stated in the chapter on the treatment of. He who, out of delusion, administers a removing medicine in fever with unripe material, touches a sleeping black serpent with the tip of his hand. For one emaciated by fever, emesis is not beneficial nor is purgation. However, one may eliminate the waste products for him as desired, with milk or with decoction enemas. For one accustomed to milk, whose one of the 3 is greatly diminished, who suffers from burning sensation and thirst, milk is wholesome for one afflicted by and even if suffering from diarrhea. That body heated by lightning therapy, like a forest scorched by fire, divine water revives it and quickly subdues its fever. Milk, either processed or cold or hot, or fresh from the udder. One should administer it at the proper time, having carefully considered the situation. Otherwise, it will kill the patient suffering from fever. Milk with dry ginger dates, raisins, sugar, and ghee, boiled and then cooled and mixed with honey, destroys thirst, burning sensation, and fever. Similarly, one should drink milk boiled with grapes, licorice, long pepper, and sandalwood, or milk boiled with 4 times its quantity of water, or milk boiled with long pepper. A feverish person, by drinking milk boiled with the 5 roots, is freed from cough, dyspnea, headache, flank pain, and chronic fever. Having drunk milk boiled with castor root or with unripe bale fruit, a person is freed from fever. When there is obstruction of wind and feces, from fever accompanied by bloody and slimy dysentery, thirst, pain, and tenesmus. Milk prepared with dry ginger, Seta cordifolia, Solanum xanthocarpum, Tribulus terrestris, and jaggery, conquers swelling, urinary obstruction, fecal obstruction, fever, and cough. Milk prepared with and removes fever and swelling, and milk prepared with the heartwood of quickly removes fever. A. Evacuative enema, when properly administered, quickly brings strength, digestive fire, freedom from fever, joy, and appetite, when the is ripe and has reached the large intestine. It carries away alone or and together when they are located in the large intestine. The enema causes the expulsion of all three waste products that are located in the large intestine. One should administer an oil enema to a person whose is and hindimnice the chan and are greatly diminished, who suffers from stiffness in the hips, back, and waist, whose digestive fire is strong, and whose feces are constipated. He speaks of the suitable candidate for oil enema, which is a component of evacuative enema, with to a person whose and are greatly diminished. One should administer an enema that destroys fever, prepared with a decoction of pointed gourd, neem, leaves, picroryza, and cassia fistula, along with Desmodium gangeticum, Sida cordifolia, Tribulus terrestris, Randia spinosa, vetiver, and Coleus vetiveroides, cooked in milk and half its quantity of water until only the milk remains. This should be mixed with a paste of Cyprus rotundus, Randia spinosa, long pepper, licorice, and Holarina antidysenterica, along with honey and ghee. One should decoct the 4 leafy plants, licorice, Madana fruit, vetiver, and cassia fistula. One should make a paste of licorice, Anethum soa, priangu, Madana fruit, and Cyprus rotundus. This enema with jaggery, honey, and ghee removes fever. Having ground and having cooked it together with milk, water, ghee, and oil, one should administer it as an oil enema in fever according to the unctuousness and according to the waste products. And those enemas that will be described in the section on therapeutic procedures as destroying fever. It removes headache, heaviness, and phlegm and awakens the senses. In chronic fever, one should administer nasal medication that promotes taste and is purgative. For one with an empty head, a unctuous should be given. For one afflicted by burning, that pacifies one of the 3 doses. One should also prescribe smoking, holding liquid in the mouth, and gargling, according to the bodily humor. These remove coryza, tastelessness in the mouth, and diseases of the head and throat. In anorexia, the stamens of the citron with ghee and rock salt, or a paste of Indian gooseberry, grapes, and sugar should be held in the mouth. In chronic fever located in the skin, one should perform oil massage, anointing, pouring liquids, etc., prepared with cold or hot substances according to what brings comfort. One should also perform collyrium and fumigation, and these same treatments in exogenous fever. In burning sensation, one should perform an anointing with ghee washed 1,000 times. Now he speaks of the remedies for with, and so on. Washed 1,000 times. One should put ghee into cold water as much as it can absorb and churn it with the hand. That water should be drained off. This is 1 time. In this way, 1,000 times. With those groups mentioned in the section which are sweet, sour, and astringent. Or with the group and others that alleviate as stated in the mine and other groups, and which are cold in potency and cold to the touch, one should cook oil with milk, having made them into decoctions and pastes. This oil, when applied, immediately removes burning sensation and fever. One should apply a paste of these same substances, not too finely ground, to the head and body. One should also use their decoction for pouring and immersion. Similarly, one should use sour gruel, water, milk, fermented gruel, ghee, and other such substances. When the body is smeared with wood apple, citron, sour, and pomegranate, or with the foam produced from jujube leaves or soap nut, burning sensation, pain, delusion, tearing, vomiting, and thirst subside. And for one who always practices the regimen described for alleviating one of the 3 doses in the section on the treatment of, the fever with burning sensation quickly disappears. With substances that are hot in potency and hot to the touch, such as saffron, deodar cedar, the 2 cardamoms, mustard, the 2 coriander, black gram, horse gram, the 2, and other similar substances, one should cook oil in fever with coldness. It should be combined with decoctions and pastes of these substances, and with etc. One should anoint with this oil, made comfortably warm, and apply a paste made from these substances finely ground. One should arrange for sprinkling an immersion bath with these substances, made slightly warm. Similarly, one can use cow urine and whey alone. The group of drugs should also be used for drinks, anointing, and pastes. One should also use fumigations that remove and those that will be described for intermittent fever. One should employ sudation, that is both produced by fire and not produced by fire, and consume sudorific medicines and food. One should use a bed in an underground chamber within an inner room, and types of blankets. One should use portable braziers with smokeless, glowing coals. One should regularly consume wine with the three pungents buttermilk, rice, and a type of grain. A person with tremors should also regularly consume anything else that increases. Beloved women with full breasts adorned with ornaments and intoxicated with the wine of youth should embrace him. When the coldness is known to have departed, one should then remove those women. One should conquer the dosas of equal strength by increasing one or by reducing the aggravated one, or in the order of the seats of. At the end of a very severe, swelling appears at the root of the ear, from which only a few are released. He speaks of the complication at the root of the ear, beginning with at the end of. One should quickly conquer it with bloodletting, intake of ghee, external applications that alleviate, and nasal medications and gargles. For a fever that does not subside with cold, hot, unctuous, dry, etc. treatments, and which follows the limbs' tissues, one should quickly perform venesection on the arms, one after the other. This very procedure should be performed in intermittent fever as well, according to the specific like etc., and also the procedure that will be described immediately hereafter. Decoctions made with and in combinations of 3, 4, or 5 destroy intermittent fever. One should administer or separately or with jaggery, according to those various methods. Now speaks of rejuvenating formulations starting with Triphala. One should administer Triphala, etc., by those methods prescribed for rejuvenation. The rejuvenating formulation of marking nut should be taken with jaggery only. Lightening therapy or nourishing therapy should be done first on the day of the fever's onset. In the morning, garlic with oil or similarly ghee before food. Aged curd, milk, buttermilk, and 6 of ghee, and that prepared with Adatodavasika. Ghee cooked with curds in a decoction of and infused with bark is an excellent conqueror of intermittent fever. Having consumed a type of liquor and any other potent alcoholic drink, along with the meat of peacock, partridge, or chicken, which is fatty and hot in potency, in abundance with food, one should sleep that day or else vomit again. Ashtanga Hridaya, beginning with the application, states, Sura. One should consume a type of liquor or any other sharp liquor, along with meat of a rooster or any other meat that is hot in potency, with food on the day of the onset of fever and then sleep. If it is not digested, one should vomit it out. Ashtanga Hridaya, beginning with Sarpisa, describes emesis with ghee. Or, having drunk a large quantity of ghee, one should vomit again. One who has undergone oleation and sudation should drink indigo, Indian jalap, and picoryza karoa at the onset of fever. Now speaks of purgation, etc. Having performed immediate oleation and fomentation, one should drink the 4 ingredients, beginning with on the day of the fever's onset. Red arsenic, rock salt, long pepper with oil should be applied as an eye ointment. Now speaks of the eye ointment. The fat of a tigress equal to asafoetida with rock salt is a nasal application. Old ghee and the fat of a lion, similarly with rock salt, are also nasal applications. Gugulu, neem leaves, sweet flag, costus, cibulic myrobalan, mustard seeds, barley, ghee, and the feces of a cat are to be used as a fumigation. From it describes the fumigation, is. It describes another fumigation, is cat feces. Gugulu Andropogon serratus, sweet flag, saltree resin, neem, Calotropis gigantea, agarwood, and deodar cedar. This invincible fumigation should be performed in all fevers. Now describes the invincible fumigation, beginning with, is a type of grass. Is, the fumigation, collyrium, and frights that have been prescribed for mental derangement. Now extends the application of fumigations, etc., prescribed for insanity and other conditions, with means causing sudden fear, refers to insanity and epilepsy. Those treatments prescribed for them should be performed. And divine therapy removes all fevers, especially the intermittent ones, for they are mostly caused by external factors. It is not only fumigations, etc., that destroy fever. Divine therapy, which includes gems, auspicious rites, offerings, propitiatory rites, chanting, donations, benedictions, oblations, etc., removes all fevers, both exogenous and endogenous. The absence of the suffix is due to the rule or. It especially removes intermittent fevers because these are born from the association with external factors such as demons, etc. Now speaks of the divine dependent medicine and divine dependent, that which depends on divine intervention, such as recitation of mantras, fire sacrifice, etc., because mostly they, the fevers, are irregular, arising from the association with external factors like possession by planetary deities. If irregular fever does not subside, one should perform venesection according to the specific bodily humor. For fever caused by herpes zoster and eruptions due to alone, one should administer ghee, cold applications, effusion, and meat soup. One should also perform bloodletting and other measures as prescribed for the specific condition. Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita, beginning of the chapter on exogenous fever. Now, regarding the medicine for that born from injury, he says, the fever born solely from wind Vata, that born from erysipelas, and that born from eruptions are mentioned as having similar remedies. However, this is exogenous, but the endogenous type is solely, not mixed with or undigested material. For that born from planetary influence, the remedies like offerings and incantations are prescribed in demonology. Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita, beginning of the chapter. He states the medicine for that caused by planetary possession, that born from planetary influence. The section on planetary influences mentioned in the Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita, beginning of the chapter, he states the medicine for that caused by the smell of medicinal plants, that born from the smell of medicinal plants. For that caused by the smell of medicinal plants, alleviation of bile is the treatment, antidote in poison. Now, regarding the medicine for a poisoned person, it is said, antidote to poison. One should conquer a fever born of anger with desired objects and pleasant things, and by pacifying the appropriately and by discriminating between what is beneficial and what is not. A fever born of anger finds peace through desire, one born of desire through anger. Fevers arising from fear and grief are treated by those same fear and grief, and similarly the others. Regarding the medicine for that born from anger, etc., he says, by desirable things. Desirable due to the qualities of the enjoyer, or due to their own qualities. In fevers arising from curses, mantras, or spells, the treatment is divine therapy. These fevers are initially pure, then later they are pervaded by dosas. Therefore, in these, one should prescribe diet, etc., according to thee. For fever does not persist without being accompanied by etc. Ayara. He speaks of the medicine for fevers born of curses and black magic, arising from curses, mantras, etc. However, in Vangasena, Jayavara, verse 5 and 41, a wise physician should conquer fevers born of herbs, smells, and poisons with decoctions made of all fragrant substances, which alleviate poison and. This concludes the discussion of exogenous fever. Now, fever affecting thee. In the Sangraha CA2, when it is located in the plasma, one should perform emesis and fasting. When located in the blood, one should perform effusion, pacification, anointing, and bloodletting. When located in the muscle, strong purgatives. When located in the fat, measures that reduce fat. When located in the bone, measures that pacify anointing, fomentation, and massage. In fever, especially, enema therapy, which pacifies pain. This is the quote. And one should remove the memory of the fever's time for this patient with delightful objects. Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita, beginning. Now, general principles for all fevers. Regarding the service of pleasing things, he says, is the time of the fever's onset, and is the remembrance. It occurs at this time. Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita, a mind compassionate and pure destroys all fevers. Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita, beginning, he speaks of the purity and compassion of the mind with. Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita, beginning, he speaks of avoiding exercise and the like with. Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita, one should abandon exercise, bathing, and sexual intercourse until strength is regained. Also, heavy, unwholesome, and burning foods, and anything else that causes fever. From the beginning, it prohibits a sudden increase in diet, saying, not even one who is free from fever. One who eats all kinds of food is. It states the fault in transgressing the prohibition, even though it has subsided. Not even one who is free from fever should suddenly become one who eats all kinds of food. For even a subsided fever quickly destroys a weak person. Because it immediately takes life, therefore, especially in its various stages, the physician should perform the appropriate treatment. the places importance on the treatment of fever from the very beginning, stating, "It immediately takes away life." Medicines, jewels, and potent, worship of good gurus, twice-born and deities, and pleasing objects for the mind, these destroy even severe fever caused by Vishnu. Thus ends the first chapter, named Treatment of Fever, in the fourth section on Therapeutics of the composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the illustrious Vidyapati Simhagupta. This speaks of wearing efficacious medicines and so forth with the verse. Medicines. However, in the Ashtanga Sangraha, Psi A2, it is stated, one should listen to diverse scriptures that are endowed with the three aims of life that remove distress, sleepiness, etc., and that are not based on ghosts or diseases. 1. Should speak pleasing words that delight the mind and are skillful. One should worship one's mother, father, gods, physicians, Brahmins, Hara, Siva, and Hari, Vishnu. One should practice charity, self-control, truthfulness, compassion, and straightforwardness. Being pure, one should wear jewels, gems, and powerful medicines on the head. One should bow to and to for the cessation of all fevers. By chanting a specific or text that treats all diseases, one is freed from all diseases, whether adventitious, related, or congenital. Thus, the section on fever has been entirely expounded in the commentary by Himadri. Chapter 2. Now we shall expound the treatment of a bleeding disorder. Thus said the great sages Atreya and others, that is upward moving in a strong person, without excessive urges, associated with a single and recent, should be treated in a favorable season and when free from complications. Downward moving, blood, should be made manageable, and that which is associated with two. That which repeatedly subsides and then flares up again, and that which moves from one channel to another, is also manageable. A bleeding disorder, that is excessively flowing, occurs in one with weak digestion, involves all three or flows through two paths, upwards and downwards simultaneously, should be abandoned as incurable. Having ascertained the causative factors, the path of flow, the secondary, the strength, and the condition of place, time, etc., one should apply in either lightning therapy or nourishing therapy at first, and also purification or pacification. For a strong person with many pathological humors arising from overnourishment, one should treat upward moving blood with purgation and downward moving blood with emesis. Other conditions should be treated with pacifying therapies and nourishing therapies after considering whether the patient is suitable for depletion or nourishment. When blood flows upwards, pacifying therapies are the bitter and astringent tastes. Fasting and drinking water prepared with 6 ingredients without ginger. In a disorder characterized by bleeding from various orifices with downward flow, nourishing therapies and the sweet taste are beneficial. In upward flowing, Raktapita, satiating nourishing drinks should be employed. And in downward flowing, Raktapita, a thin gruel, should be given first. For a strong person who has eaten, impure blood should not be retained, for that indeed causes diseases. Otherwise, it should be retained quickly, for it acts quickly, like fire. With the decoction of and with their paste, along with sugar, one should prepare a lickable electuary according to the prescribed method. One should then lick a palmful of it. A bolus made from sugar and honey removes a morbid state caused by the derangement of all three, upward-moving blood, swelling, and fever. Similarly, with an equal quantity of sugar, combined with 1/4 part, emesis, with fruit of, a nourishing drink, with sugar and honey, or water with sugar, or water of, licorice, mixed with honey, or milk, or sugarcane juice. For one who has been purified, the subsequent regimen, such as a gruel and a thin gruel, should be administered appropriately, preserving the strength. The gruel is that prescribed for fever, such as made with grapes, or one made with fruits that alleviate one of the three. A churned drink made with honey, dates, grapes, Grewia asiatica, and sugar water, or with flour of parched grain mixed with the 5 essences. Or, for those with sluggish digestion and a desire for sour taste, a made sour with pomegranate and Emblica officinalis. The filaments of lotus and water lily, Uraria picta, Calocarpa macrophylla. Vetiveria zizanioides, Simplicus racemosa, ginger, Pterocarpus santalinus. Pavonia odorata, flowers of Woodfordia fruticosa. The inner part of Aigul marmelos and Fagonia cretica. These thin gruels made with half and half proportions will be described as being suitable for specific applications. Andrographis paniculata, Vetiveria zizanioides, Cyperus rotundus, lentils, and Uraria picta. Desmodium gangeticum, green gram, Sitta cordifolia, ghee, and Pisum sativum. And the meats of wild animals which are cold in potency should be prepared. In their respective waters, gruels should be prepared from the decoction. These gruels should be cold with sugar and honey, and similarly, the meat juices too. They should be slightly sour or not sour, fried in ghee and with sugar. Grains born from awns and pods and vegetables are recommended in blood disorders. Whatever is described as light and cold in the chapter on the knowledge of food forms. The previously mentioned water, or water boiled with the 5 lesser roots, or water that has been boiled and cooled, or honey water, or fruit water, should be drunk. Hare meat with Chenopodium album is beneficial in constipation. A partridge, cooked in a decoction of cluster fig, is beneficial when one of the 3 is excessive. Similarly, a peacock cooked in a decoction of fig tree and a chicken in a decoction of banyan tree are beneficial. One should avoid whatever causes a disease characterized by bleeding from various orifices. Thee and honey, taken with the juice of Malabar nut, when drunk, pacifies in blood. Or the exudate of Malabar nut, mixed with sugar and honey, or just the exudate alone, or even the decoction of Malabar nut, immediately conquers bleeding, for it is indeed its supreme medicine. The 2S, sandalwoods, black earth. The 2S and licorice are the 3 decoctions that alleviate bleeding disorders to be taken with honey and sugar. Or a decoction of Butea monosperma bark well cooled and mixed with sugar, or the juice of cow or horse dung should be licked with honey and ghee. In clotted blood, pigeon dung mixed with honey should be licked. One whose blood has flowed excessively should drink blood with honey. Or one should eat raw goat's liver, along with its bile, from an animal of the desert-like region type. A decoction made from sandalwood vetiver, cypress, cardamom, mung bean, long pepper, and barley soaked overnight in water, infused with, is a remedy for a disease characterized by bleeding from various orifices. The clear liquid obtained from sandalwood, lotus, and a piece of earth baked in fire. Well cooled, with sugar and honey, conquers excessive bleeding. Or, having crushed sugarcane pieces, one should immerse them in a new pot. The water, kept hidden in the open air overnight and strained in the morning, with honey and adorned with a blooming lotus, possesses the same qualities. And those decoctions that are prescribed for fever due to, one should also employ them. When the digestive fire is kindled and one of the 3 doses is overcome by these various decoctions, if a disease characterized by bleeding from various orifices does not subside, then in cases where one of the 3 doses is predominant, one should administer goat's milk boiled in 5 times its quantity of water. Similarly, cow's milk, boiled in 5 times its quantity of water with the 5 lesser roots, or with sugar and honey, or milk boiled separately with grapes and ginger, with ghee or sugar. Milk boiled with Tribulus terrestris, Asparagus racemosus, and similarly with the leafy plants, quickly destroys painful blood, especially that which passes through the urinary tract. In the anal canal especially, milk cooked with exudate of silk cotton tree is beneficial, or with aerial roots of the banyan tree, or with its sprouts, or with ginger, fragrant pavonia, and lotus. And here one should apply the treatment for bloody diarrhea and hemorrhoids. Having drunk the decoctions with milk, one should eat with milk, or one should administer ghee cooked with these decoction formulations. Adatota vasica, crushed with its root and top, should be cooked in 8 times its quantity of water. With the remaining 1/8 part, ghee should be cooked. That ghee, with the flowers as its paste, when cooled and mixed with honey, destroys bleeding disorders. Abdominal tumor due to fever, dyspnea, cough, heart disease, jaundice. Cataract, vertigo, erysipelas, and hoarseness of voice. One should cook medicated ghee with the juice of Butea monosperma stalks and the paste of their inner part. That with honey destroys blood-related disorders, and similarly with Phagonia cretica. When the blood is slimy, mixed with one of the 3, clotted, and obstructing the throat passage, one should lick the alkali prepared from lotus stalks with honey and ghee. Similarly, separately, the alkali from lotus pollen, Ichnocarpus frutescens, and Matuca longifolia. In bleeding from the anus especially, enema is desired. When there is pure blood in the nose, nasal drops should be administered. The previously mentioned astringent formulations infused with milk and sugarcane juice, milk, etc., with sugar or just water are beneficial. The juice of pomegranate flowers or of mango seed or of a type of grass is beneficial. One should also prepare a group of cooling substances for plasters, anointing, and so forth. And whatever medicine is prescribed for fever due to externally and internally, that is beneficial in a disease characterized by bleeding from various orifices. And whatever is beneficial for the emaciated is also beneficial. Thus, in the Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita, in the 4th section on Therapeutics, the 2nd chapter named Treatment of is concluded. Chapter 3. Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita. Now therefore we shall expound the treatment of cough. Thus indeed said the great sages Atreya and others. One should first treat a cough caused solely by Vata with unctuous substances. With unctuous substances prepared with Vata alleviating drugs and with thin gruel, vegetable soup, meat soup, etc. With linctus, medicated smoking, and also with oil massage, fomentation, pouring of liquids, immersion baths. For a person whose feces and Vata are obstructed, with enema. For a person with one of the 3 dosas involvement, with ghee and milk taken after meals. One should conquer a cough with one of the 3 dosas involvement with unctuous purgatives. Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita. A measure of ghee cooked with the juice of, and each 30 a measure in quantity, cures cough and stimulates digestive fire. 1 a measure of ghee should be cooked with alkali, Pluchia lanceolata. Acarus calamus, asafoetida, Cisampaloes pereira, Glycyrrhiza glabra, and coriander, along with the 5 pungent spices, each in a quantity of 2 a measure. When drunk with scum of rice gruel as an afterdrink, in a decoction of the 10 roots. It alleviates cough, asthma, heart disease, flank pain, sprue syndrome, and abdominal lump. In 1 a measure of water, one should cook an asparagus racemosus, each weighing 1 a measure, along with 2 a measure of horse gram, jujube, and barley, and half a measure of goat meat. With that decoction, 1 a measure of ghee should be prepared, with an equal quantity of milk and life-promoting herbs, each weighing 1. Having considered that ghee, when administered in diseases of through drinking, nasal administration, and enemas, it conquers the 5 types of cough, head tremors, pain in the vagina and groin, diseases affecting the whole body or a single limb, along with splenic enlargement and upward moving. A0 Ram 0. He speaks of another ghee preparation, in 1 of water, etc., and prepared with the decoction and paste of the also conquers cough. Prepared with seeds of ashoka and black salt, or the powder of these mixed with should be licked. A person severely afflicted by cough should then drink goat's milk. Dried ginger, long pepper, asafoetida, rock salt, and one should drink this powder, or a measure of ghee, in coughs associated with and wind, in dyspnea, hiccups, and in cases of diminished digestive fire. One should lick dry ginger, grapes, rock candy, and with oil in a type cough. One should lick the powdered prickly chaff flower, long pepper, nut grass, Clerodendrum serratum, Pistacia integerrima, and Zidoary, with old jaggery and oil. Similarly, long pepper and dry ginger should be taken in the same way. One should drink long pepper with lukewarm water and rock salt, or dry ginger with sugar and whey, or long pepper and Vitex agnus castus with curds. Or one should drink the kernel of the jujube fruit with wine, curds, and whey. Alternatively, a paste of long pepper fried in ghee with rock salt. A person suffering from cough and rhinitis should inhale unctuous smoke according to the prescribed method. He should also inhale the smokes prescribed for hiccup and asthma while consuming milk and meat soup. One should feed beneficial rice, barley, wheat, and rice, with the meat soups of domestic, marshy, and aquatic animals, or with the vegetable soups of black gram and. One should drink a thin gruel prepared with Trachospermum ammi, long pepper, the pulp of Aigul marmelos, dry ginger, Plumbago zeylanica, Pluchea lanceolata, cumin, Desmodium gangeticum, Butea monosperma, Hedychium spicatum, and Inula racemosa, which is unctuous, sour, and salty for born conditions. It alleviates pain in the lower back, heart, sides, and abdomen, as well as dyspnea and hiccup. Similarly, one should drink a prepared in the juice of the group of 10 roots, mixed with the group of 5 pungent herbs and jaggery, or a milk-based gruel with sesame seeds and rock salt, or with the meats of fish, chicken, or wild boar, with ghee and rock salt. Crow plant, cough destroyer. The fruit and leaves of an young, dried radish. Fats like oils and edibles made with milk, sugarcane juice, or jaggery. One should drink curds, buttermilk, sour gruel, sour fruit juices, and wine. In type cough, when accompanied by emesis with ghee is beneficial. Similarly, emesis with water decocted with Randia dumatorum, Gmelina arborea, and licorice is beneficial. Or emesis with pastes of licorice soaked in the juice of Pueraria tuberosa and sugarcane. In cough with thin, one should administer combined with sweet substances for purgation. When the another term for is thick, it should be combined with bitter substances. One who has eliminated the should partake of a cool, sweet, unctuous post-purgation diet regimen. But when the is thick, the should be cool, dry, and combined with bitter substances. For dosa, dominant cough, a lickable preparation with sugar, Indian gooseberry, honey, grapes, and camphor, and water lily is beneficial. If accompanied by it should include nutgrass and black pepper. If accompanied by Vata, it should include ghee and is beneficial. 50 grapes, 30 long pepper fruits, 1 of sugar, 1 should lick with honey. 1 should lick the juice of the dung of a milk-fed calf. A linctus made from cinnamon bark, cardamom, the 3 pungents, ginger, black pepper, long pepper, raisins, long pepper root, pushkaramula, parched rice, nut grass, spiked ginger lily, Pluchia lanceolata, Indian gooseberry, and Balearic myrobalan, with sugar, honey, and ghee, alleviates heart disease and cough. Barley, barnyard millet, and kodo millet, with sweet meat soups from desert-dwelling animals, and soups of green gram, etc. And bitter vegetables are beneficial in moderation. And lickable preparations that are bitter and mixed with honey are beneficial for thick phlegm. For thin phlegm, rice and rice with meat soups, etc. should be used. For after drinks, sugar water, grape juice, sugarcane juice, and milk are beneficial. For cough, one should prepare meat juices, milk gruel, and soups with the tus, along with an. One should cook and the 5 roots known as in water. With that decoction, milk should be boiled, then cooled, and drunk with honey and sugar. Or gruel prepared with that decoction, very cool and mixed with honey, should be drunk. Having ground spiked ginger lily, fragrant swamp mallow, Indian nightshade, sugar, and dry ginger, one should drink the juice, filtered through a cloth, mixed with clarified butter that has been processed to remove impurities. One should prepare a paste of a medicinal tuber, Indian kudzu, a medicinal tuber, Mucuna pruriens fruit, country mallow, sugar, a medicinal tuber, green gram-leaved flamingia, black gram-leaved flamingia, and Fagonia cretica, and cook clarified butter with it using 8 times the quantity of milk. This, when used in drinks, food, or linctuses, conquers cough due to. Alternatively, one may lick the powder of these ingredients or drink their decoction. For a person with phlegm cough, one should first drink the oil that has exuded from a burning pine wood powdered with the 3 pungents and alkali from barley. After oleation, one should administer purgation upwards, downwards, and in the head appropriately. For a strong person with strong purgatives, and one should administer the post-purification diet to him, with foods of barley, mung beans, and horse gram, which are hot, dry, and pungent predominant, accompanied by brinjal, alkali preparation, and long pepper, with meat juices of wild animals and unctuous substances made from sesame, mustard, and neem. One should drink water boiled with the 10 roots, hot water, wine, or honey water. Or one should drink water that has stood overnight with the roots of and along with honey at the 3 times of eating, long pepper, root of long pepper, dry ginger, Balearic myrobalan, the ash of peacock and chicken feathers and alkali derived from barley, indravaruni and turpith with honey and other liquid substances. These 3 linctuses prepared with half verses alleviate one of the 3 and cough. One should lick black pepper with honey and agarwood with honey itself. And separately the juices of Solanum xanthocarpum, eggplant, and Eclipta alba with honey. Also the juices of Cassia occidentalis, horse dung, and black holy basil. Dry ginger, rock candy, parched rice, ghee from fruit. These 3 linctus preparations mixed with honey and oil are for one of the 3 accompanied by one of the 3. 2 of pomegranate, 8 of jaggery, and 3 of the 3 pungents. This is appetizing, digestive, beneficial for the voice, and conquers chronic rhinitis, dyspnea, and cough. The jaggery, alkali, black pepper, long pepper, pomegranate conquers and. The quantities are, in order, 2 half and 1 half and in 1. One should drink the digestive decoction mentioned in the chapter on fever, which begins with haritaki, along with karkata sringi. Alternatively, ajuan, turpeth, indrayava, musta, and puskaramula, along with pipali, should be decocted in urine for one suffering from phlegm and cough or in water. A of paste from Vaidaha, fried in oil, along with rock candy, should be given to drink, mixed with the water of horsegram. It destroys cough. In a measure of the 10 roots, 1 measure of ghee should be cooked with pushkaramula, zadori, bale, holy basil, the 3 pungents, and asafoetida, each in the quantity of 1 measure. This, as a drink or after drink, alleviates all diseases of and kapha. Ghee prepared with the juice of Vitex negundo, leaves, conquers cough. Ghee prepared with the juice of Embellia ribes and containing the 3 pungents, ginger, black pepper, long pepper, is also beneficial. 57.5. Having used the prepared with the juices of pointed gourd, Indian nightshade, and basil, combined with milk and a paste of the 3 pungents, one will not experience fear from cough, irregular fever, consumption, or anal growths. 1 a measure of should be cooked in 1 a measure of the juice of Solanum xanthocarpum with its roots, fruits, and leaves, along with a paste of Seta cordifolia, tricata, Embellia ribes, spiked ginger lily, pomegranate. Black salt, alkali preparation from barley, root of Emblica officinalis, Inula racemosa, Heliotropium indicum, Solanum indicum, Terminalia chibula, Trachospermum ammi, Plumbago zelanica, uncertain, possibly a variant of or another herb. Raisins, Piper retrofractum, Borhavia diffusa, Fagonia cretica, Garcinia pedunculata, Pistacia integerrima, Philanthus neruri, Clerodendrum serratum, Pluchea lanceolata, and Tribulus terrestris. This is prescribed for all types of cough as well as for dyspnea and hiccups. This is a destroyer of one of the 3 doses disorders. 1 a measure of 100 palas of Solanum xanthocarpum pounded should be cooked in 1 a measure of 4 dronas of water. When the water has reduced to 1 a measure of 4 prastas, strain it. Then, having powdered tricatu, Pluchea lanceolata, Tinospora cordifolia, and Plumbago zelanica, and Pistacia integerrima, Clerodendrum serratum, Cyperus rotundus, Piper longum root, and Fagonia cretica, each half a measure of 4 karsas, add them. Add 16 of ghee and 40 of pure sugar candy. Cook it again. When it becomes sticking to the ladle and cools, add separately 2 a measure of 16 palas of Piper longum, bamboo manna, and fresh honey. This lickable preparation conquers abdominal lump, heart disease, hemorrhoids, dyspnea, and cough. One should also inhale a lulth, palliative smoke, and a purificatory smoke when the is thick. One should inhale the smoke of realgar, orpiment, licorice, spikenard, nutgrass, and desert date bark, according to the method for treating cough. After expectoration, one should then drink warm milk mixed with jaggery. That smoke quickly destroys coughs that are predominantly and whether recent or chronic. If a type of dyspnea arises in a type cough and it is associated with, then one should apply the treatment for type cough according to the condition. When one of the 3 is associated with another, one should perform therapies that alleviate. For and associated with the 3rd, one should perform therapies that destroy. In a dry cough caused by an unctuous treatment should be given. In a wet cough, drying treatment. In a cough associated with therapies combined with bitter substances should be used. In a fresh internal injury to the chest, one should immediately drink lac mixed with honey. With milk, when it is digested, one should eat rice with milk and sugar. For pain in the sides and bladder, and low and that lac with liquor should be taken. A person with loose stools should drink and together. One with a strong digestive fire should cook ghee, beeswax, a group of life-promoting herbs, sugar, bamboo manna, and wheat flour in milk, and then drink it. A person with a chest wound should drink milk boiled with lotus rhizome, lotus filaments, and sandalwood mixed with honey for the purpose of healing. One should drink the powder of raw barley cooked in milk and mixed with ghee in cases of fever and burning sensation. Or one should drink barley meal with sugar and honey mixed with milk. One suffering from cough should drink ghee prepared with sweet-tasting medicinal substances. Or jaggery water boiled with honey and black pepper is beneficial. Or powder of Indian gooseberry cooked in milk and mixed with ghee. Or one should administer long pepper according to the method prescribed for rejuvenative therapy. One who has a cough and pain in the joints and bones should lick mahua, licorice, grapes, bamboo manna, long pepper, and country mallow mixed with ghee and honey. The cardamom, cinnamon, and bay leaf in half karsa portions, half of long pepper and sugar candy, raisins, mahua flowers, and dates, each one finely powdered and made into pills with honey. These are aphrodisiac and destroy and blood disorders. Cough, asthma, anorexia, vomiting, fainting, hiccup, intoxication, delirium, chest injury, consumption, hoarseness, splenic disorders, emaciation, a type of disorder, spitting of blood, heart pain, flank pain, thirst, and fever. A person spitting blood should drink the powder of spreading hogweed, sugar, and red rice grains, prepared with grape juice, milk, and ghee, or amaranth, prepared with mahua flowers, licorice, and milk. When blood is discharged through its own channels, one should administer medicine. For obstructed, the fat of a goat fried with wine and rock salt should be consumed. One who is emaciated, wasted, has a chest wound, has little sleep, and has a strong digestive fire should eat the cream of boiled milk with ghee, honey, and sugar. Or, one who is wasted, wounded, or emaciated should lick sugar, barley, wheat, and honey with boiled milk as a postprandial drink. That person who is emaciated, etc., should drink a decoction of the flesh of a carnivorous animal fried in ghee, combined with long pepper and honey, which increases muscle and blood. With the ghee produced from milk boiled with banyan, cluster fig, sacred fig, waved leaf fig, sal tree, panic seed, the top of the palmyra palm, the bark of rose apple, broad-leafed mahua, and with Himalayan cherry, and sal tree, a person whose chest is injured, whose semen, strength, and senses are diminished, should eat rice of the variety. In afflictions or in body tremors, anointing with clarified butter is recommended. When afflicted by wind, i.e., anointing with oils that counteract diseases is recommended. In pain of the heart or flanks, the drinking of a life-promoting clarified butter preparation should occur. In pain of the heart and sides, the ghee prepared with the group of herbs should be drunk. Ghee cooked in a decoction of licorice and Grewia populifolia with an equal quantity of milk, and with a paste of Ipomea digitata, long pepper, and bamboo manna is beneficial in wasting injury. The life-promoting group of herbs, dry ginger, asparagus, another name for spreading hogweed, country mallow, Clerodendrum seridum, cowhage, Habenaria intermedia, spiked ginger lily, Philanthus neruri, long pepper, water chestnut, milk vetch, and the lesser 5 roots, grapes, walnut, and other fruits that are sweet, unctuous, and nourishing. With these, approx 768 grams of ghee should be cooked, using fine pastes of each ingredient in quantities of approx 12 grams. It should be combined with milk, the juice of Indian gooseberry, Indian kudzu, and sugarcane, and goat's meat juice. When it is cooled, add half of honey and half approx 2.4 kilograms of powdered sugar. Also, half approx 24 grams of powdered black pepper, cinnamon, cardamom, bay leaf, and saffron. Having mixed these, one should lick a dose according to one's strength. This ghee is called nectar lick and is like nectar for humans. It should be consumed like nectar by those who eat milk and meat juice. It nourishes those whose semen is lost, who are emaciated from injury, weak, afflicted by diseases, addicted to women, thin, and lacking in complexion and voice. It alleviates cough, hiccup, fever, dyspnea, burning sensation, thirst, and a bleeding disorder. It promotes progeny and removes vomiting, fainting, heart diseases, uterine disorders, and urinary ailments, tribulus terrestris, vetiver, Indian madder, country mallow, Melina arborea, lemongrass, root of kusa grass, Desmodium gangeticum, flame of the forest, Microstylus macifera, Desmodium gangeticum. Take approx 48 grams of each of these and cook them in a decoction with 4 times the quantity of milk. With pastes of cowhage, Leptidemia reticulata, Polygonatum cerifolium, Microstylus macifera, Malaxis acuminata. Asparagus, Habenaria intermedia, grapes, sugar, Spharanthus indicus, and lotus stem. One of ghee should be prepared. It alleviates in disorders, heart disease, and pain. It removes dysuria, urinary disorders including diabetes, piles, cough, emaciation, and consumption. It provides strength and muscle to those exhausted by archery, women, alcohol, heavy loads, and travel. 1 measure of clarified butter should be cooked in a decoction of 8 a measure of licorice and grapes. When these is cooked and cooled, 8 of long pepper paste and 8 each of honey and sugar should be mixed in separately. This is beneficial for those with wasting of muscles, injury, emaciation, and a tumor of blood. One of should be cooked with one each of the juice of Indian gooseberry, Indian kudzu, sugarcane, and life-promoting group of herbs, and one each of cow's milk and goat's milk. When cooked and cooled, 2 of sugar and honey should then be added. It alleviates consumption, epilepsy, pitta blood disorders, cough, urinary disorders, and wasting. It maintains youth, promotes longevity, and bestows muscle, semen, and strength. When is excessive, one should lick ghee. When is excessive, one should drink it. Licked, it pacifies, and due to its small quantity, it does not destroy the digestive fire. Drunk, it pervades Vata and obstructs the heat. For those who are emaciated, debilitated, and have thin bodies, these very S should be combined when solidified with powders of bamboo manna, sugar, and puffed rice. Having made ghee pills, with 1/4 part honey, one should give, and then milk. By these, one quickly attains semen, virility, strength, and nourishment. A ash gourd weighing 1, a measure of 100, from which the skin and seeds have been removed, and which has been steamed, should be cooked again while stirring in one of ghee. When it turns honey-colored, add 100 of sugar, 2 each of long pepper and dry ginger, and 2 of cumin. Add cardamom, cinnamon, and bay leaf, and black pepper, each in quantities of half a. When it has been taken off the fire and cooled, add half the amount of ghee and honey, and churn it with a churning stick. This preparation, when consumed, destroys cough, hiccup, fever, asthma, a bleeding disorder, injury, and wasting. It promotes the healing of the chest, bestows intelligence, memory, and strength. This rejuvenating preparation of ash gourd, prescribed by the Seelie, is beneficial for the heart. One should drink 1 of root mixed with milk, increasing the dose by half a daily for 1 month, subsisting only on milk and not eating other food. This application is supremely conducive to nourishment, longevity, strength, and complexion. This same method applies to licorice and dry ginger. 1 a measure of water with 1 a measure of Grewia populifolia should be cooked down to a quarter. With that decoction, an equal quantity of ghee and milk should be prepared, along with a paste of Abutilon indicum, Sitta cordifolia, Glycyrrhiza glabra, Borhavia diffusa, Nelumbo nucifera, Millina arborea, Buchanania lanzan, Mucuna pruriens. Withania somnifera, black sugar, Asparagus racemosus, the 2, Polygonatum cerifolium, and P. verticillatum, Tribulus terrestris. Roscia procera, Lilium polyphyllum, Ipomea mauritiana, the 2, Cuminum ciminum, and Carum carvi. Lotus stalk, lotus rhizome, Phoenix dactylifera, Trapanatans, and Serpus cassur, each half a measure. This ghee preparation with Nagabala conquers bleeding disorders due to pitta, injury, and wasting diseases. It overcomes thirst, dizziness, and burning sensations, and is supremely strength-giving and nourishing. It promotes complexion, longevity, and vital essence, and destroys wrinkles and gray hair. By using it for 6 months, even an old person becomes youthful. This regimen should be followed when the digestive fire is strong. When it is weak, an appetizer and digestive should be given. What is prescribed for those with tuberculosis is beneficial for those with injury, and it is astringent binding when the feces are liquid. Take the group of 10 roots: cowhide, bindweed, country mallow, long pepper, prickly chaff flower, root of long pepper, leadwort, Clerodendrum serratum, and Inula racemosa, each 296 grams, along with 3.072 kilograms of barley, and 100 Chibulic myrobalan fruits. Cook these in 15.36 liters of water. When the barley is cooked, strain that decoction, and then cook those 100, another name for, after adding 4.8 kilograms of jaggery and 192 grams each of ghee, oil, and powdered long pepper. When it is prepared and cooled, add 192 grams of honey. One should regularly consume 2 fruits daily from this rejuvenative electuary. This destroys wrinkles and gray hair and promotes complexion, longevity, and strength. It cures the 5 types of cough, consumption, asthma with hiccup, and irregular fever. It also cures urinary disorders, abdominal tumors, sprue, hemorrhoids, heart disease, anorexia, and chronic rhinitis. This excellent formulated by Agastya is auspicious. Take roots of 10 plants, 2 types of unripe root and leaves, flowers and heartwood of bark, and 1 of each. 1,100 fruits of and 2 of barley. Cook these in 8 times their quantity of water. Remove from the fire when the barley is steamed. After straining, add 1 of old jaggery along with the haritaki, 1 each of oil, ghee, and amalaka juice. Then cook it, again on a gentle fire. When it sticks to the ladle, remove it. When cool, add 2 of honey and 1 of powdered. Also add 3 of powdered. Then bury it in a heap of grains for 1 month in an old pot. After that, consume it as before. This described by Vasistha is superior in qualities to the previous one. It is recommended for healthy people without restrictions in all seasons. 1 of salt, 1 of and 2 of salt, 1 each of N and leaves of, 1 each of and 2 of. Here, 12s of sugar should be added. After making a powder from this, a suitable dose should be given with food and drink. It is appetizing, digestive, strengthening, and conquers pain in the sides, dyspnea, and cough. 1 of 2s each of and, twice that quantity of and 1 of salt. 1 of and 5s of the pulp of. This powder should be mixed with 16s of sugar. This should be given with food and drink as before. And the regimen prescribed for consumption is beneficial for wasting injury according to the condition. When the defect due to injury has subsided, but one of the 3 is increased, and the chest and head of the coughing person feel as if they are being torn apart, he should inhale these smokes. One should make a wick from linen cloth, well impregnated with a paste of an others, and licorice, and inhale the smoke, followed by a medicated ghee. With realgar, cinnamon, milk exuding trees, and dry ginger. The after drink should be the same, namely sugar, sugarcane juice, or jaggery water. Having ground realgar equally with moist banyan shoots, one should inhale the smoke with ghee and eat partridge meat. In consumptive cough, one should first perform nourishing therapy and increase the digestive fire. For one with many, one should administer a mild purgative with oleation. A person whose body is emaciated, suffering from consumptive cough, should drink ghee cooked with cassia fistula, or with operculina terpithum mixed with grape juice, or with a decoction of Simplicos racemosa and the juice of Pueraria tuberosa, as a purgative according to proper consideration. A person with consumptive cough, when one of the three, and the bodily tissues are diminished, should drink ghee cooked with Pistacia integerrima, milk, and the 2 Sida cordifolia and Sida rhombifolia, or ghee or milk cooked with Ipomea digitata, or with Anthocephalus indicus, or with palm fruit pulp, in discoloration of urine, in difficult urination, in swelling and pain of the penis, anus, along with the hips and groin. One should be given an enema with light ghee scum or with a mixed preparation. After consuming the meat of wild animals, quails and other birds that live in burrows, and similarly, predatory animals that eat flesh should be used in sequence. Due to their hotness and their churning nature, they dislodge, one of the 3, from the channels. When these channels are cleansed, the plasma nutrient fluid flowing properly will cause nourishment. One should cook ghee with Piper retrofractum, a group of 3 fruits, Clerodendrum serratum, the 10 roots, and Plumbago zeylanica, along with horsegram, root of long pepper, Cisampellos pereira, Ziziphus jujuba, and barley in water. It should be cooked with a paste of dry ginger, Fagonia cretica, long pepper, Hedychium spicatum, and Inula racemosa, and an equal amount of Pistacia integerrima. When it is prepared, 2 alkaline preparations and 5s salts should be powdered and added. One suffering from wasting and cough should drink it in an appropriate dose, with dry ginger, and each in the measure of 1 should cook 1 of in 1 of milk and grape juice. This auspicious preparation alleviates wasting disease, fever, splenic enlargement, and all types of cough, cooked with the juice and paste of the leaves, roots, fruits, and sprouts of, and cures cough, fever, and anorexia. Or a person should drink ghee cooked in double the quantity of pomegranate juice, combined with the 3 pungents, along with barley alkali after eating. Or ghee cooked with long pepper and jaggery, combined with goat's milk. These ghee preparations are for increasing the digestive fire in those suffering from consumption and cough, and for purifying the channels of the throat and chest that are obstructed by. In 1 of barley decoction, one should cook 20 haritaki fruits. Having cooked and mashed them in that decoction, add 6 of old jaggery, 2 of long pepper, 1 of realgar, and half pala of extract of Berberis aristata. Cook it again. This lickable preparation conquers dyspnea and cough. The burnt quills of a porcupine with ghee, honey, and sugar relieve dyspnea and cough. Or peacock feet with honey and ghee. Or one should lick the ash of castor, leaves mixed with the three pungents oil and jaggery. Or one should lick the ash of holy basil and leaves in the same way. Or one should lick the three pungents powder with old jaggery and ghee, and this entire powder, with an equal quantity of sugar, should be eaten with honey and ghee, or licked. It is an excellent cough reliever. Similarly, black pepper powder with ghee, honey, and sugar should be licked. One should hold a pill made of haritaki, dry ginger, musta, and jaggery in the mouth for all types of dyspnoea and cough, or simply balearic myrobalan. A paste of leaves, fried in ghee with sugar, or a gruel or a thick gruel prepared from it, conquers vomiting, thirst, cough, diarrhea with undigested food. A well-prepared mung bean soup, cooked in the juice of Solanum xanthocarpum, with white and sour ingredients, is a remedy for all coughs. Milk, soups, and meat essences prepared in a decoction of alleviating medicines should be given to a patient with consumptive cough by means of the meat of gallinaceous birds, pecking birds, and burrowing animals. The medicated smokes that have been prescribed for cough due to chest injury, along with their postprandial drinks vehicles, should also be employed in consumptive cough, and whatever will be stated for consumption tuberculosis. All measures that are nourishing, appetite-stimulating for digestive fire and cleansing for the channels are highly recommended for patients with alternating application. Since is a terrible condition arising from the simultaneous vitiation of all three. Therefore, whatever is beneficial for it, according to the strength of the. Here ends the third chapter named Treatment of Cough. Chapter 4. Now, therefore, we shall expound the treatment of dyspnea and hiccups. Thus, indeed, said the great sages headed by Atreya, since and have similar causes and so forth, their treatment is therefore the same. And for that afflicted person one should first treat with sudation, unctuous, anointed with salt and oil, the one of the three that is solidified in the channels by these sweats, even if deeply lodged, becomes liquefied and, having reached the alimentary tract, is easily expelled. The channels become soft and the wind moves downwards by these sweats. In the channels, the of this patient suffering from dyspnea and hiccups, which is solidified, congealed, even if the is very deeply adhered and embedded, by this method it becomes liquefied and having reached his can be easily expelled. Similarly, the channels which were obstructed by become soft, and the wind moves in its proper downward direction. And one should feed the sudated patient unctuous food with gravies from animals of marshy land, or with curd cream. After that, one should administer a mild emetic to him, especially to one suffering from cough, vomiting, cardiac pain, or hoarseness, which is mixed with long pepper, rock salt, and honey, and which does not aggravate. When one of the three is expelled, he, the patient, attains comfort. When the body is afflicted by vitiated, and when the channels are purified, wind moves unobstructed. In bloating upward movement of and a type of dyspnea, food combined with citron, sour, willow, asafoetida, Salvadora persica, and salt should be given for downward movement of. Or warm purgative medicine mixed with rock salt and sour fruits should be given. Indeed, these hicca and asthma are born from the aggravation of vital breath, whose movement is obstructed by one of the three dosas. Therefore, for the purification of that pathway, upward and downward purificatory therapies are beneficial. Just as flowing water is greatly agitated when its path is obstructed, so too is Vata. Therefore, one should purify its pathway. If even after purification there is no alleviation, one should remove the waste products that has become lodged by means of fumigations. One should prepare a wick by grinding turmeric leaf, castor root, lac, realgar, along with deodar cedar and spikenard. One should drink the smoke from that wick smeared with ghee, or from barley mixed with ghee, or from beeswax, sal resin, or ghee, or heavy wood, or agar wood, or sandalwood, or horn, or cow's hair, or cow's sinew, or the skin, horn, or hoofs of a bear, monitor lizard, antelope, or deer, or Indian bdellium, or realgar, or the exudate of rice, or Indian frankincense, iron, or Himalayan cherry soaked in ghee. The chest and throat of those who must be fomented, and even those who should not be fomented, should be fomented for a moment with comfortably warm oleaginous sprinklings mixed with sugar and milk, and with poultices and warm plasters made from the medicaments mentioned in the chapter on fomentation. Gently. One should perform the treatment for undigested, toxic material when it is associated with dyspnea and hiccups. Having observed one of the three aggravated by excessive therapy, one should pacify it with unctuous substances that destroy with meat soup and other foods that are not excessively hot and with anointing. For those whose phlegm is not dislodged, who have not undergone sudation therapy, and who are weak, purification therapy causes wind dosa to gain a foothold, quickly dry up the vital points, and take away life. Therefore, one should pacify there and with decoctions, linctus, unctuous substances, etc. A0, RA0. He speaks of the pacification for those who are highly unsuitable for purification. For those whose is not dislodged, uncertain, a cause, the heart, of those who are not to be purified. Asthma. One should treat and that arise as a consequence of emaciation, injury, diarrhea, a bleeding disorder, and burning sensation with sweet, unctuous, cold, and other such therapies. In a decoction of horsegram and the group of 10 roots, there should be the meat juices of wild animals and vegetable soups, with drumstick, eggplant, Malabar nut, radish, and the tender leaves of neem, Indian nightshade, citron, wild eggplant, Fagonia cretica, Pistacia integerrima, bale pulp, and Tribulus terrestris, along with Tinospora cordifolia, Plumbago zeylanica, and horsegram. A soup should be made by boiling them in water. Similarly, with Pluchea lanceolata, Indian nightshade, and others, Sida cordifolia, and greengram, mixed with Plumbago zeylanica. A gruel made with or with, the 10 roots, alleviates cough, asthma, hiccup, and pain. One should drink a decoction of When this has been digested, one should drink a gruel prepared with these very same ingredients. One should consume rice, wheat, barley, mung beans, and horsegram for the pacification of cough, cardiac pain, hiccup, and asthma. Or one should drink barley flour that has been processed with the milk of Calotropis gigantea, sprouts, and mixed with honey. Or one should drink barley flour mixed with a decoction of and other ingredients. And one should add alkaline preparations, asafoetida, ghee, black salt, pomegranate, pushkaramula, spiked ginger lily, the 3 pungents, citron, and Garcinia pedunculata to food. Or a person suffering from hiccup and asthma and who is thirsty should drink a decoction of or of Cedrus deodara, or the supernatant liquid of a type of liquor, with long pepper, root of long pepper, haritaki, vidanga, and leadwort. A pot smeared with a paste of these and then dried should have buttermilk poured into it. This buttermilk, kept for a month, is a digestive stimulant and conquers dyspnea and cough. One should drink Cyclia peltata, Melina arborea, deodar, and Pinus roxburghia, kept overnight in the supernatant liquid of fermented liquor with a little salt in a measure of 1-2 pallas. Or one should drink Clerodendrum serratum and ginger with warm water, or alkaline preparation with black pepper. Or one should administer a preparation of asafoetida, ground with its own decoction and stirred. The fresh juice of Alstonia scholaris or of the flowers of Albizia lebec, for one desiring coolness, mixed with honey and long pepper, is for hiccups and dyspnea associated with and thick gruel, made with bamboo manna, long pepper, licorice, ghee, and dried ginger, should be used when is associated. When Vata is associated, and with porcupine, hare meat, long pepper, ghee, and the blood of a porcupine should be used. Milk mixed with juice of suvarkala, tricatu, and ghee should be drunk after eating, rice from sali grains when and are associated, or goat's milk cooked with 4 times its quantity of water, along with jaggery and dry ginger. One should lick long pepper root, licorice, jaggery, and the juice of cows' and horses' dung, mixed with honey and ghee, as these destroy hiccups, conjunctivitis, and cough. One who has much phlegm should lick with honey the juice of the dung of a cow, elephant, horse, boar, camel, donkey, ram, or goat, one by one, or drink it. A person suffering from asthma and excessive phlegm should likewise lick the ash made from the skin, hair, bones, hooves, or horns of a quadruped, or the ash of ashwagandha. Or one should lick spiked ginger lily, pushkarmul, and Indian gooseberry, or with long pepper. Or one should lick red ochre, collyrium, and long pepper, or the fresh juice of wood apple. Or rock salt and with the juice of, Or haritaki, false black pepper, and with ghee and honey. Or jujube, parched rice, Indian gooseberry, raisins, and dry ginger. Or oil, turmeric, Pluchea lanceolata, and. One should drink these with meat juice, water, alcohol, or sour liquids, or the powders of these medicinal substances as a lick. The powder of Leptidemia reticulata, nutgrass, camphor, 2 types of cardamom, pushkar mul. Angelica glauca, Indian gooseberry, iron, Clerodendrum serratum, dry ginger, Coleus vetiveroides. Carcata shringi, spiked ginger lily, long pepper, Mesoaferia, and Angelica glauca, when used as desired, with double the amount of sugar, destroys pain in the sides, fever, and cough, and is an excellent remedy for and. The powder of and with 8 parts of sugar is an excellent remover of hiccups and dyspnea. One should eat equal parts of jaggery and ginger, or administer it as a nasal insufflation. One should administer the root of garlic or onion or carrot or the juice of sandalwood as a nasal insufflation with woman's milk, or with breast milk, or with the juice of lac mixed with housefly excrement, or clear ghee with rock salt, or ghee cooked with breast milk. One should drink or administer as a nasal insufflation that ghee prepared with a paste of sweet substances, sometimes hot, sometimes cold, alternately with sugar and honey. Similarly, milk and ghee cooked with drugs that act downwards, with long pepper, black salt, alkali, Indian gooseberry, asafoetida, angelica, and haritaki. One should cook ghee in whey. And the juice of the 10 roots. One should drink that, or one should lick it, prepared with life-promoting herbs with honey. Toothache tree, haritaki, costus, long pepper, Picrorhiza coroa. Lemongrass, pushkar mula, flame of the forest, leadwort, zedoary. The 2 salts, and Philanthus neruri, Leptidemia reticulata, bale fruit pulp, calamus, cinnamon leaf, and Indian silver fir. With these, each in a measure of 112 grams, one should cook. 1. 768 grams of ghee with 1/4 part asafoetida. That, when drunk, quickly destroys Vata in the extremities, piles, malabsorption syndrome, hiccup, and pain in the heart and sides. One should drink ghee with half its quantity of alkali or with salt, or ghee, or ghee. Sudden sprinkling with cold water, fear, agitation and fright, joy, envy, suppression of breath, and biting by insects are beneficial. Whatever alleviates and is hot and promotes the downward movement of, that should generally be consumed, and especially that which greatly pacifies. For all, a slight, nourishing strengthening is generally possible. There is no great danger in pacification, but emaciation is extremely difficult. Therefore, one should mostly treat them with therapies. Cough, dyspnea, consumption, vomiting, and hiccups should be treated with each other's medicines. 59 half. Thus, in the composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the illustrious Vajapati Simhagupta, in the 4th section, Chikitsa Sthana, the 4th chapter named Svasahidma Chikitsita, treatment of dyspnea and hiccups, is concluded. Chapter 5. Now we shall expound the treatment of pulmonary tuberculosis and other diseases. Thus declared the great sages like Atreya. For a strong patient with many bodily humors who has undergone oleation and sudation purification should be performed. For a patient with one should perform upward and downward purification with oleation, which does not cause emaciation. He should vomit, with milk mixed with fruits, or with a sweet juice, or with a gruel containing ghee, prepared with emetic substances. One should administer a purgative, viracana, with Operculina terpethum, Ipomoea heteracea, or Cassia fistula. These should be given with sugar, honey, and ghee, or with milk, or with a nourishing gruel. Or they may be combined with the juices of grapes, Poraria tuberosa, Melina arborea, or meat. For one whose alimentary tract has been purified, one should apply a regimen that is nourishing and digestive stimulating, and foods and drinks that are pleasing to the heart, counteracting, and light. Rice, wheat, barley, and mung beans stored for a year, which are light, whose potency is not diminished, easily digestible, and strength-promoting. Goat's milk, ghee, and meat, as well as the meat of carnivorous animals, conquer consumption. The meat of crows, owls, wolves, leopards, cows, horses, mongooses, snakes, vultures, birds, donkeys, and camels is beneficial when accompanied by a different name. For if it is known, being repulsive, it leads to vomiting, not to strength or vitality. Deer and other animals are suitable for, and while animals and others are for, i.e., they are wholesome when prepared as minced meat dish or made into meat soup, and other preparations. They are wholesome when fried in mustard oil or ghee, as appropriate. They should be savory tender, unctuous, and seasoned with salty ingredients. Similarly, vegetable soups made from radish and horse gram are beneficial. A person should drink unctuous goat meat soup with long pepper, barley, horse gram, dry ginger, pomegranate, and Indian gooseberry. By this, 6 disorders, such as chronic rhinitis, are alleviated. One should especially drink very old wine alcohol, which cleanses the channels. In cases of an other, one should particularly drink honey wine, fermented decoction, or clear fermented liquor. Or one should drink water boiled with the 5 roots, or with Philanthus neruri, or with the 4 leafy plants, or with coriander and dry ginger. A careful attendant, favorable to the patient, should prepare food for him with these liquids. Ghee cooked with the 10 roots and milk, or with meat soup, or ghee containing Sitta cordifolia, should be used with the meat soup of carnivorous animals. Or ghee cooked with milk 10 times its quantity, along with honey, should be used. Having made a paste of the fruits of, and having cooked ghee with it, it is an excellent remover of the king of diseases, consumption. Ghee prepared with along with removes hoarseness of voice, cough, asthma, and fever. The fresh clarified butter that arises from milk boiled with the group of 10 roots, when mixed with long pepper and honey, is an excellent voice enhancer. It alleviates pain in the head, sides, and shoulders, and removes cough, asthma, and fever. Or that arises from milk boiled with the 5 groups of 5 roots has the same qualities. The clarified butter, cooked in the juice of the 5 with milk 4 times the quantity of the juice, conquers the 7 strengths of consumption tuberculosis. 1 of ghee, cooked with an equal quantity of milk, and a 6 of should be consumed. That purifies the channels. It conquers abdominal tumor, fever, abdominal diseases, splenic enlargement, sprue, anemia, chronic rhinitis, asthma, cough, sluggish digestion, edema, and upward moving. Ghee cooked with the decoction of and along with a paste of and milk conquers consumption. Ghee extracted from milk boiled with withania somnifera, along with sugar and milk, is also beneficial. 100 of meat from common animals should be cooked in 2 of water. With the remaining 1/8 part of that decoction, and with life-promoting herbs, each measuring 1 of ghee should be prepared. This removes and disorders. This meat ghee, when consumed alone or mixed with meat broth, conquers cough, dyspnea, hoarseness of voice, emaciation, and pain in the heart and flanks. Cardamom, celery, a group of 3 fruits, alum, a group of 3 spices, leadwort, and the essences derived from neem, acacia catechu, and shoria robusta, marking nut, and false black pepper, each weighing 8 s. Cook these in 16 times their quantity of water until 1/16 remains. Then, with this decoction, cook 1 of clarified butter. When it is cooked, add 6 s of bamboo manna, 30 s of sugar, and double the quantity of honey. Then, after mixing it well with a churning stick, consume 3 of this. Milk should be taken as an after drink in the morning. This rejuvenative can be taken without restriction. It promotes intellect, is good for the eyes, prolongs life, and stimulates digestion. It quickly cures urinary disorders, abdominal tumors, consumption, diseases, anemia, and fistula in ano. And those ghee and jaggery preparations that have been mentioned should be used for injury and also for wasting disease. Cinnamon bark, cardamom, long pepper, Indian sarsaparilla, and sugar, each in successively double the quantity of the preceding ingredient, powdered and consumed with honey and ghee or licked, are beneficial for the voice and destroy cough, consumption, asthma, pain in the sides, and phlegm. Now, treatment for hoarseness of voice. Especially in hoarseness of voice, one should administer nasal medication, smoking, etc. Even in that hoarseness, if it is dominant, one should drink warm ghee after meals, cooked with the juices of Cassia occidentalis and eggplant, which conquers cough and is beneficial for the voice, or ghee prepared with a type of plant, or a paste of Ziziphus mauritiana, leaves, fried in ghee with rock salt, with licorice, grapes, long pepper, anti-worm drug, and fruit, and with the root of Adiantum philippines, oil cooked with these should be instilled into the nostrils. One should eat rice with jaggery and ghee, accompanied by warm water. One should also eat rice pudding and apply unctuous fomentation. In cases arising from one of the three, one should drink ghee, followed by milk that has been boiled and cooled. Prepared with a decoction and paste of the sprouts of milky trees mixed with honey, and one should eat rice pudding with licorice and ghee. Ghee prepared with Seta cordifolia, Pueraria tuberosa, and Saliparni, and with and licorice, along with salt, is an excellent nasal administration that improves the voice. Milk and ghee prepared with Nymphea stellata, licorice, long pepper, Solanum indicum, and Seta cordifolia, that is an excellent nasal administration that improves the voice. One should lick the powder of sweet substances mixed with honey and ghee. In born hoarseness, one should drink pungent substances with urine and eat dry food. One should lick and try variety of spices mixed with oil and honey. Or one should lick alkaline preparations, citraka and honey. In hoarseness due to both and, one should drink gruel made from barley, pipali, and amalaki. After eating, one should consume and or undergo sharp emesis. One whose voice is obstructed while speaking loudly should drink milk boiled with sweet substances mixed with sugar and honey. Thus concludes the treatment of hoarseness of voice. Now, the treatment of anorexia. For anorexia, varied food prepared with beneficial ingredients is beneficial. External and internal cleansing, mental tranquility, and a pleasing medicine are beneficial. One should chew a toothstick twice a day with mouth-cleansing substances. One should rinse the mouth with astringents and inhale a regular pacifying smoke. Pills of powder with camphor and rock candy, known as our extremely appetite-stimulating edibles. In anorexia, due to one should drink a powder with a type of liquor made from long pepper, vidanga, raisins, rock salt, dry ginger, or with ghee mixed with cardamom, barley alkali, and asafoetida. Or one should induce vomiting with calamus water. And do too with jaggery water, or one should lick a mixture of sugar, ghee, rock salt, and honey. For one of the three, one should vomit with neem water, and drink water with carom seeds and Indian laburnum, and strong, fermented medicinal preparations with honey and a type of mead. One should also drink the previously mentioned powder with hot water containing peas and other ingredients. The powder of cardamom, cinnamon, Mesua feria flower, long pepper, and ginger, with each succeeding ingredient increasing in proportion, mixed with an equal amount of sugar, destroys excessive salivation, anorexia, heart and flank pain, cough, dyspnea, and throat diseases. And each one, 12 grams, sugar, 4, 192 grams, and each half a 6 grams, 100 long pepper and 200 black pepper. This powder is supremely palatable, beneficial for the heart and constipating. It also destroys constipation, cough, heart disease, flank pain, splenic disorders, hemorrhoids, and malabsorption syndrome diseases. Bamboo manna, with each succeeding ingredient increasing in part, and cinnamon and cardamom in half parts. This powder, with 8 times the amount of sugar as long pepper, is palatable and digestive. It alleviates cough, asthma, anorexia, vomiting, splenic disorders, heart disease, and flank pain. It destroys anemia, fever, and diarrhea, and promotes the downward movement of obstructed. Thus concludes the treatment for anorexia. One should eat gruel and other foods prepared from barley that has been soaked overnight in water infused with the alkaline extract of Calotropis gigantea and Tinospora cordifolia if there is excessive salivation. A strong person should vomit with pungent and bitter substances. One should eat roasted wild meat and dry, very light foods, along with the juice of chickpeas and other similar pulses. Due to excessive salivation of expels thee, a wise physician should conquer that excessive salivation due to with unctuous and hot substances. One should also apply this same procedure in chronic rhinitis and vomiting. Especially in one should regularly apply unctuous oil massage, oleation, and fomentation. These should be applied to the head, sides, throat, etc., with unctuous poultices and boluses. One should also regularly consume foods with salty, sour, pungent, and hot tastes combined with fats. Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita, Chapter 0, on the treatment of headache, etc. says, in pains of the head, shoulder, and sides. It states a specific treatment for those of origin, with the flesh of aquatic and marshy animals, well prepared with pungent, salty, and sour ingredients. In pains of the head, shoulder, and sides, one should act according to the method appropriate for the involved. Poultice is well prepared with the flesh of aquatic and marshy animals, and containing the 4 fats are desired there. A combination of is desired. A paste made from tagara, dill, costus, and sandalwood, similarly, one from and sesame seeds with ghee, licorice, and water lily, and one from an Indian kudzu, nasal drops, medicated smoking, and oleation administered after meals. Oils suitable for massage and enema therapy are also excellent. Or, the vitiated blood of these patients should be removed by means of horn, etc., according to the A. Thick anointing paste made with and mixed with ghee is excellent, or with and soaked in ghee. Massage with oil processed with and other ingredients, or with ghee washed 100 times, or sprinkling with milk or with water mixed with is recommended. Due to the patient's digestive fire being mostly impaired, he suffers from diarrhea with slimy stool. For him, the medicine prescribed for and malabsorption syndrome is beneficial. One should carefully protect the stool of a patient with who is wasting away. For the strength of one afflicted by the depletion of all body tissues is indeed the strength of his stool. By judiciously eating meat alone and then drinking grape wine, consumption does not find an entry in one whose urges are not suppressed. One should drink alcohol with scum, fermented medicinal preparations, fermented sugarcane juice, and honey-based fermented drink, as appropriate after drinks while consuming meat. This is for releasing the obstruction of the channels and for nourishing strength and vital essence. One who has been well anointed should be immersed in tubs of oil, milk, or water. Having emerged, he should be anointed again with mixed oils, and then, while seated comfortably, he should be gently massaged with pleasant hands, and he should be very comfortably rubbed upwards. And mustard seeds, rice grains, linseed, black gram, sesame seeds, and fermenting agent. All of these should be powdered together. 3 times the amount of barley powder, mixed with curds and honey. This upward rubbing powder should be prepared. It bestows nourishment, complexion, and strength. He should bathe with a paste of white mustard and with medicinal substances used for bathing, and with water made pleasant for the season, prepared with life-promoting herbs. One should use ornaments such as perfumes and garlands, which destroy inauspiciousness. The sight of friends, listening to songs, musical instruments, and festivals. Enemas, milk, ghee, moderation in wine and meat, divine remedies, and that which is prescribed in thee are all praised. 83 1/2. Thus, in the composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the Lord of Physicians Simhagupta, in the 4th section, the 5th chapter named Treatment of Consumption and Other Diseases is concluded. Chapter 6. Now we shall expound the treatment of vomiting, heart disease, and thirst. Thus declared the great sages headed by Atreya. Vomiting mostly arises from the aggravation of in the stomach. Therefore, fasting is beneficial first, except in cases caused by emesis should be administered there. For a strong person with many who vomits continuously and profusely, thereafter, purgation should be administered gradually, which is beneficial for the heart with wines or fruit juices or with milk, for it brings down the niyith ketzerming that has risen upwards. Palliative medicine is also indicated, but for a dry and weak person, only that palliative medicine is prescribed. Dry, agreeable, wholesome, and light food is recommended. Fasting as well as broths, meat, juices, preparations. Preparations: leafy vegetables, linctuses, various dishes, relishes, appetizers, and drinks. Dry snacks, various fruits, bathing, and rubbing. Fragrant substances, those with good fragrance originating from fragrant substances, fruits, flowers, food, and drinks. And immediately after eating, sprinkling cold water on the face are recommended. Ghee drunk with rock salt slightly warm especially destroys vomiting caused by one of the 3. It is also beneficial for cough and cardiac discomfort. Or ghee enriched with ginger, black pepper, long pepper, and 3 salts, or prepared with pomegranate juice. Or milk boiled with an equal quantity of water, ginger curds, and coriander. Or the soup of gallinaceous birds, meat, rich in ghee and rock salt, made sour with sour fruits. An unctuous food prepared with ginger, curds, and pomegranate. Warm, salted oleation purgation is beneficial in this condition. For induced vomiting, Indian jalap with grape and sugarcane juice should be given for purgation, or ghee should be administered. If is aggravated and located in the seat of it, should be expelled upwards, through emesis. A person who has undergone purification should drink a thin gruel or thick gruel made from parched rice with honey and sugar, using sweet and bitter substances. One should eat rice and a type of rice, with side dishes made from mung beans and meat of wild animals. One should drink very cold water that has been heated by a piece of earth baked in a fire, or water that has been kept overnight with mung beans, vetiver, long pepper, and coriander, or grape juice, sugarcane juice, Tinospora cordifolia, water, or milk. A decoction made from the leaves of jambu mango and the aerial roots of the banyan tree mixed with honey and drunk cold controls vomiting, fever, diarrhea, fainting, and intractable thirst. Or one should drink cold water of split mung beans with Indian gooseberry juice. One should lick the pulp of jujube, sugar-parched rice, housefly feces, and antimony sulfide with honey, or haritaki or grapes or jujubes with honey. For induced vomiting, one should induce emesis with neem, long pepper, Gardenia gumifera, and mustard mixed with warm water. A weak person should be made to fast. One should drink a cold decoction of cassia fistula and other herbs mixed with honey, or made from barley frequently treated with antiemetic drugs. Food that alleviates and is palatable, and condiments made from Viteria indica and Cymbopogon citratus. One should lick realgar and black pepper with the juice of citron and wood apple mixed with honey to conquer vomiting. One should eat with ginger, black pepper, long pepper, or Fagonia cretica with honey. One should lick black pepper, cinnamon, cardamom, cow dung juice, and honey. Ara. He speaks of the medicine for vomiting caused by disliked objects. By agreeable treatment. Vomiting caused by disliked objects subsides with agreeable treatment. That caused by worms is treated by physicians with the remedies prescribed for heart disease due to worms. The remaining types of vomiting and the diseases caused by them are treated according to their specific nature. The prescribed method of arresting and nourishing. Ghee jaggery preparations, meat soups, the three pungents, life-promoting, clarified butter preparations, milks, and linctuses mixed with haritaki bring persistent vomiting to an end. Thus ends the treatment of vomiting. After the treatment of vomiting, the treatment of heart disease is described due to the connection of hearing the word heart disease. Now, the treatment of heart disease. In type heart disease, one should drink oil, warm and mixed with salt, along with whey, a type of fermented gruel, or buttermilk. That also alleviates abdominal tumor, distension, and pain. And oil cooked with salts, along with urine and sour gruel, possesses similar qualities. Having cooked Aiglamarmelos plutia lanceolata, barley, Ziziphus moridiana, Cedrus deodara, Borhavia diffusa, Macrotoloma uniflorum, and the group of 5 roots in water, one should then cook oil in that water. That oil should be used for nasal administration, drinking, and enema. Ghee cooked with dry ginger, Indian gooseberry, rock salt, kakoli, asafoetida, pushkaramula, and haritaki conquers pain in the sides, heart disease, and abdominal tumor. A measure of ghee prepared with 2 a measure of black salt and 50 parts of haritaki conquers heart disease, asthma, and abdominal tumor. Pomegranate, black salt, dry ginger, asafoetida, and Garcinia pedunculata make an excellent powder that destroys a type of convulsion, heart disease, and dyspnea. Inula racemosa, Curcuma zidoaria, dry ginger, the root of citron, and Terminalia chibula. When made into a paste and consumed with alkali ghee, sour substances, and salt, relieve in pain. A decoction, lukewarm, possessing those qualities, made with carom seeds, salt, alkaline preparation, sweet flag, cumin, ginger, along with devadaru, citron, flame of the forest, zidoari, and pushkaramula. Or one should drink barley alkali and with warm water. By this, born, colic, and chronic abdominal lump are broken up in 7 nights, just as a cloud is by the wind. 1.5. The 5 pungent spices, zidoari, haritaki, jaggery, citron, and pushkaramula. Pounded with a type of liquor, fried in a mixture of ghee and oil, and mixed with salt, should be eaten for pain in the heart, sides, and vagina, and in abdominal lumps and abdominal diseases. Here, unctuous fomentations are beneficial, as are medicated clarified butters. One should drink water prepared with the light, 5 roots, or with dry ginger or a type of liquor, or the supernatant liquid of curds or fermented gruel when thirsty. When the heart is afflicted by one of the 3 with distension, stiffness, pain, and indigestion, this treatment is indicated. However, in cases of distension with discharge and delusion, the meat juices of partridge, curlew, peacock, quail, and domestic fowl, rich in fat, are beneficial. A person suffering from heart disease should drink oil prepared with, or a ghee preparation, or oil prepared with 100 times, or the excellent, a great oleaginous preparation. One should prepare a great oleaginous preparation with ginger, black pepper, long pepper, and other pungent substances. It should be mixed with 1/4 part of curds and sour substances as available. When consumed, it is nourishing, strengthening, invigorating, and destroys disorders and heart disease. When the digestive fire is kindled, in heart disease accompanied by throbbing and distension, milk, curds, jaggery, ghee, and the flesh of aquatic and marshy animals are beneficial. These very things are to be avoided in all 4 other heart diseases, and also in heart disease accompanied by stiffness, rigidity, and indigestion. But if there is an association within that condition, one should undertake a drying and heating treatment. For heart disease, a purgative combined with grapes, sugarcane juice, sugar, honey, and fruits would be beneficial for the heart. After purification, the subsequent regimen should be alleviating. External and internal cleansing, as described for and fever, should also be performed. One should also drink a paste of and with sugar and water. Ghee prepared with sugar, grapes, dates, and the 2S, along with milk and buffalo ghee, destroys heart disease due to. One should cook ghee with, along with and in milk. That ghee, when cooled and mixed with honey, is desirable, as is that which is made with the sweet group. One should also administer an enema of oil cooked with and mixed with honey. In heart disease arising from one of the 3 doses, one who has been fomented should vomit with water medicated with neem and Acorus calamus. He should eat horsegram and meat juice from wild animals, along with pungent alcohol and barley. One should drink a powder of Acorus calamus, asafoetida. The 2 salts, rock salt and black salt, dried ginger, Amomum subulatum, Trachospermum roxburghianum, long pepper, and alkali from barley with warm water. Similarly with fruit, fermented gruel, horsegram soup, urine, and fermented liquor. A decoction of Inula racemosa, Terminalia chebula, dry ginger, Hedychium spicatum, Pluchia lanceolata, Acorus calamus, and long pepper. Similarly, a decoction of Berberis aristata and Myrica esculenta, a linctus prepared from a decoction of, along with and mixed with the powder of the 3 pungents and taken with warm water as an after drink, removes disorders. One should drink the clarified butters and various alkaline preparations prescribed for a tumor caused by, or one should administer shilajit or the here. Similarly, one may use the linctus of or the linctus formulated by Agastya. If a person experiences severe pain immediately after eating, slight pain when the food is digesting, and it subsides when the food is fully digested, that person should drink a powder of costus, Vaidanga, the 2 salts, and lodra, along with deodar and aconitum heterophyllum with warm water. If a person experiences severe pain when the food is digested, they should be purged with unctuous substances. If when the food is digesting, then with fruits, and if the pain is always severe, then with strong roots. Splenic enlargement pain caused by digestion, swelling, abdominal enlargement, glandular swellings, and other diseases, consumption. Sluggish digestion, anorexia, splenic enlargement, dyspnea, distension, rheumatism, diseases of the voice, uncertain, yakyatavo kesa visvayuto yuso datrimudgebi krita, rirya sargaska silithansa vivarjayat. Thus, in Himadri's commentary, the Ayurveda Rasayana, the chapter on acid dyspepsia is fully described. Usually, Vata, whose movement is obstructed, becomes aggravated when it enters the stomach. Its downward movement should be brought about by purification, fasting, and digestive measures. All medicines that destroy worms are to be used in heart disease caused by worms. Thus ends the treatment of heart disease. Now, the treatment of thirst. In all types of a regimen that alleviates and is generally recommended. In all cases, a cooling treatment, both external and internal, as well as pacifying and purifying measures, are beneficial. Divine water cooled and mixed with honey is beneficial, as is terrestrial water with similar qualities. Water cooled by being poured over heated clods of earth, potsherds, or sand, etc., or water boiled with sugar or with the 5 roots beginning with grass is beneficial. A churned drink made with parched grain flour is praised. A cold drink made with unroasted barley mixed with sugar and honey is beneficial. Similarly, a gruel made with old rice or kodo millet is beneficial. Food prepared with cold substances and substances of cooling potency is beneficial. For one sprinkled with cold water, milk with sugar and honey, and broths of wild animals fried in ghee without sour or salty tastes are beneficial. Similarly, broths of mung bean and other pulses enriched with life-promoting substances are beneficial. Nasal administration of milk ghee prepared with cooling substances and sugarcane juice are beneficial. Cooling mouth rinses mentioned in the are beneficial. External applications and other treatments mentioned for fever with burning sensation, a state of inactivity, mental contentment, and the sight or remembrance of great rivers and lakes are also beneficial. In caused by Vata, curd with jaggery is recommended. Also, nourishing and cooling meat broths and water from the group of herbs beginning with are beneficial. For thirst arising from the fiery, the juice of a ripe cluster fig fruit mixed with sugar, or a cold decoction of it, or water prepared with the group of herbs is beneficial. One should drink cold infusions made from similar groups of herbs that are cooling, mixed with sugar and honey. Similarly, those prepared with sweet-tasting medicines and milky trees. One should drink water boiled with the tender leaves of citron, grape, banyan, and willow, the roots of Desmostachya bipinnata and Saccharum spontaneum and licorice. Or one may drink the group mentioned for fever, or water prepared with 5 essences. For thirst arising from emesis with water from neem flowers is prescribed. One should drink water prepared with bale, pigeon pea, the 5 pungent spices, and the 5 types of kusha grass, or water boiled with turmeric mixed with honey and sugar. Also, mung bean soup with the 3 pungents, pointed gourd, and leaves. One should habitually consume barley food, pungent gargles, nasal drops, and linctuses. Due to undigested toxic matter from all bodily humors, a treatment that destroys it is desired, and so is emesis, vomiting. Emesis is performed with the 3 pungents, ginger, black pepper, and long pepper, marking nut, sweet flag, sour fruits, warm water, or buttermilk. After fasting, a person who knows the proper time should drink warm, scum of boiled rice, or cold, a gruel. For thirst due to exertion, one should drink meat broth or a churned drink with sugar. From sun exposure, one should drink a churned drink with sugar, made from barley and jujube flour, and one should anoint all limbs with sesame oil cake and sour gruel. And after a cold bath, one should drink wine mixed with water or jaggery water to the extent of one's thirst. After bathing, one should drink wine mixed with half its quantity of water, along with sour and salty substances. One whose digestive fire is very sharp due to oleation should drink naturally cold water. If thirsty due to undigested, one should drink warm water. If due to digested, one should drink thin gruel. One who is thirsty after eating unctuous food should drink jaggery water that rivals ice in coolness. One who is thirsty after eating heavy food, etc., should drink warm water and then vomit that food. For consumption-borne diseases, everything that is beneficial for consumption and all nourishing medicine is suitable. For those who are emaciated, weak, and dry, goat's milk or goat's meat soup is beneficial. And milk, boiled with ingredients that alleviate consumption and cough, for thirst with upward moving, one of the 3. For thirst arising from a secondary disease, water prepared with parched grain, along with sugar and honey, is praised for drinking. And all treatment should be considered in relation to the primary disease, etc. If a thirsty person, emaciated by a previous illness, does not receive water, he will quickly attain death or a prolonged illness from that. Therefore, one should first conquer his thirst with wholesome food, drink, and medicines. When that thirst is conquered, any other disease can also be treated. 84.5. Thus ends the treatment of thirst disease. Thus ends the 6th chapter. Named the treatment of vomiting, heart disease, and thirst in the 4th section, Chikitsa Sthana, of the composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the Lord of Physicians, Simhagupta. Chapter 7. Now we shall expound the treatment of alcoholism and other diseases. Thus indeed spoke the great sages like Atreya. One should first counteract the bodily humor that is observed to be predominant. In where they are equal, one should treat them in the order of the one of the 3 dosas sites. In whichever one of the 3 dosas, etc., is observed to be predominant, one should identify and know it. Of that, first of all, at the very beginning, one should perform a counteraction. Thus, with unequal should be treated. when the are equal in one, should counteract the in the order of the sites. Why is this done? He says, for usually culminates in one of the three dosas and Vata. The disease that arises from drinking wine in insufficient, improper, or excessive quantities is alleviated by the same wine when drunk in proper quantity due to the similarity of alcohol to poison. But poison, due to its association with qualities like sharp, etc., which are of an exalted nature, requires another poison. The moisture of food essence, having been digested and turned into an alkaline substance by alcohol that is naturally sharp and hot, consumed in excessive quantity, and which is sour and burning, causes intoxication, thirst, delusion, fever, internal burning sensation, and giddiness. The wind dosa, obstructed in the channels by the humor, aggravated by alcohol, causes very severe pains in the head, bones, and joints. When the from undigested alcohol has subsided and there is lightness and desire for food, alcohol itself, properly administered according to the method, destroys those symptoms. For alkali quickly attains sweetness when combined with sour substances. Among sour substances, alcohol is excellent because it sufficiently causes the to liquefy, and because of the qualities like sharp and hot mentioned earlier, and qualities like appetite stimulating, alcohol, is supremely conducive to the equilibrium of the body tissues due to its suitability habituation. One should administer medicine for alcoholism for 7 or 8 nights. Within this time, the alcohol that has gone astray from its proper path becomes digested. Then, the disease that subsequently arises, its medicine, should be administered appropriately by one who has completed the treatment for the alcohol poisoning and its complications. In predominant cases, wine made from flour mixed with citron, Garcinia indica, jujube, pomegranate, carom seeds, Trachospermum ammi, Juniperus communis, cumin, tricadu, 3 salts, and fresh ginger should be given, along with roasted meats, green vegetables, and those rich in fat, with a type of meat. Warm, unctuous, sour, and salty meat broths are beneficial. Sweet, sour condiments and 6 flavored condiments prepared with mango and hog plum pulp are beneficial. Soft, varied, and palatable preparations of wheat and black gram, and those filled with fresh ginger, fermented barley, vinegar, and meat, etc., are beneficial. Fragrant, salty, cold, and old, a type of wine or wine is also beneficial. The fresh juice of pomegranate and a decoction of the lesser, 5 roots, are beneficial. Similarly, a decoction of dry ginger and coriander and whey, water, sour gruel, and sour gruel are beneficial. Warm anointing, rubbing, and bathing, and thick coverings are beneficial. Thick incense made of agar wood and a paste of saffron are beneficial. Beloved women with beautiful breasts, thighs, and hips, whose bodies are warm with youth, are beneficial when embracing with joy and in massages. In predominant cases, a type of wine with much water or honey mixed with juices of pomegranate, dates, Delinia indica, grapes, and Grewia asiatica should be administered well chilled with sugar and roasted grain flour. A similar drink or wine mixed with decoctions of the sweet group and honey is beneficial. One should eat a type of rice, and a type of rice with hare, partridge, deer, and francolin, and with the juices of Lathyrus sativus, mung bean, Emblica officinalis, Trichosanthes dioica, and pomegranate. One who has thirst and burning sensation, and whose are greatly agitated, should induce vomiting after drinking cold water or wine mixed with plenty of sugarcane juice or grape juice. Afterwards, a nourishing gruel taken in stages and similar preparations are highly beneficial. In this way, his digestive fire is stimulated, which digests the remaining in food. In cough with bloody expectoration, in pain in the sides and chest, in thirst accompanied by burning sensation, and in nausea in the heart and chest, one should administer the juice of Tinospora cordifolia, Cyperus rotundus, or Trichosanthes dioica, with ginger in a quantity similar to that of a partridge. If one is extremely thirsty, and one of the three are greatly aggravated, one should be given a cold drink of grape juice, which promotes the downward movement of. When it has been digested, one should eat with a sweet and sour goat meat soup. If thirsty, one should drink a little wine with much water, protecting one's intoxication. Or water boiled with Cyperus rotundus, pomegranate, parched rice, and Syzygium cumini, or water boiled with Stereospermum suaviolens and lotus rhizomes, or naturally cold water. Due to excessive drinking of wine, when the water element is diminished and fiery essence is aggravated, if a person has a dry throat, palate, and lips, and struggles pulling out his tongue, one should make him drink water as much as he desires, which has been struck by the night wind. A facial application of Ziziphus jujuba, pomegranate, Garcinia indica, Rumex vesicarius, and juice of Rumex vesicarius. This 5 sour ingredients immediately alleviates thirst. And the heat of alcohol having reached the skin and being overwhelmed by one of the 3 doses and blood produces severe burning. In that case, an extremely cooling regimen should be applied. If it does not subside even after the person is satiated with meat juices, one should puncture the vein. One should conquer an excess of one of the 3 doses through emesis and fasting. One should drink cold water infused with dry ginger, Desmodium gangeticum, Pavonia odorata, or Fagonia cretica, or any one of these. When free from undigested toxins and hungry, at the proper time one should be given to drink a type of alcoholic beverage with much honey, or old wine, or a medicinal fermented preparation, or a type of alcoholic beverage, combined with drying and nourishing substances and containing carom seeds and dry ginger. One should feed him barley and wheat with a thin, small, hot, sour, pungent, and bitter soup made from horse gram, with little ghee, or with soups made from dried radishes and wild greens, or with soups from animals that roam in dry land, containing sour sorrel, Garcinia indica, pointed gourd, the 3 pungents, and pomegranates. Eating meat of wild animals, with abundant pieces of dry ginger, black pepper, and fresh ginger, made sour with citron juice, roasted, devoid of water, and thoroughly churned, containing caper and Carissa carandas, etc., appetizing, highly stimulating, with clearly defined 8 kinds of salt, and prepared with a kind of pickle, according to one's digestive fire, one should drink honey wine without hesitation. Sugar, rock salt, cumin, tamarind, Garcinia pedunculata, and half a part of cinnamon, cardamom, and black pepper. This 8-ingredient salt is beneficial for purifying the channels and kindling the digestive fire in alcoholism, predominantly of the type. Through dry and hot powder massage, rubbing the body vigorously, bathing, eating, and fasting. And by staying awake appropriately with desirous women, alcoholism, predominantly of the type quickly, subsides. Whatever treatment has been prescribed for the strength of individual, that should also be varied in the 10 types of concurrence of all 3. With cinnamon, Misua feria, long pepper, black pepper, cumin, coriander, Grewia asiatica, Madhuca longifolia, cardamom, and Pinus roxburghia, along with sugar. A delightful drink mixed with wood apple juice and scented with camphor should be drunk in all types of alcoholism, as it promotes appetite and kindles the digestive fire. Wine without disturbing the mind or harming the body would not cause alcoholism. Therefore, an action that causes delight is desired. Even when purification, palliation, and other treatments for the vices of wine have been performed, if it does not subside and one of the 3 doses is diminished and weakness and lightness have arisen, then for that person whose body is consumed by wine and who has an excess of it, milk is like rain for a tree scorched by summer. For one emaciated by alcohol, milk quickly nourishes the diminished, as it is similar in all qualities to and opposite to alcohol. When the disease is overcome by milk and strength is regained, one should discontinue the use of milk and gradually consume alcohol in small quantities, so that one is not afflicted by complications arising from and. For these 2 types of patients, milk should be given orally, and nourishing auspicious enemas, unction rubbing bathing, and food and drink that subdue should be employed. For one who consumes alcohol appropriately, an alcohol-induced disease does not arise. Therefore, its proper method of use, which is solely for well-being, will now be described. That which holds the great brilliance and strength of the Asvins and the power of Sarasvati, and that which holds the virility of Indra and the influence of Vishnu, that which is the weapon of the god of love, Makaraketu, and the ultimate goal of Balabhadra, that which is offered into the fire by the mouth of a twice-born in the Sautramani sacrifice, that which, full of all medicinal herbs, arose from the great ocean when it was churned by gods and demons, along with Sri Lakshmi the moon and ambrosia, that which exists in many forms like etc., allowing the power of intoxication, having tasted which, coquettish women truly bear their name of being playful. Having drunk which, even women of noble families, with their minds aroused, lead the mind of even a sage somewhere with limbs embraced by the god of love. That which, by the threatening gestures of eyebrows like breaking waves, appeases the mind of a proud woman and brings delight to both man and woman. That which, having tasted, men in battle, where throngs of celestial nymphs are delighted by the desired attainment of warriors, abandon their lives like grass. That which, even after practicing it for a long time in its many forms and manifestations, one always enjoys with an excess of joy as if for the first time, seeing which one is not overcome by sorrow, anxiety, distress, or fear, without which gatherings, great festivals, and gardens do not shine, separated from which one grieves repeatedly upon remembering it. That which, even when displeased, brings joy, and when pleased is heaven itself. That by which, residing in the heart, one considers even Indra to be in distress, that whose taste of happiness is inexpressible, and which is known only by oneself. Thus, in various situations, it imitates a beloved, that by which a beloved becomes exceedingly dear, especially to her lover. That which is praised as joy, as speech, as nourishment, by gods and humans. When there is an inclination to drink, one should drink that according to the prescribed method. Those dreadful diseases arising from fat, Vata, and which cannot be cured without alcohol consumed according to the rules, do not occur. There is a state of the body in which drinking is forbidden, except for alcohol, prepared with various medicinal herbs. How can the meat of aquatic and desert animals, even when prepared according to proper methods, be properly digested without the aid of wine? And what benefit would there be in the use of garlic, which destroys very severe disorders, if it were devoid of wine and meat? Again, praising wine, he says, Sezir lasunasya kaduna taravata vyadivinasina majamam sarahitasya prayoge kiangunashat. What benefit would there be in the use of garlic, which destroys very severe disorders, if it were devoid of wine and meat? The meaning is very little. In the extraction of deeply embedded foreign bodies and in procedures involving surgical instruments, caustics, and fire, one who has drunk wine easily endures the boasts of the physician. It stimulates the digestive fire as appetizing and removes sorrow and fatigue. There is nothing else superior to it for promoting health, strength, and nourishment. Therefore, one who values their life should always drink it, protecting their life. It is beneficial to dependents and those who seek refuge, and it is the supreme means too, with a multitude of petals from the excitement of the Lord of Love. Thus, held by young women, unsteady, a charm to delude youthful hearts, by those intoxicated with the wine of youth, whose very being is pervaded by coquetry, being circulated simultaneously by slender-limbed women here and there, cooled by the very cool breezes from palm leaf fans and lotus leaves, which makes one subservient even by its sight, how much more so when tasted, born of the mind, i.e. love. Residing with the moon-like essence of mango and accompanied by bright jasmine, held in a crystal shell with ripples, bearing the body like a charming god of love. Having first consumed a heart-pleasing powder like or a substance that preserves youth, and having had it served mixed with water on a well-cleaned spot of ground to those who desire it, then, being resolute and mindful, always acting neither too little nor too much, performing everything with appropriate procedures, generating a beauty enhanced by the absence of transition, surpassing the fully bloomed black lotus. One should drink the wine, from which the swarm of bees has been removed. Having drunk 2 cups in this manner, and having honored all the attendants, one should then go to the dining hall and eat again in front of a good physician. Or one may drink a little, twice or thrice at night, for the sake of enjoying women. If a skilled person does not make his beloved drink wine with passion, her body thrilled, sweating, and her breasts trembling, what does he experience then but the toil of household duties, which is dear to suffering? The wine, made more fragrant by contact with the face of the beautiful-bodied woman, quickly takes on the form of a ruby gem as if liquefied. Even if one drinks little, intoxication arises from the exertion of love. Therefore, avoiding the depletion of he should then lie down. Drinking wine in this manner, with proper method, one is not deprived of the 3 aims of life, dharma, artha, kama, and one attains the supreme happiness of this fleeting world. This enjoyment of sovereignty is desirable even to the gods. Otherwise, in calamities, wealth would become fuel for regret. One who is devoid of enjoyment is censored as one who possesses enjoyments. This extremely miserly person has been created by fate as a guardian of treasure. Therefore, drinking in a regulated manner is always beneficial for drinking, having conquered the independence of the senses, which are greedy for objects. This is the rule for the wealthy, and for those who will be wealthy in the future, alcohol should be drunk by them in moderation as appropriate for their benefit. As long as there is no confusion of vision, and as long as the mind is not agitated, one who is self-controlled should always desist from alcohol up to that point. A person with an excess of one of the three, having been treated with oil massage, powder massage, bathing, fumigation of clothes, and anointing, and having consumed unctuous and hot foods, should drink alcohol. A person with excess, having been treated with various cooling measures and with sweet, unctuous, and cold foods, does not suffer when drinking alcohol. A person with excess, having eaten barley and wheat, should drink alcohol with meat from desert animals and with black pepper. Therein, foreign wines are generally beneficial. For wine with water and honey, foreign wines. A person should drink wine before eating, a person after eating. A person should drink in the middle of the meal, one with balanced should drink as desired. Thus concludes the treatment of alcoholism. Now the treatment of intoxication and fainting. In cases of that which alleviates and is generally desired for as well. In all cases, one should particularly observe cold applications, jewels, sprinklings, and fanning breezes are beneficial. Sugar, grapes, sugar cane, dates, and Melina arborea juices and milk, cooked with a sweet group of herbs, meat juices, and vegetable broths with pomegranate are beneficial. Rice, red rice, barley, ghee, and a group of herbs are beneficial. With milk, plumbago zeylanica, or long pepper or mineral pitch, according to the rejuvenating method, or a combination of 3 fruits mixed with ghee, honey, and sugar should be administered. In cases of continuous urges, obstructing the mouth and nose is beneficial. One should drink human milk and administer it as a nasal instillation. Or one should lick lotus stalks, lotus rhizomes, and long pepper with honey and Terminalia chibula. Or one should drink Fagonia cretica or Cyperus rotundus with cold water. One should drink black pepper, pulp of Ziziphus jujuba seed, Vetiveria zizanioides, and Mezua feria. Or ghee cooked in the juice of Emblica officinalis or with a decoction of Terminalia chibula. One should perform the prescribed treatment according to the strength and manifestation of thee. And the 5 therapies are desired, as is bloodletting. The support of the mind is knowledge and non-attachment to objects of the senses. Ayurveda Rasayana. He speaks of the medicine for those excessively increased, when the intoxication is excessively increased. In cases of greatly increased intoxication and fainting, one should apply sharp remedies prescribed for deep coma and anti-poison remedies in cases caused by poison. Thus ends the treatment of and. Now the treatment of. In one should immediately apply very sharp nasal administration and collyrium, fumes, insufflation, pricking with needles between the nails, plucking of hair, cauterization, biting with teeth and scorpions, pouring pungent and sour liquids into the mouth and rubbing with cowhage. Once he has risen and regained consciousness, he should drink garlic juice. He should eat citron stamens with tricatu and salt. He should consume light food along with sharp and hot alcohol for the purification of the channels. He should be treated with astonishing things, with recollections, with hearing and seeing pleasant things, with loud sounds of singing and musical instruments, with regular exercise, with purgatives, emetics, medicated smokes, and bloodletting. He should be continuously treated again due to the fear of recurrence. His mind should be protected from the cause of relapse. Here ends the 7th chapter, named Treatment of Alcoholism and Related Conditions. Chapter 8. Now therefore we shall expound the treatment of piles. Thus indeed spoke the great sages beginning with Atreya. In a moderate season, when the sky is clear, the patient suffering from should not be excessively weak. His alimentary tract should be purified. He should have eaten a light, small, and promoting downward movement of and feces meal. He should be clean, have performed auspicious rites, have evacuated urine and feces, and be free from pain. He should be placed on a bed, a plank, or on the lap of another person. He should lie supine with his anterior body facing the sun, his anus towards the sun, and his body straight. His hip region should be elevated, and then with a restraining cloth. His thighs and neck should be encircled, and he should be held straight. Supported by attendants, with his anus anointed with ghee. Then, a straight instrument, anointed with ghee, should be slowly and comfortably inserted into his anus. After observing the piles entering the instrument due to straining, the physician should then press it with a probe wrapped in a cloth and cauterize it according to the prescribed method. The moist should be cauterized only with alkaline preparation, while the dry one with or fire. If they are large or numerous, they should be excised, and then, after removing the instrument, the patient, whose anus and buttocks have been well anointed, should be placed in a sitz bath. Then, the regimen for him who is in a windless room should be prescribed. Each should be treated one by one at intervals of a week. First the right, then the left, then the one originating from the posterior apex. For one with many. Now, to show the order of these procedures, it is said, 0. First, for one with many. One should treat the located on the right side, thereafter the left one. Then, one should treat the one that has arisen at the posterior apex. For one whose sews are well cauterized, there will be downward movement of. There will be appetite for food, sharpness of digestive fire, good health, and an increase in complexion and strength. In pain in the bladder region, below the navel, one should apply a paste made from and finely ground. In the obstruction of feces and urine, one should apply a warm decoction for sprinkling and immersion made from. Or one should use milk or oil that alleviates along with unctuous substance. One should consume food that breaks up feces and that alleviate and stimulate digestion. Then, for piles that have protruded, are born of and are accompanied by stiffness, itching, pain, and swelling, and for which cauterization is not indicated, after anointing them, one should irrigate them with oil cooked with root of, leadwort, alkali, or with the fat of a snake, cat, camel, or boar. Green vitriol, rock salt, dried ginger, and glory lily. Realgar, mica, oleander, vedanga, baliospermum, and leadwort. Orpiment and argemone mexicana. With these equal parts one should cook. Oil with the milk of euphorbia and calotropis, and 4 times the quantity of cow's urine. By anointing with this, piles quickly fall off like by caustic alkali. This acts like but does not harm the folds of the anus. Afterwards, one should foment with a bolus, or with a liquid fomentation, or with boluses of roasted grain flour made unctuous with oil and ghee, or with boluses of or with black gandica boluses. The root of Calotropis gigantea leaves Prosopis cineraria, human hair, a snake's slough, cat's skin, and ghee. This fumigation is beneficial for hemorrhoids. Similarly, Withania somnifera, Ocimum sanctum, Solanum indicum, long pepper, and ghee. The soft inner pulp of Lupha echinata seeds, ground with fermented gruel, when applied and dried in the shade, forms a wick that destroys anal growths, hemorrhoids. Or, a paste made from with its pulp and root, combined with alkaline preparation, or a wick made from the seeds of Abrus precatorius, Amorphophallus paeoniifolius, and Benincasa hispida, has the same quality of destroying anal growths. A paste made with milk hedge, latex, and moist turmeric. Similarly, a paste made with chicken droppings, long pepper, turmeric, and Abrus precatorius fruits ground with cow urine. And a paste made with calamus, Indian laburnum, and elephant bones ground with latex. A paste made with crab horn, haritaki, costus, marking nut, copper sulfate. Drumstick tree root, radish seeds, and leaves of Nerium indicum and neem. A paste combined with Salvadora persica root, bell, and asafoetida. A paste of costus, albizia lebec seeds, long pepper, rock salt, jaggery, Calotropis latex, Euphorbia neriifolia, latex, and the 3 myrobalans is also a plaster. Calotropis milk, Euphorbia neriifolia stem, bitter gourd, leaves, Pongamia pinnata, and goat urine make an excellent plaster for hemorrhoids. A plaster made with long pepper and other substances suitable for oil enema is also highly regarded. With these very same medicines, one should also prepare oils for anointing. By fumigation, plasters, and anointing, the anal sprouts discharge the accumulated vitiated blood, and then one becomes comfortable. From piles that are not subsiding, swollen and hard, one should repeatedly extract blood with leeches, surgical instruments, needles, and probes. Indeed, the disease does not subside with cold, unctuous, or dry treatments. Therefore, when the blood is vitiated, the physician should only let out the blood. The curd that is produced from milk which has been sprinkled with powder of. By drinking that very curd and eating with it, one conquers the anal growths. By drinking the powder of the roots of Bauhinia variegata with buttermilk and eating wholesome foods when it is digested, one is freed from piles. A person suffering from swelling and pain in the anus with weak digestion and abdominal tumors should drink the formula with buttermilk or eat jaggery end. Or one should drink and bark of with buttermilk. Or one should drink an elephant foot yam with their proportions progressively increased. Or one should drink 3 salts, 3 pungents, asafoetida and Garcinia pedunculata with warm water. One should give buttermilk gruel mixed with aigul marmelos and Feronia limonia, or with ginger and black salt. Or one should give it with Trachospermum ammi. Or one should give Juniperus communis, asafoetida, and Plumbago zeylanica mixed with buttermilk. For a month, one should eat fruits of Salvadora persica with buttermilk as in post-meal drink. Or one should drink buttermilk daily without food as desired. For one whose digestive fire is extremely weak, only buttermilk should be administered. For 7 days, or 10 days, or half a month, or even a month, the physician, knowing the patient's strength, the time, and the disease, should administer buttermilk. In the evening, one may give a buttermilk paste made from parched rice flour. Or, when the buttermilk has been digested, one may give a buttermilk gruel with rock salt. After this, buttermilk as an after-drink with fat and buttermilk rice. Or, one should eat rice in moderation with soups or meat broths that are rich in buttermilk. Dry with half the fat removed, and that from which ghee has not been removed. The physician, knowing the digestive fire and the strength, should administer this 3-fold buttermilk. Piles, born from the anus, do not sprout again when struck down by buttermilk. Indeed, when that buttermilk is poured on the ground, it burns even a clump of grass. When the channels are purified by buttermilk, the nutrient fluid that reaches the bodily tissues leads to nourishment, strength, complexion, and supreme contentment. 100 and disorders also subside. Buttermilk, churned and kept overnight in a vessel smeared with the fruits of Solanum xanthocarpum, should be drunk by those desiring the destruction of piles. With powdered coriander, black cumin, jasmine, common juniper, long pepper, and wild long pepper. Caraway, long pepper root, zeaberry, carom seeds, leadwort, and a type of carom seed. One should prepare a fermented buttermilk preparation by steeping buttermilk, which is not excessively sour, in a pot smeared with ghee. One should drink this when it has developed a distinctly sour and pungent taste, as desired. It is a carminative appetizer, improves complexion, and promotes the downward movement of and to of the 3. It destroys swelling, itching, and pain in the anus and increases strength. One should grind the bark of the leadwort root and smear it inside a pot. Buttermilk or curds that have formed in that pot, which destroy hemorrhoids, should be drunk. This same procedure applies to Clerodendrum serratum, Cardiospermum helicacobum, Tinospora cordifolia, and the 5 pungent spices, and, with pastes of long pepper, one should prepare sour, a combination of 2 fats, thin gruel, vegetable broth, meat soup, etc., with fruits. Water and ghee, prepared with these very same medicines, are also digestive stimulants. This is the regimen for those with loose stools. The regimen for those with hard stools will be described. One should drink a type of liquor mixed with roasted grain flour, rich in unctuous substances and salt. Or one may drink buttermilk, a type of liquor, fermented gruel, or all with salt. One should eat Indian beech leaves, fried in a combination of 2 unctuous substances and powdered with before meals, as they promote the downward movement of one of the 3 dosas and feces. One may eat dry ginger with jaggery. And Cisampellos pereira, or alkaline preparation, and ghee, or Terminalia chibula, soaked in cow's urine with 200 fruits of Terminalia chibula should be cooked in 1 of cow's urine until the urine is completely reduced. One should eat 2 of the cooked fruits along with honey. These destroy diseases caused by one of the three dosas, such as piles, skin diseases, swelling abdominal lumps, urinary disorders, abdominal diseases, worms. Glandular swellings, tumors, scrofula, obesity, anemia, and one of the three dosas disorders. The paste of root mixed with goat's urine, when consumed by one who eats jaggery and eggplant, quickly destroys their anal growths, piles. One should consume a Perculina terpithum with the juice of Terminalia chebula, or Terminalia chebula with buttermilk. Or one should eat mixed with long pepper fried in ghee and combined with jaggery. Alternatively, one should consume with and Baliospermum montanum as a laxative. When the one of the three bodily humors located in the anus is eliminated, the anal growths, piles, diminish. Buttermilk, mixed with the juice of pomegranate, cumin, jaggery, and dry ginger, or with is a laxative for and feces. One should drink or types of alcoholic beverages with and dry ginger, or a type of liquor mixed with and salt. By drinking long pepper in increasing doses of 10, along with 2 of sesame seeds, with milk, one gains strength of the body and the digestive fire. When combined with Danvayavasa or dry ginger, even with just one of these, destroys the pain of hemorrhoids. Having cooked half a of haritaki bark in of water, 1 of amalaki, 10 of then half of that of pipala, and each 2 separately in the quarter remaining liquid after it has been strained, one should add 2 of jaggery and 1 of flowers, and then store it in a vessel smeared with ghee. After a fortnight, this, when consumed, kindles the digestive fire and destroys piles, sprue, anemia, skin diseases, abdominal diseases, artificial poisons, fevers, swelling, splenic enlargement, heart diseases, abdominal tumors, consumption, vomiting, and worms. One should cook triphala and citraka, each one in 1 of water. When a quarter remains, one should add of jaggery. All other procedures for this should be as before, but this one is more downward acting. One should cook 1 of in 1 of water, along with citraka, haritaki, and santhi, each one. When a quarter remains, one should add 100 pala of sugar to it, and other procedures should be as before. One should smear the pot with pipali, ghee, and honey. One should drink clarified butter cooked with sour fruits before meals to promote downward movement of, or cooked with and mixed with and jaggery, or cooked with along with alkali and dry ginger, cooked with coriander and pomegranate, and prepared with curds alleviates the obstruction of feces and urine. One should cook with 3 times the quantity of water, with the addition of drugs beginning with as. It is an excellent remedy for hemorrhoids and a powerful digestive stimulant. One should prepare ghee with pipali, pipali mula, kavya, citraka, santhi, haritaki, bibitaka, salt, coriander, black pepper, and along with curds. This quickly conquers pain in the anus and groin, dysentery, anal prolapse, dysuria, and discharge. Ghee prepared with coriander, pipali, pipali mula, kavya, citraka, santhi, and along with curds and 4 times the quantity of juice. Destroys flatulence with obstruction, dysuria, dysentery, pain from anal prolapse, piles, sprue syndrome, and Vata disorders. One should administer well-prepared sour meat juices of peacocks, partridges, quails, or of roosters and common quails in cases of fecal and obstruction. The tender leaves of etc. and other leafy vegetables that alleviate and are light and promote intellect should be prepared with asafoetida fried in a mixture of ghee and oil. Cooked with cream of curds, with coriander and a group of 5 spices ground together with pomegranate juice, mixed with tender leaves of fresh ginger and slices of fresh ginger, made fragrant with a pleasing charcoal smoke, with cumin, black pepper, and abundant and salts. For a person with predominant who is emaciated, has weak digestion, and obstructed feces, one should prepare a side dish for red rice, like a vegetable or a soup. Especially the soups of cow, monitor lizard, goat, and camel, particularly those that are carnivorous. Wine, sugar-based liquor, jaggery-based liquor, fermented sugarcane juice, buttermilk, fermented rice water, medicinal wine, whey, or water, or a small amount of water boiled, with grains and dry ginger, or with solanum xanthocarpum. At the end of the meal or in the middle, these promote the downward movement of and feces. For when feces and move downwards, and the anus is clean, the hemorrhoids subside and the digestive fire increases. For those afflicted by upward movement of, and those who are excessively emaciated, whose is moving in the wrong direction, and who are suffering from pain, oil enema is beneficial for them. One should cook oil with long pepper, emetic nut, bale fruit, dill, licorice, calamus, costus, zadori, pushkaramala, leadwort, and deodar cedar, after grinding them into a paste and adding twice the quantity of milk. This is excellent for hemorrhoids and for those with obstructed. It conquers prolapse of the anus, pain, dysuria, dysentery, weakness of the hips, thighs, and back, abdominal distension located in the groin, slimy discharge, swelling in the anus, obstruction of and feces, and frequent straining. Or one may administer a decoction enema made with group of 5 roots with milk, along with urine, oil, ghee, and salt, and combined with pastes of fruits and other ingredients. Then, observing the association of or in bleeding, piles. One should administer unctuous or dry and cold treatment. If the feces are dark, rough, dry, and Vata descends downwards, and there is pain in the waist, thighs, and anus, and the cause was drying, treatment. Then there is an association of. If the stool is loose, white, yellow, heavy, unctuous, and the anus is slimy and moist, and the cause is unctuous and heavy, treatment. One should know the association of and also from the characteristics of the blood, each according to its own nature. When the blood is vitiated, purification and fasting should be performed according to strength. As long as there is turbidity in the discharge due to the bodily humors, one should neglect it. For the digestion of the treat, the digestion of the thmedeviling, and for kindling the digestive fire, and for stopping the blood, one should then treat with bitter substances. But if the blood flows from a person whose are diminished, or whose is predominant, one should treat that with appropriate unctuous substances in drinks, anointing, and enemas. But if the blood, predominantly one of the 3, flows during the hot season, it must be stopped absolutely, unless it is accompanied by and the other 2. In blood mixed with one should drink a decoction of ginger and the bark of Holarina antidysenterica, or Andrographis paniculata, ginger, Fagonia cretica, red sandalwood, the bark of Berberis aristata, Vetiveria zizanioides, or the bark of pomegranate. One should drink the bark and fruit of Rasanjana, pyrite, and Adavisa, pounded with rice water or peacock. 100 palas of fresh bark should be cooked in celestial water, rainwater. When the bark is devoid of juice, one should add finely powdered and in equal parts, each a handful. With these and an equal quantity of indrayava after straining, one should cook it to a consistency that adheres to a ladle. Having prepared and licked this, linctus, one should then drink thin gruel, scum of gruel, goat's milk, or cow's milk according to one's digestive strength while consuming goat's milk. This linctus quickly pacifies bloody diarrhea originating from the anus, and severe, a bleeding disorder, flowing upwards or downwards. One of bark should be cooked in a measure of liquid of water until reduced to 1/8. After making a paste, one should add bitumen, the 3 pungents, black pepper, long pepper, and ginger, the 2 lodra and paticaladra, pomegranate rind, small bilva fruits, and fruit, each one in measure, and 10 of bark itself. 30 of jaggery and 20 of ghee should be added to the strained liquid. This, when cooked to a linctus consistency and kept in a heap of grains for a fortnight, when licked, controls all types of piles, malabsorption syndrome, imbalance, asthma, and cough. One should administer sesame, sandalwood, and water lily, mixed with goat's milk, and then feed the patient rice with the same goat's milk, licorice, milk, and should be drunk with sugar and honey, either with cold water or with that milk. The bark of and should be taken with rice water. The powder of and is beneficial when there is shifting pain and excessive bleeding. Ghee cooked with and is praised. Alternatively, ghee cooked with bark, fruits, and along with or with and pomegranate juice. Butter, consumed with sugar and lotus filaments or with sesame seeds, repeatedly controls bleeding piles. Goat's butter, ghee, milk, and meat, the juice of wild animals, which is not sour or slightly sour, or a juice with Chenopodium album, red rice, the cream of curds, rice, fresh liquor, and fresh scum of liquor are excellent remedies for blood. Onion, even by itself, when used in gruels, soups, meat juices, etc., conquers aggravated blood and vata. When there is excessive discharge of blood, piles are usually dominated by one of the 3. Therefore, one should make a greater effort to conquer it. Having observed a disease characterized by bleeding from various orifices to be strong and another name for, to be weak, cooling treatments should be applied in every way for its pacification. If it is not pacified in this way, then one should nourish it with unctuous and warm meat soups and with lukewarm, clarified butter, administered as a type of administration. One should also irrigate it with lukewarm oil, milk, and clarified butter as desired. The roots of and the flowers of and the tender shoots of, and each weighing 2s, should be cooked in 3s of water and 1 of milk. When only the milk remains and the decoction is strained, mix into it a paste of the seeds of and the stamens of. This slimy enema, prepared with ghee, honey, and sugar, alleviates dysentery, prolapse of the anus, bleeding, and fever. With and also with and other ingredients, the unctuous substance, cooked with double the quantity of milk, should be administered as an oil enema. Ghee cooked with alkali from barley, bark, alkali, and in the juice of conquers the 3s. This supreme medicine should be given for hemorrhoids, diarrhea, sprue, anemia, fever, anorexia, dysuria, anal prolapse, distension of the bladder, straining during defecation, slimy discharge, and pain from hemorrhoids. One should always apply sweet and sour and cold and hot substances alternately, keeping in mind the strength of the digestive fire. One who does this conquers diseases caused by piles. Having massaged a person afflicted by upward movement of phi with oils that alleviate cold fever, one should make them perspire with very unctuous fomentation boluses. Then one should insert into their anus. A suppository, which has been lubricated, is similar in size to the patient's thumb and promotes downward movement. It should be made from Indian sarsaparilla, terpeth, Baliospermum, and long pepper fruits, powdered mixed with 2 types of salt, jaggery, and cow's urine. Similarly, one can use long pepper, Madonna phala, house soot, and mustard seeds, combined with jaggery and cow's urine. Or one may blow the powder of these very substances into the anus through a tube. If there is an obstruction to that, i.e. a very strong and unctuous enema should be administered. This basti will make the veins, feces, urine, and wind of the patient move downwards. If the obstruction persists, the patient should be purged with purgation that alleviates and contains unctuous substances, and also given an oil enema. Because dryness causes obstruction of and feces. 3 salts, Plumbago zeylanica, Triphala, Baliospermum montanum, Semicarpus anacardium, and Plumbago zeylanica, should be made into a coarse powder, moistened with oil and urine, and then cooked in a earthen dish sealed with mud at the joint in a smokeless manner. This is called. When drunk with ghee or mixed with food by one who consumes unctuous substances, it destroys upward movement of Vata, constipation, hemorrhoids, abdominal tumor, anemia, abdominal diseases, worms, urinary obstruction, calculi, edema, heart disease, sprue, urinary disorders, splenic pain, flatulence, dyspnea, and cough. And everything that has been prescribed for hemorrhoids with severe constipation should also be done. When it is reduced to a quarter, 80 of jaggery should be added, along with 8 of finely powdered ginger, black pepper, and long pepper. This cures splenic enlargement, abdominal tumors, and abdominal diseases. 1 of bark and 2 of the roots of and should be cooked. This, combined with fresh grapes, citron, and ginger, and optionally with pieces of sugar cane, becomes a sour preparation when kept in a ghee pot for about a month. This is like a saw for stubborn diseases, and it is an excellent digestive stimulant. It destroys anemia, abdominal diseases, abdominal tumors, splenic enlargement, constipation with distension, and urinary calculi. 1 of juice, strained through a cloth, placed in a ghee vessel, should be combined with 2 each of dataki, grape, date, and amalaki. It should also be combined with 1 each of renuka, vitasa, ginger, black pepper, long pepper, cardamom bark, nutmeg, jujube, clove, vidanga, long pepper root, and chitraka. This, mixed with 100 of jaggery and kept in a windless place when drunk for a fortnight, quickly produces great strength. When the group of 10 roots, Cisampelos pereira, 2 types of, and Myrica esculenta, each weighing 10, have been burnt, strained, and cooked in a pot of water until reduced to 1/4, add 1 of jaggery, 5 of Plumbago zeylanica, and 2 handfuls of alkali preparation of barley. This jaggery, when licked, adhering to the ladle, destroys abdominal lump, splenic enlargement, piles, skin diseases, urinary disorders, and weak digestion. Half A of Plumbago zeylanica root should be cooked in a of water until it remains as 1/4 or 1/8. Then, adding 8 of old jaggery, it should be cooked again until it becomes thick. This electuary, sprinkled with the powder of ginger, black pepper, long pepper, Terminalia chibula, Sausuria costus, Cyprus rotundus, cinnamon, Embelia ribes, Plumbago zeylanica, and cardamom, conquers piles, skin diseases, splenic enlargement, abdominal lump, and abdominal diseases, and when regularly consumed, it greatly strengthens the digestive fire. A pill made from jaggery, the 3 pungents, the 3 myrobalans, Embelia ribes, sesame, Semicarpus anacardium, and Plumbago zeylanica, when regularly used, destroys piles and skin disorders. A elephant foot yam tuber, smeared with mud and cooked in fire like a method of cooking in which ingredients are wrapped in leaves, covered with mud, and cooked in fire, should be eaten with oil and salt for the alleviation of piles. Take black pepper, long pepper, dried ginger, and leadwort, with parts progressively increasing in quantity, and combine them with elephant foot yam, 4 times the quantity of. Make pills with jaggery to destroy anal growths. 16 parts of powdered half of that quantity of. 2 parts of dry ginger and 1 part of black pepper. A bolus made with jaggery is for conquering piles. A powder made of haritaki, dry ginger, long pepper, Indian beech, vidanga, and citraka, all equal to the quantity of sugar, digests even very heavy food like the submarine fire. Pills made from Holarina antidysenterica, Gloriosa superba, long pepper, Plumbago zeylanica, Achiranthes aspera, seeds, Andrographis paniculata, rock salt, and jaggery destroy anal piles. If you wish to destroy your anal piles, drink for 7 days a mixture of Holoptilia integrifolia and neem churned with buttermilk. For dry piles, Semicarpus anacardium is declared to be the best medicine. For moist piles, the bark of Holarina antidysenterica. It is strengthening for piles and removes impurities. Whatever food, drink, and medicine breaks up obstructions and leads to the downward movement of one of the 3, and whatever strengthens the digestive fire. That should be consumed by one suffering from piles. What is contrary to this should be avoided. Piles, diarrhea, and disorders of the duodenum are, for the most part, causes of one another. They exist when the digestive fire is weak and do not exist when it is strong. Therefore, one should especially protect the digestive fire in these conditions. Here ends the 8th chapter, named Treatment of Piles. Chapter 9. Now therefore we shall expound the treatment of diarrhea. Thus indeed spoke the great sages, beginning with Atreya. Diarrhea mostly originates from the stomach upper digestive tract. Even in type diarrhea, since it destroys the digestive fire, fasting is beneficial in the beginning. One suffering from who is afflicted by pain, distension, and excessive salivation should be made to vomit. Those that are accumulated and agitated by undigested food, and which lead to, in such cases, mere observation is the medicine, when they are greatly agitated and spontaneously moving. But a constipating remedy should not be administered first to one suffering from diarrhea with undigested food. Moreover, when he is obstructed and moving with difficulty, causing distension, heaviness, pain, and stiffness, haritaki becomes a life-giver. One with a moderate should drink and well boiled in water, causing dryness, orend. However, for those suffering from diarrhea with mild bodily humors, fasting is recommended. Or when thirst arises, one should give water boiled with sweet flag and Aconitum palmatum, or with nutgrass and Oldenlandia corymbosa, or with Pavonia odorata and dry ginger. At the appropriate mealtime, one should feed the patient who is weakened by hunger with a small amount of light food. In this way, he quickly regains taste, digestive strength, and physical strength. With buttermilk, with a type of sour gruel, with gruel, or with a nourishing drink, or with a type of liquor, or with honey, one should administer according to what is wholesome for the individual. Thereafter, one should prepare foods with substances that are astringent binding, appetite stimulating, and digestive. With young Agaloo marmelos, Curcuma zidoaria, coriander, asafoetida, Garcinia indica, pomegranate, Butea monosperma, Juniperus communis, cumin, Trachospermum ammi, salt, with the light 5 roots, with 5 pungent spices, and with Cisampelus pereira. A thin gruel prepared with Desmodium gangeticum, Seta cordifolia, Agaloo marmelos, and Uraria picta, and made sour with pomegranate, is beneficial when and are greatly aggravated. A thin gruel made with Terminalia cebula, root of long pepper, and Agaloo marmelos, is promotes the downward movement of one who has an abundance of bodily humors, whose digestive fire is strong, and who suffers from diarrhea with obstructed stools, should be purged with decoctions of long pepper, Embelia ribes, and a group of 3 fruits. For one who has been purged, a gruel prepared with anti-Vata and digestive stimulant ingredients should be administered. But one who, after the undigested material has matured and the digestive fire is kindled, passes stools, repeatedly with foam and sliminess, with pain, with obstruction. In small quantities, with little stool or without stool and with dysentery, should drink dry ginger with jaggery mixed with curd, oil, ghee, and milk. Or he should eat jujube fruits steamed with and. When hungry, he should be fed rice from grains with leafy vegetables that promote firm stools, prepared with abundant fat and with meat broths, cooked with and pomegranate, or well prepared with sesame, black gram, or green gram. He should be given meat broths of Hedychium spicatum, a type of radish, Cisampulus pereira, or a type of vegetable, or of Mamortica dioica, Trachospermum ami, Cucurbita pepo, Ipomoea digitata, or Cucumis mello var utilissimus, or of Bacella alba, Leptidemia reticulata, Sorelia coralifolia, or Chenopodium album, or with the juices of a type of leafy vegetable, Corchorus capsularis, or Portulaca oleracea. He should also be given meat broths of tortoise, quail, hare, peacock, partridge, or domestic fowl, a gruel prepared with Indian bale, nutgrass, Bellaric myrobalan, ginger, flowers of daki, and dried ginger in buttermilk, or a preparation with curd, made with the tender leaves of wood apple, Cassia tora, Clerodendrum flammatus, jasmine, banyan, Salvinia cucullata, and the tender leaves of pomegranate, Crotalaria juncea, cotton, and silk cotton tree, conquers chronic dysentery. A paste of unripe fruits and an equal amount of sesame paste along with the sour, unctuous cream of curd forms a type of medicinal preparation that cures dysentery with straining. Black pepper, coriander, cumin, tamarind, spiked ginger lily, rock salt, pomegranate, fireflame bush, Cisampelus pereira, the 3 myrobalans, the 5 pungent spices, barley ash, the pulp of wood apple, mango, and jambu, along with carom seeds. When these are ground and mixed with 6 times the quantity of pulp and prepared in curd or in mung bean soup or in jaggery or in a combination of 2 fats, this medicinal preparation, called invincible, is prepared. It is a carminative, digestive, absorbent appetizer and destroys a type of dysentery. One should prepare a soup of grains with the pastes of jujube, unripe, bale fruit, rice, barley, mung beans, black gram, and sesame seeds. This should be roasted in a mixture of 2 fats and made sour with curds and pomegranate. One should feed rice with this to a person whose feces are diminished and who has a dry mouth. Alternatively, the cream of curds, roasted in with jaggery and dry ginger, or wine roasted in may be used as a side dish. A sour fruit roasted in, or a soup of carrots, or parched barley flour roasted in and powdered with tricot should be eaten. Similarly, well-cooked black gram served with the supernatant liquid of ghee, or well-cooked and purified soup made from the entrails of a goat or sheep, should be cooked with sour pomegranate juice, coriander, fat, and dry ginger. By eating red rice with this and drinking that soup, one is quickly freed from the disorders caused by diminished feces. One should lick unripe jaggery, oil, long pepper, and dry ginger, when is obstructed, accompanied by pain and dysentery. The bark of lodra, the flowers of, and the leaves of jujube, should be drunk mixed with curd cream, honey, and the juice of wood apple. A person whose and feces are obstructed, who suffers from severe pain and dysentery, who has bloody mucus and is afflicted by thirst, deserves to be satisfied with milk. One should administer fresh, warm milk immediately after a specific preparation, or milk boiled with the root of castor or with unripe bale fruit. Having boiled 20 nut grass in milk with 3 times the quantity of water, that which remains as milk, when drunk, destroys undigested material accompanied by pain. For one who drinks fine powder of long pepper, or that made from black pepper, even if it has persisted for a long time, quickly vanishes. For one whose undigested metabolic waste has been eliminated, who is afflicted by pain, emaciated by fasting and other therapies, and whose alimentary tract is dry, one should administer ghee mixed with alkaline preparations after considering the digestive fire. Oil cooked in the supernatant liquid of curds and a type of alcohol, and in the decoction of the group of 10 roots. along with rock salt and the group of 5 pungent herbs, immediately alleviates pain. 1 of oil should be cooked with 6 of dry ginger and 2 each of long pepper root, citraka, and rock salt along with curds. This alleviates pain caused by a specific type of pain, possibly referring to a deep-seated or persistent pain. On one hand, meat, milk, and ghee relieve tenesmus and pain. On the other hand, oil used for drinking, oil enema, and oil massage for that oil is preeminent among those that conquer one of the 3, and pain is indeed aggravated. Even when is intensified by the impairment of other mobile, pervasive, and situated in its own abode, oil, when properly administered, is supremely beneficial even for one with a weak digestive fire. For when the seat of i.e. the large intestine is oleated, dysentery tenesmus does not persist. When the feces is diminished and the other have departed from their abodes, and Vata is the sole dominant force, who, suffering from abdominal pain and groaning, can survive if he is not devoted to oil, both internally and externally. In pain in the anus and prolapse of the rectum, ghee cooked with milk should be administered. It should be cooked in the juice of Ziziphus jujuba, sour fruits, and Oxalis corniculata with curds and with dry ginger ground into a paste. Or ghee cooked with the same sour ingredients, along with coriander, black pepper, black salt, cumin, the 5 pungent spices, and pomegranate, all finely ground into a paste, should be administered. Or an unctuous enema cooked with the group of 10 roots should be administered. Or with Hedychium spicatum, Anethum graveolens, and Sausuria costus, or with Acris calamus, or with Plumbago zeylanica. In cases of straining prolapse of the anus, urinary retention, and stiffness of the waist, oil or ghee cooked with sweet and sour substances should be used for an oil enema. The prolapsed anus should be massaged with oil, fomented, and gently pushed back inside. A cow's hood bandage should be applied using a piece of leather with a hole in the middle. A decoction of the 5 great roots should be cooked in milk. A rat without its intestines should also be cooked in it. With this, oil should be cooked along with a paste of anti-substances. This oil, taken internally and used for external application, conquers anal prolapse. In pitta-dominant diarrhea, when it is associated with undigested material, fasting should be done as before, avoiding sharp and hot substances. If thirsty, one should drink water prepared with 6 ingredients, along with Andrographis paniculata and Hemidesmus indicus. When hungry, thin gruel, and other foods that stimulate digestive fire are beneficial. These should be prepared with the group of herbs starting with Asparagus racemosus, the 2 Cyta cordifolia and Cyta rhombifolia, and the 2 Desmodium gangeticum and Uraria picta. If the diarrhea persists, one should administer the fruit of Holarina antidysenterica, pounded with its bark, and Millina arborea, mixed with honey and rice water, or Cisampulose pereira, seeds of Holarina antidysenterica, cinnamon, Berberis aristata, long pepper root, and dry ginger. Or a decoction of Aconitum heterophyllum, Aigul marmelos, Holarina antidysenterica, Pavonia odorata, and Cyperus rotundus. Or Marsdenia tenacissima, turmeric, seeds of Holarina antidysenterica, and Rasanjana. Or Anmirica esculenta, mixed with honey. One of seeds should be decocted, and one should drink its juice. He who eats meat juice and drinks this quickly conquers abdominal disease of origin. Or one should drink a decoction of mixed with honey in the same way. Or a cold decoction of sprouts mixed with honey. Rasanjana, the inner part of sesame, lotus, dry ginger, the bark of pomegranate, water lily. These formulations, mentioned in half verses, are to be taken with honey and rice water. A decoction of turmeric and conquers matured diarrhea. One should likewise drink the groups of etc. separately. One should prepare thin gruel, thick gruel, and a type of food preparation with the bark of and pomegranate sprouts, along with curds and pomegranate. Likewise, one should prepare them within pulp, along with curds. Goat's milk should be administered when there is no undigested material. If, due to an excess of pacification, does not occur with it, then that strong person should be purged. Or, if one passes stool and blood alternately, one should drink a decoction of Butea monosperma fruits, or one mixed with milk. Thereafter, warm milk alone should be drunk according to one's strength. When the stool has been expelled by that, the abdominal disease subsides. Or Gentiana Carew, which is purgative, should be used like If pain persists while the post-purification diet is being administered, for a person who's have been expelled, one should quickly administer an oil enema to him according to his digestive fire, with dill, Indian bale, and licorice. A medicated ghee cooked with 1/4 of oil and milk is an oil enema. If there is no cessation of diarrhea in this manner, then a type of enema is supremely beneficial. Having wrapped the fresh stalks of the silk cotton tree with fresh grass and smeared them with black earth, one should foment them with cow dung fire. When the earth is dry, having crushed them, one should knead that paste, the size of a fist, in one of milk. Then, after straining it, one should administer an decoction enema with tagara, licorice paste, ghee, honey, and oil. After bathing, one should eat with milk or with the soup of wild animal meat. This quickly conquers diarrhea due to fever, swelling, abdominal tumor, Vata disorders, blood disorders, sprue syndrome disorders, and excessive discharge from purgation and enemas. Inspissated juice made from Holorina antidysenterica combined with the group and mixed with honey destroys all types of diarrhea. One should treat that is free from pain, and even if it is bloody, of long standing, and of various colors in a person, with strong digestive fire with preparations. From a bark mass of Oroxylum indicum enveloped in Melina arborea leaves, smeared with mud, and cooked by fire, the juice, when squeezed out and cooled, should be drunk by a person suffering from mixed with honey or with sugar. One should prepare it in the same way with the barks of milky trees and their sprouts. The bark of Oroxylum indicum, mixed with ghee and steamed with the vapor of hot water, along with honey, quickly cures even severe diarrhea. If a person suffering from diarrhea due to consumes only aggravating foods, his causes diarrhea with blood, accompanied by thirst and fever, and severe inflammation of the anus. In such a case, goat's milk is beneficial. Boiled with lotus water lily, Mimosa pudica, and the juice of the plantain. Or it can be boiled with Hemidesmus indicus, Glycyrrhiza glabra, Simplocos racemosa, or with the young shoots of banyan and other trees. Mixed with honey and sugar, it is beneficial for drinking, eating, and anal irrigation. Similarly, non-sour meat juices and other preparations with ghee are beneficial for drinks and food. The juice of Melina arborea fruit, slightly sour and with sugar, is also beneficial. A gruel made with goat's milk half water and goat's meat, along with Pavonia odorata, water lily, and ginger, and mixed with the juice of Uraria picta, cures bloody diarrhea. Alternatively, one should lick fresh butter mixed with honey and sugar before meals. When the blood is strong, one should eat goat's blood or deer's blood fried in ghee, with milk as an after drink and consuming only milk for 3 days. Or, by licking ghee made from milk for 3 days and eating the juice of gray partridge, one attains health. By drinking the paste of Asparagus racemosus with milk while consuming only milk, one quickly cures bloody diarrhea, or ghee cooked with that also cures it. Ghee, prepared with lac, dry ginger, long pepper, Picorrhiza caroa, and the barks of Indian barberry, and Holorina antidysenterica, and then mixed with scum of gruel. Quickly conquers even severe imbalance of all 3 dysentery. Black earth, conch shell, licorice, honey, and blood mixed with rice water conquer bleeding. And Calocarpa macrophylla, soaked in rice water and honey, also conquers bleeding. A paste of black sesame seeds with 1/5 part sugar, drunk with goat's milk, immediately stops bleeding. By drinking sandalwood with sugar and honey mixed with rice water, one is freed from burning sensation, thirst delusion, and bleeding. In the case of burning or suppuration of the anus, cold effusions and applications are beneficial. When a person passes a small amount of blood repeatedly and with pain, and when one of the 3 dosas is obstructed, moving with difficulty or not moving at all, then one should administer the previously mentioned, a type of enema, to that person. Having crushed the tender leaves of Indian rosewood and mountain ebony, one should cook barley. That decoction combined with ghee and milk is to be used as a slimy enema in cases of slimy discharge, prolapse of the anus, and pain during straining. This provides strength to those afflicted by wounds and emaciation. And an unctuous enema should be administered with ghee prepared with a type of lotus. For one who passes blood mixed with feces, either before or after, one should prepare ghee processed with for licking. Freshly churned butter, licked with half its quantity of sugar and a quarter part of honey, quickly conquers that disorder for those who eat wholesome food. One should crush the sprouts of banyan, cluster fig, and sacred fig and steep them for a day and night in hot water. With that water, one should cook ghee. That ghee, mixed with half its quantity of sugar and a quarter part of honey, should be licked by one whose blood flows downwards or upwards. In diarrhea due to, the digestion of undigested material mentioned for diarrhea due to should be performed specifically. If this condition persists, one should drink after cooking an appetizer made from bale fruit, cucumber, nutgrass, and dry ginger, or sweet flag, false black pepper, lemongrass, coriander, and deodar, or long pepper root, the two, long pepper and wild long pepper, and leadwort, and, if decocted or powdered, are a medicine for diarrhea due to. One afflicted with should drink black salt, sweet flag, the three pungents, asafoetida, a kind of aconite, and shibulic myrobalan, powdered with warm water. By licking the pulp of wood apple with the three pungents honey and sugar or bayberry mixed with honey, one is freed from abdominal diseases. By licking long pepper mixed with honey, or by drinking buttermilk with plumbago zeylanica, or by eating unripe Aigul marmelos fruits, one overcomes abdominal diseases. Cisampelos pereira, extract of plantain stem, Woodfordia fruticosa, Aigul marmelos, and dry ginger, when taken with jaggery and buttermilk, destroy even very difficult to treat diarrhea. A powder made with Trachospermum ammi, root of long pepper, a group of 4 aromatic spices, cinnamon, cardamom, cassia leaf, and nagakasara, dry ginger, black pepper, citraca, herbera, cumin, coriander, and black salt in equal parts. Garcinia indica, Woodfordia fruticosa, long pepper, Aigul marmelos, and pomegranate carom seeds in 3 parts, and sugar in 6 parts, and Feronia limonia in 8 parts. Conquers diarrhea, malabsorption syndrome, wasting, abdominal tumor, throat diseases, cough, asthma, indigestion, hemorrhoids, chronic rhinitis, and anorexia. Arrowroot starch, 12 grams, the group of 4 aromatics, cinnamon, cardamom, cassia leaf, and mizua flower, 2 each. Carom seeds, coriander, cumin, long pepper root, and the 3 pungents, dry ginger, black pepper, and long pepper, 148 grams each. 8 of pomegranate and 8 of sugar combined together form this powder called. Its qualities are like those of. It should be consumed with thickened gruels and other preparations mentioned for windosa, type of diarrhea, according to the patient's condition. A. Thickened gruel containing false black pepper, wood apple, and dry ginger. Made sour with Indian sorrel and a type of berry conquers kapha dosa, type of diarrhea. When kapha dosa is diminished, one should administer the previously mentioned sour, ghee, or ghee containing lac and other ingredients, 6 in quantity, or old mixed with thick gruel and thin gruel. In obstruction due to phlegm, or when phlegm flows excessively, or in pain and dysentery, a slimy enema is recommended. It should contain salt. An oil enema with oil, or with oil prepared with and other ingredients, administered frequently and lukewarm, is beneficial for those afflicted by and, when is diminished and the anus is weakened by chronic diarrhea. Vata, situated in its own place, inevitably becomes powerful. That powerful Vata can suddenly destroy life, therefore one should conquer it quickly. After one should conquer, after. Or, among the 3, one should first conquer whichever is the most powerful. Due to fear and grief, one of the 3 also becomes agitated quickly. Therefore, alleviating treatment should be performed for them, as well as gladdening and reassuring measures. For whom, without stool, urine, or Vata alone is discharged, and whose digestive fire is strong and abdomen is light, for him the abdominal disease has subsided. Here ends the 9th chapter, named Treatment of Diarrhea in the section on Therapeutics. Chapter 10. Now we shall expound the treatment of disorders of the. Thus declared the great sages, beginning with Atreya. One should treat the located in thee as one would treat indigestion. One should ripen its undigested material according to the method prescribed for diarrhea. At mealtime, one should administer gruel, etc., mixed with the 5 pungent spices and other ingredients. One should also give light, palatable food, and then again, digestive formulations. In undigested food mass, one should give a gruel with aconitum heterophyllum and dry ginger, and which is slightly sour. For drinking, water, buttermilk, and fermented liquors as prescribed for diarrhea are suitable. Buttermilk is wholesome for those with disorders of the duodenum, small intestine, due to its appetite-stimulating, absorbent, and lightness qualities. Due to its sweet post-digestive taste, it does not excessively vitiate. Due to its astringent, hot, and loosening spreading qualities, and its dryness, it is beneficial for it is beneficial due to its sweet, sour, and dense nature, and because it is freshly churned and non-burning. 1. A measure of 4 sour substances. 3. A measure of the 3 pungent ginger, black pepper, long pepper. 4 of salts, and 8 of sugar. This powder should be sprinkled on vegetables, soups, cooked rice, and condiments. It alleviates cough, indigestion, anorexia, dyspnea, heart disease, anemia, splenic disorders, and abdominal tumors. One should drink dry ginger, Aconitum heterophyllum, and Cyperus rotundus boiled, which removes undigested food. Or one should drink the paste of these with warm water or Terminalia chibula. Or one should drink Acarus calamus and others with rock salt in the same way or with wine. In undigested food, with straining during defecation in the feces, one should drink it with pomegranate juice. Salt, ground with black salt, Aigul marmelos, Plumbago zeylanica, and dry ginger. Should be taken with lukewarm water in undigested food, with Vata dosa causing pain in the abdomen. Holarina antidysenterica, asafoetida, Aconitum heterophyllum, Acorus calamus, black salt, and Terminalia chibula. Should be drunk with warm water in vomiting, heart disease, and colic. The powder of Terminalia chibula, black salt, and cumin mixed with black pepper. One should drink a powder made of long pepper, dry ginger, Cyclea peltata, Indian sarsaparilla, both Solanum indicum and Solanum xanthocarpum, Plumbago zeylanica, Holarina antidysenterica, alkaline ash, and the 5 salts, mixed with curds, the scum of a type of liquor, warm water, or sour gruel. This is excellent for increasing digestive fire and alleviating vata in the abdomen. A pill made with salt, the 5 salts, 2s alkaline ashes, black pepper, the 5 pungent spices, carom seeds, and asafoetida prepared in the juice of citron, or in the water of jujube and pomegranate, is an excellent digestive and carminative. 1 each of Indian silver fir leaf, Piper retrofractum, and black pepper, 2 each of long pepper and its root, 3s of dry ginger, and 1 each of cinnamon, cardamom, cassia leaf, and nagakasara and vetiver, all finely powdered. Should always be consumed as pills made with 3 times the quantity of jaggery. The anupana, post-digestive drink, should be wine, meat, soup, meat juice, fermented decoction, buttermilk, gruel milk, or water from marshy land. This is for the alleviation of vomiting, sprue pain in the sides and heart in persons with and kapha constitutions, as well as fever, swelling, anemia, abdominal tumors, alcoholic intoxication, hemorrhoids, excessive salivation, rhinitis, asthma, and cough. In cases of constipation, Terminalia chibula should be given in place of dry ginger in the same preparation. For vomiting, etc. of origin, the pills should be made with 4 times the quantity of sugar instead of jaggery. The pills should be made with cooked jaggery or cooked sugar. This is because through contact with fire they attain extreme lightness. The physician should administer a small quantity of ghee mixed with appetite-stimulating drugs to a patient afflicted with a disease of the caused by after it has been well digested. When the digestive fire is slightly kindled and the feces, urine, and flatus are obstructed, the patient should be oleated for 2 or 3 days, then fomented and massaged, and thereafter given a evacuative enema. After that, when the vata has subsided and have been dislodged, he should be purged with castor oil or ghee mixed with alkaline preparations. One whose receptacle is pure and dry and whose feces are obstructed should then be given an oil enema with oil prepared with appetite-stimulating, sour, and vata-alleviating substances. After having been given evacuative enema, purgation, and properly oil enema, the patient, consuming light food, should again regularly consume ghee. Ghee prepared with the 5 roots, Terminalia chibula, the 3 pungents, root of long pepper, rock salt, Pluchea lanceolata, the 2 alkaline preparations, cumin, Embelia ribes, Hedychium spicatum, and with fermented gruel, the juice of citron and fresh ginger, and of dry radish, Ziziphus jujuba, Rumex vesicarius, and pomegranate, and with buttermilk, whey, supernatant liquid of fermented liquor, a type of sour gruel, fermented rice water, and sour gruel, This ghee, when cooked, is an excellent kindler of digestive fire. It alleviates colic, abdominal lump, abdominal diseases, dyspnea, cough, and phlegm. Or one should administer ghee prepared with the juice of citron. Or oil prepared with these ingredients is beneficial for anointing and it removes mobility tremor. Or one may drink the powder of these medicines with warm water. When one of the three dosas is enveloped by phlegm, or when one of the three dosas is associated with undigested ama and aggravated by wind. Having eliminated the bile that extinguishes the digestive fire through purgation or emesis, one should then rekindle with foods that are bitter, light, constipating, digestive, stimulating, and non-burning. One should also use powders and medicated ghees that are bitter, powdered or bark and fruit, bark, and should be licked with honey or drunk with alcoholic beverages or water. It destroys heart diseases, anemia disease, abdominal tumors, pain, anorexia fevers, jaundice, a complex fever, and oral diseases, the three pungents, and should be taken in equal parts. 2 parts of and 16 parts of kutaja, bark should be powdered. Drunk with jaggery and cold water, it alleviates disorders and it conquers jaundice, fever, anemia, urinary disorders, anorexia, and diarrhea. Dried ginger, Indian teas, nutgrass, velvet leaf, bale fruit, extract of berberis. Kirchi, bark and fruit, pycorrhiza, and fire flame bush, this powder, with honey and rice water is desired in a disorder of the small intestine caused by. It is also desired in dysentery, piles, anal pain, and bleeding. Sandalwood, lotus root, velvet leaf, Indian sarsaparilla. Trumpet flower, calamus, Indian sarsaparilla, white swallowwort, devil's tree, Malabar nut. Pointed gourd, cluster fig, sacred fig, banyan, waved leaf fig, water willow. Pycorrhiza, nutgrass, and neem, 2 of each. One should boil these in 1 of water. With that decoction, one should cook ghee along with a measure of chiraida, kirchi seeds, Indian sarsaparilla, long pepper, and water lily. This should be drunk in and also the bitter ghee, mentioned for skin diseases. When the small intestine is vitiated by phlegm, after strong emesis has been performed, one should gradually increase the digestive fire with pungent, sour, salty, and alkaline substances. 1 should prepare a thin gruel and other preparations with papali, papali mula, kavya, citraka, sunthi, haritaki, coriander, and citron, all cooked together. 1 of flowers, half of that quantity of half of that, and 1 of. 8 cook all of this in 3 of water. When 1 remains after boiling, cool it and mix it with half an of honey. After smearing the pot with cardamom, lotus stalk, agarwood, and sandalwood, keep it for a month. This fermented preparation that has formed should be administered. This stimulates the duodenum, small intestine, is nourishing, and alleviates diseases of pitta and blood. It destroys consumption, skin diseases, leukoderma, and urinary disorders. The juice of flowers, boiled until reduced to half, cooled and mixed with 1/4 part honey, should be stored as before. By drinking this, one who eats wholesome food conquers all disorders. In the same way, one should drink the freshly expressed juices of grapes, sugarcane, and dates, fermented. Asafoetida, Pycorrhiza caroa, Acorus calamus, ginger, Cisampalus pereira, seeds of Holarina antidysenterica, Tribulus terrestris, and the Pipili, Pipilimula, Cavia, Citraka, Nagara, each one 12 grams, and the 5 salts, each one 48 grams. This mixture, having been pounded into 2 96 milliliters of ghee and oil and 2 768 milliliters of curds, should be decocted on a gentle fire until the essence is absorbed. Then, having burnt it in a pot without direct flame, powdered it, and mixed it with ghee, one should drink a palmful. When it is digested, one should eat sweet food. It destroys all diseases of and as well as poisons and artificial poisons. Having burnt Andrographis paniculata, Pycorrhiza caroa. Pycorrhiza caroa, Trichosanthes dioica, Azadirachta indica, and Fumaria indica. One should drink it with buffalo urine, as it increases digestive fire. 2 turmeric varieties, and A, alkaline preparation, prepared with goat's urine from these ingredients promotes digestive fire. 4 of stem of, 3 of the 3 salts, 1 of eggplant, 8 of calotropis, and 2 of. Having burnt all of this, pills made with the juice of and taken after meals. Quickly digest the food that has been eaten. They are beneficial for cough, asthma, and piles. They also alleviate cholera, common cold, and heart disease. The 3 pungents. The 2 S known as an and the 5 salts. This powder, drunk with warm water, promotes strength, complexion, and digestive fire. In a disorder of the small intestine, that is predominantly and accompanied by one should cook ghee with those ingredients mentioned previously, or, and should be used. One should burn together salt, impure sodium carbonate, potassium carbonate, acacia cancina, solanum xanthocarpum, and plumbago zeylanica. One should cook a measure of ghee in half of the alkaline ash that has been strained 7 times. That ghee should be drunk for the increase of digestive fire and strength. In an accumulation of all 3, one should apply the 5 therapies according to strength. In excessive salivation, due to phlegm and low digestive fire, a digestive stimulant that is dry and bitter should be administered. For an emaciated person, in the presence of phlegm predominance, unctuous and dry substances should be administered alternately. For a person with a wasted and emaciated body, a combined with unctuous substances is prescribed. For a person with excessive bile, that is bitter, and combined with sweet substances is prescribed. Unctuous substances, combined with sour and salty, is recommended for a person with excessive wind. One should know unctuous substance alone to be the supreme stimulant for a weak digestive fire. Even very heavy food is not sufficient to pacify the digestive fire that has been kindled by. He who, due to low and diminished passes even well-formed stool loosely, should drink ghee in small quantities, combined with pungent medicines. By that, the one of the 5S, brought to its proper path and engaged in its own function, kindles the digestive fire, for it is indeed the kindler of. And a person who evacuates feces with difficulty due to its hardness, that person should drink clarified butter mixed with salts after food. Due to dryness and a sluggish digestive fire, one should drink ghee or oil with digestive stimulants. In cases of sluggish digestive fire due to excessive intake of unctuous substances, one should use alkaline preparations, powders, fermented infusions, and fermented decoctions. In upward movement of, and types of enema should be administered. When the is weak due to excessive increase of, one should perform purification and then follow a proper diet regimen. For one who has recovered from illness and has a weak ghee alone is the stimulant. One who is emaciated due to travel or fasting should be given ghee with gruel. That ghee, when taken with food, is strengthening, digestive, and nourishing. Men who are emaciated, wasted, and thin due to prolonged indulgence in debilitating activities should be fed with sour meat broths of animals that snatch their food. Because they are light, hot, pungent, and purifying, they quickly stimulate the digestive fire. And because their flesh is built up from meat, they are excellent for increasing strength. By properly administered, unctuous substances, fermented infusions, alcohol, medicinal wines, powders, decoctions, and wholesome foods, the strength of the body and the digestive fire increases. Just as an external fire, when kindled with oily, strong firewood, becomes steady, so too the internal fire is kindled by oily foods. The bodily fire is not kindled by not eating, nor by overeating. Just as a fire without fuel, or a small fire covered by too much fuel, is not kindled. When is diminished and accompanied by wind is increased in its own place, it then increases the fire. At that time, that fire, accompanied by, quickly digests food, and then all the and by diminishing, it kills the person. Such a person is healthy when eating, but becomes distressed when the food is digested. Thirst, cough, burning sensation, fainting, and other diseases are caused by excessive digestive fire. That excessive should be brought to peace with food and drink that are heavy, unctuous, slow, dense, cold, and stable, just as a blazing fire is extinguished with water. Even when there is indigestion, food should be offered to him again and again, so that the finding no fuel does not destroy him. One should eat a dish of rice and lentils, rice pudding, unctuous foods, flour-based dishes, and preparations made from jaggery. One should also eat the well-cooked flesh of aquatic and marshy animals, especially smooth fish and those that dwell in stable waters. One should eat well-cooked mutton, which prevents excessive digestive fire. If thirsty, one should drink milk mixed with honey and the residue of honey or ghee. Or one should drink wheat flour mixed with milk and abundant ghee. Or one should drink unctuous substances combined with the juice of marshy animals, excluding oil. Or one should administer milk cooked with and as a purgative, Repeated elimination of one of the three is beneficial, followed by a meal of. Whatever food is heavy promotes fat and increases kapha. All that is beneficial for one with high digestive fire, as is sleeping during the day after eating. The digestive fire first digests food. When deprived of food, it digests thee. When they are diminished, it digests the tissues. When they are depleted, it digests life itself. This food, which is inherently incompatible, and also that which becomes incompatible due to combination or processing. Not understanding these things, people act as they please, and that is the power of their digestive fire. Therefore, one should protect the digestive fire with all efforts, for when it is destroyed, a person perishes. When it is afflicted by one, is afflicted by a multitude of diseases. But when it is healthy, one becomes free from disease and long-lived. Thus, in the composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the Lord of Physicians Simhagupta, in the 4th section, Chikitsa Sthana, the 10th chapter, named Grahanito Sakitsita, Treatment of Disorders of the Grahani, is concluded. Chapter 11. Now we shall expound the treatment of obstruction of urine. Thus, indeed, said the great sages headed by Atreya, in difficulty in urination, the body below the navel, anointed with anti-Vata oil, should be thoroughly fomented with bolus, pouring, and immersion methods, which are very unctuous. Oils, ghee, and the fat of a boar and a bear, prepared with and which have been decocted and made into a paste and mixed with the 5 salts when consumed, are excellent for relieving pain. These substances should be used in drinks and food, as well as in and poultices, along with oil-yielding fruits, and they should be sour and unctuous. One should drink a type of alcoholic beverage rich in black salt, which removes urinary pain. In dosa, dominant conditions, one should apply cold effusions, plasters, and immersions. One should drink asparagus racemosus, tribulus terrestris, Pueraria tuberosa, Serpus caesur, and the 5 roots of grasses, prepared as a decoction with honey and sugar. One who drinks in seeds, along with saffron, mixed with grape juice, removes all types of obstruction of urine. Or one may drink the seeds of licorice and Indian barberry with rice water. Or one may drink a paste of grapes with stale water. In dominant conditions, one should employ emesis sudation pungent, hot and acrid foods, preparations of barley, alkaline preparations, and a type of gruel. One should drink fine cardamom with wine or with the juice of amalaki fruit, or crane bone, goksura, and tricatu with honey and urine. Or one should administer the fresh juice of Solanum xanthocarpum mixed with honey, or the finely powdered seeds of Moringa oleifera with buttermilk, or a decoction made from Anogesis latifolia, Alstonia scalaris, Holarina antidysenterica, Tinospora cordifolia, Cassia fistula, Costus speciosus, and Pongamia pinnata, cooked with honey, or a gruel prepared with these, dava, etc., or powdered coral with rice water, or the alkali of Stereospermum suaviolens strained 7 times with oil. One should drink wine mixed with the alkaline water of Stereospermum suaviolens and barley on, or from Erythrina variegata and sesame, combined with cinnamon, cardamom, and alkaline earth. Or one should lick these tobacco, etc., separately, accompanied by jaggery as an appetizer. In due to all 3 conditions, all these remedies are beneficial according to the specific state. Also in calculi of recent origin and in urinary obstruction due to and similar conditions. Urinary calculus is considered a terrible disease comparable to death. When it is recent, it is curable with medicines. When it is advanced, it deserves excision. In its premonitory symptoms, the sequence of oleation therapy, etc., is desired. The 2s, barley, horsegram, jujube. Ghee cooked in a decoction of these with a powdered addition of drugs from the group. When drunk, quickly breaks up calculus, born of. One should drink the paste of the roots of castor plant, Indian nightshade, another type of nightshade, Tribulus terrestris, and Hygrophila auriculata, with sweet curd for breaking stones. One should cook ghee in the decoction of Desmostachia bipinnata, Saccharum spontaneum, Saccharum arundinesium, Cyperus rotundus, a type of grass, Marua oblongifolia, Virginia ciliata, Imperata cylindrica, Pueraria tuberosa, Dioscorea bulbifera, root of rice, Tribulus terrestris, Oroxylum indicum, Stereospermum suaviolens, Cisampelos pereira, Celosia argentea, and Barlaria prionitis. This ghee prepared with a paste of the seeds of cucumber and others, blue lotus, licorice, and bitumen, breaks bile dosa, stones. The two groups that destroy wind: Indian bdellium, black pepper, Sausuria costis, Plumbago zeylanica, and Cedrus deodara. Ghee prepared with these substances made into a paste and with the group added as a net addition quickly breaks phlegm dosa stones. One should prepare them with alkaline preparations, milk, gruel, and other substances, each with its own appropriate ingredients. The fruits of and drunk with warm water and jaggery are excellent for dissolving urinary calculi. The bones of a curlew camel and donkey, Tribulus terrestris, Curculigo orchioides, Trachospermum roxburghianum, the root of Neolamarchia cadamba, and ginger are all medicines. When drunk, they break up urinary calculi with alcohol or warm water. The powder of seeds mixed with honey, drunk for 7 days with goat's milk, causes the expulsion of urinary stones. And a decoction made from the root of drumstick tree when lukewarm causes the expulsion of urinary stones. The alkali prepared from sesame, prickly chaff flower, banana, flame of the forest, and camel thorn should be drunk with goat's urine for gravel and urinary stones. Or one should drink the root of a plant, alone with a type of liquor, etc. Or one afflicted by pain should drink milk prepared with it, or milk prepared with shebulic myrobalan stones, or milk prepared with spreading hogweed. One should consume milk and rice and drink the root of peacock's crest with rice water. In cases of obstruction of urine, one should apply the treatment, and similarly in the remaining conditions. Water, milk, or ghee prepared with a group of herbs and double the quantity of Tribulus terrestris conquers all urinary disorders. One should drink Himalayan cedar, nutgrass, Sansevieria roxburghiana, licorice, and Shebulic myrobalan with a type of liquor, milk or water in all types of urinary obstruction. Or one may drink the juice of Fagonia cretica or a decoction of Arjuna tree, or a combination of 3 fruits ground with warm water and mixed with rock salt, or a thin gruel prepared with a decoction of Solanum xanthocarpum and Tribulus terrestris along with jaggery, or a gruel prepared with a decoction of a group of herbs beginning with Virataru, or even with the juice of a cock. Or one should consume mineral pitch processed with the group. Or, after drinking old wine, one should travel by chariot or by horse with great speed. Due to the agitation, the stone will thus be dislodged. The group of herbs should be used in every way. For purgation, ghee prepared with an enema therapy should be practiced, especially urethral vaginal enemas, when the urinary tract has been purified by these in cases of seminal calculus. A man, strong for the purification of the seminal receptacle, having fully satisfied himself with aphrodisiac substances and the meat of a rooster, may, as he desires, enjoy women who bestow pleasure. If there is no relief even with these successful treatments, then the physician should, after asking the king, properly apply the surgical instrument. In the absence of treatment, death is certain. With treatment, there may be doubt, even for a physician who is resolute and whose actions have been successful many times. Then the patient, who has been oleated, purified, and slightly emaciated, whose body has been massaged and fomented, who has not eaten, and who has performed auspicious rites, should be placed supine, with the anterior part of his body on a cloth cushion in the lap of another person who is seated on a stool up to the knees. Then, when his knees and elbows are bent and he is firmly bound with a cloth by an assisting person and has been reassured, one should anoint all around the navel and below it to its left. After massaging with the fist, one should press until the calculus has descended. Then, with the index and middle fingers, which are oiled and have grown nails, one should insert them into the anus, not on the right side, along the perineal raphe. Having reached the calculus with force and effort, and brought it between the anus and the penis, and having made the bladder free of folds and not distended, one should press with the fingers until the foreign body appears elevated like a knot. Leaving aside the perineal raphe by a barleycorn's measure, one should incise. One should extract it in such a way that it is not broken, according to the size of the calculus. The entire calculus should be removed with a serpent-mouthed instrument. For women, however, the bladder is situated laterally, resting on the uterus. Therefore, the incision should be made below, like a pouch. Otherwise, for them, the wound would become a urinary fistula. Due to the constant leakage of urine, a man may also develop a urinary fistula in one instance. A rupture of the bladder caused by a calculus succeeds in one way, but not in two ways. After the foreign body is removed, one should immerse him in a tub of warm water. In this way, the bladder is not filled with blood. If it is filled, one should press the milky sap of milky trees into the urethra for the purification of urine. Then, one should consume jaggery to satiety. A person whose wound is smeared with honey and ghee should drink, for 3 days, warm gruel with ghee, prepared with urine-purifying substances, twice a day. For 10 days thereafter, one should eat a small amount of rice with milk rich in, and then with the meat juices of animals that roam in the wilderness, and with sour fruits. One should wash the wound with a decoction of milky trees, and then anoint it with licorice and a type of collyrium. For anointing the wound, one should cook oil with these very same substances, along with turmeric. One should foment this wound for 10 days. If after 7 nights, urine does not pass through its natural channel, one should cauterize the calculus wound with fire. When the urine has regained its natural passage, one should treat him with enemas that are predominantly sweet. Even if his wound is healed, he should not climb for a year. He should not climb mountains, elephants, horses, trees, or women, nor should he ride in chariots, eat, or swim in water. One should avoid 8 places with a surgical instrument: the urinary bladder, the testicles, which carry urine and semen, the perineal raphe, the anus, the urethra, and the vagina. Thus ends the 11th chapter, named Mutragata Chikitsa, treatment of urinary obstructions, in the 4th section, Chikitsa Sthana, Therapeutics, of the Ashtanga Hridaya, composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the illustrious Vadyapati Simhagupta. Chapter 12. Now therefore we shall expound the treatment of urinary disorders. Thus indeed spoke the great sages, Atreya and others. For a strong person afflicted with one should first administer emesis and purgation, after oleation with oils made from mustard, neem danti, Balearic myrobalan, and Indian beech, or with oleaginous substance prepared with a group of herbs beginning with, according to the specific bodily humor. Then, one should administer an decoction enema with containing nut grass, deodar cedar, and dried ginger as powdered additives, along with a decoction of a group of herbs beginning with holy basil. For one afflicted with one of the 3 doses, after purification, one should nourish them with meat juices of banyan and others. From depletion therapy, retention of urine, pain, abdominal tumor, wasting, etc. arise. Therefore, to prevent subsequent complications, one should employ palliative therapies. For one who is not to be purified, these very same remedies should be given in all types of urinary disorders. In the forenoon, turmeric mixed with honey and soaked in juice of should be given, or Indian barberry, devadaru, and the 3 fruits and nut grass boiled in water, or leadwort and indrayava mixed with honey, or the juice of Tinospora cordifolia or Indian gooseberry mixed with honey. For one of the 3 decoctions mixed with honey are prescribed of Simplicos racemosa, haritaki, musta, and Myrica esculenta, of Sisempelos pereira, Embilia ribes, Terminalia arjuna, and Anagesis latifolia, and of Kadira, Indian barberry, Vedanga, and Dava. For one of the 3 decoctions mixed with honey are prescribed of Vetiveria zizanioides and sandalwood, of Trichosanthes dioica, neem, Indian gooseberry and gudushi, and of musta, yellow sandalwood, and Woodfordia fruticosa. With these drugs, one should prepare drinks, food, and infusions of barley and wheat according to their suitability. And in urinary disorders, where one of the 3 doses is predominant, one should prescribe unctuous substances. Preparations of barley, such as cakes, flour preparations, and a kind of cake, are beneficial. Or preparations of barley grown from the dung of elephants and horses, or those born from bamboo. Wild grains, green gram, and the like, old rice and a type of rice, are beneficial. A sour, a type of fermented food made from sesame and mustard oil cake, is beneficial. Wood apple, Diospyros peregrina, rose apple, and condiments made from them. Bitter vegetables, honey, excellent dry foods with flour, meat from arid regions roasted on a spit, thoroughly dried, and iron ash. Old honey fermented liquors, a type of liquor made from cooked juice. Similarly, water from the heartwood of Pterocarpus marsupium and other trees, water from Desmostachia bipinnata, grass, and honey water are beneficial. One should drink barley flour, prepared well, mixed with honey and a type of fermented liquor after the barley has been steeped in a decoction of triphala for the entire night and then dried during the day. One should eat finely powdered flowers of Shorea robusta, Alstonia scolaris, Malodus philippinensis, Tecomella undulata, Terminalia billarica, Feronia limonia, and Tecoma undulata mixed with honey. In type urinary disorders, one may drink it with the juice of Emblica officinalis. One should cook oil with Tribulus terrestris, turmeric, Simplicos racemosa, Acacia catechu, Acorus calamus, Terminalia arjuna, Prunus cerasoides, Bauhinia racemosa, Azadirachta indica, sandalwood, Aquilaria gallica, Trachospermum ammi, Trichosanthes dioica, Cyperus rotundus, Rubia cordifolia, a type of plant, and Semicarpus anacardium. This oil is for type prameha. Ghee is for type prameha. A mixture of oil and ghee is for mixed dosa conditions. Take the group of 10 roots, Devadaru, and the 2 red and white varieties, the roots of and haritaki, balataka, the 2 putikaranja and naktamala, the root of and that which is and puskaramula, each in quantities of 10. Take 3 of barley, jujube and horsegram. Cook these in 8 times their quantity of water until 1/4 remains. With this liquid, prepare 1 of ghee using a paste of the 2, long pepper and its root, and synthi. This called conquers all urinary disorders, carbuncles, poison, anemia, abscesses, abdominal tumors, hemorrhoids, emaciation, edema, artificial poison, abdominal diseases, dyspnea, vomiting, scrotal enlargement, splenic disorders, gout, skin diseases, insanity, and epilepsy. Take Vidanga, Tagara, Naki, Musta, Indrayava, Puga, Citraka, the 2 Indravaruni and Raktapuspi, the 4 Katarjata, Tvak, Ela, Patra, Nagakesara, Puskaramula, Pipalimula, and the 3 fruits, Haritaki, Bibitaka, Amalaki. Each of these in a quantity of 1 should be cooked in 1/1024 of water until 1/4 remains. After straining and cooling, add 2 of honey and keep it undisturbed for a fortnight. This Radra fermented liquor, O King, cures urinary disorders, leukoderma, skin diseases, anorexia, worms, anemia, malabsorption syndrome, and obesity. Cook 20 each of and other ingredients in 128 of water. When 1/4 remains, add 200 of jaggery and half an of honey. Also, add a paste of and other ingredients, each in a quantity of 1. This should be placed in a vessel, smeared inside with honey and powder, sealed firmly with lac, and kept in a heap of barley. Thin, sharp iron sheets, heated repeatedly with charcoal, should be immersed in it until the iron is completely dissolved. This iron preparation, when prepared and consumed, is superior in qualities to the previous one, Radrasava. Dry, powder massage, vigorous exercise, and staying awake at night, and whatever else destroys kapha and fat, both externally and internally, is beneficial. Having consumed a specific measure of bitumen, well processed with decoctions of heartwood, and eating rice with gravies made from wild animals, along with the same decoction of heartwood, one will overcome all urinary disorders, even those with many complications, as well as scrofula, tumors, cysts, obesity, skin diseases, fistula in ano, worms, filariasis, and edema. This is also an excellent rejuvenative. Without wealth, without an umbrella or shoes, living like an ascetic, one should walk 100, a measure of distance, or dig water reservoirs, or subsisting on cow dung and urine, one should wander with cows. One who is emaciated should be nourished with medicines and foods that are not fatty and are diuretic. Pustules such as etc. should be treated like swellings when unripe. When ripe, they should be treated like ulcers. And in their premonitory stage, the sap of milky trees and goat's urine are recommended for drinking. Strong purificatory therapy is also recommended for those with urinary disorders are generally difficult to purge. One should prepare an oil for healing wounds, with the group beginning with cardamom and so on. For powder massage, one should use a decoction from the group beginning with Indian laburnum and so on. For sprinkling, one should use the group beginning with Indian kino tree and so on. For drinks and food, one should use the group beginning with kirchi and so on. One should pulverize Cisampulos pereira, Plumbago zelana, Tylophora indica, Hemidesmus indicus, Solanum xanthocarpum, Alstonia scholaris, kirchi root, Acacia catechu, and Cassia fistula, and lick it with honey. Similarly, one should lick fresh iron ash with honey. A patient afflicted with urinary disorders, even if he has reached the state of diabetes mellitus and has been abandoned by physicians, becomes new again by consuming a specific measure, often 100 palas of mineral pitch, 43 and a half. Thus, in the Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita, composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the illustrious Vidyapati Simhagupta, in the 4th section, Chikitsa Sthana, the 12th chapter named Prameha Chikitsita, treatment of Prameha, is concluded. Chapter 13. Now, therefore, we shall expound the treatment of abscess and scrotal enlargement. Thus said the great sages, Atreya and others. All that is unripe should be treated like a swelling. Blood should be continuously extracted. When it is ripe, the treatment should be like that of a wound. A-type abscess should be washed with water infused with 5 roots and abundant salt. One should anoint the wound with group of etc., licorice, and sesame seeds. After purifying it with a type of medicated oil, ghee, combined with purgative substances, one should heal it with prepared with group of etc. A-type abscess, washed with the water of milky trees, should be anointed with licorice and sesame seeds. It should be healed with ghee prepared with Indian madder, vetiver, and Himalayan cherry. Or it should be healed with milk, 2 types of turmeric, haritaki, licorice, and milk. Or with the sprouts, bark, and fruits of banyan and other trees. As for a caused by abscess, it should be washed with decoction and then plastered with flour, a type of grain, turmeric, and sesame seeds. One should prepare a healing oil with horsegram, Baliospermum montanum, Operculin aterpithum, another name for Plumbago zeylanica, Ladra, along with rock salt and cow urine. This oil promotes healing. In the case of abscesses arising from blood or external causes, the treatment should be like that for a caused by abscess. When an internal abscess has not yet ripened, one should drink the decoction of the group with the paste of the group as an admixture in the forenoon. Ghee prepared with purgative substances should be given to drink to them, patients with internal. Decoction enema and oil enema should also be administered to them with these very substances. Drumstick tree when used in drinks, foods, and external applications, and when an addition of a paste is given according to the destroys an unripened, a group of 3 fruits, all in equal parts, and root, 40 parts each, 8 parts of husked lentil. A decoction made from these, along with ghee, conquers abscesses, abdominal lumps, erysipelas, burning sensation, delusion, intoxication, fever, thirst, fainting, vomiting, heart disease, pitta blood disorders, skin diseases, and jaundice. 1. A measure of should be cooked in 8 times its quantity of water, 1 of that juice of, 1 of juice, 1 of milk, and 1 of ghee. A paste of, a type of, and each in the measure of 1, a measure. All these should be combined and cooked together. This ghee possesses qualities similar to the previous one. One should cook clarified butter in a decoction of grapes, mahua, dates, Indian kudzu, with asparagus racemosus, Grewia asiatica, and a combination of 3 fruits. It should be combined with milk, sugarcane juice, Indian gooseberry juice, and a paste of haritaki. When it is cool, add 1/4 part sugar and honey. Its qualities are like those mentioned previously. One should remove blood with horns, etc., or by venesection from the nearest point. Knowing that an abscess located in the abdomen is suppurating and has risen externally, one should apply a poultice. When there is pain and it is localized, when there is numbness upon pressing its side, and when there are minor symptoms like burning sensation, etc., then the abscess is considered mature. After incising it, one should treat it like a wound. These are also the signs of a mature internal. When mature, it fills the channels and then moves either upwards or downwards. One who desires well-being should disregard that has spontaneously discharged. For 10 or 12 days, while the physician guards against complications. If the discharge does not flow properly, one should administer a medicinal group with warm water or moringa oleifera or a gruel prepared with it. And food with gruels made from barley jujube and horsegram is recommended. After 10 days, one should purify the patient according to their strength with ghee or ghee. Having been purified, one should drink bitter medicines with honey. One should treat this abscess in all respects like a abdominal tumor according to the in all abscesses and in all their stages, Camphora weighty resin should be administered with its appropriate compound decoctions. Similarly, mineral pitch should be administered. And one should carefully prevent suppuration, for when it has suppurated, the cure is dependent on destiny. Moreover, because of its rapid inflammation, this is called abscess. And if there is urinary disorder, one should consider the treatment for diabetes urinary disorders. In a abscess of the breast, everything should be done like for a wound, but one should not apply a poultice to it. The physician should incise it, protecting the milk-carrying channels and the black nipples. In all stages, from the unripe stage onwards, one should express the milk from that breast. Thus ends the treatment of. Now the treatment of. In a that is mobile, one should purify the patient, having lubricated them with operculum aterpithum and with unctuous substances such as and. Thereafter, one should administer evacuative enema with decoctions, pastes, and unctuous substances that alleviate. Having fed the patient with meat soup, one should then administer an oil enema with licorice oil. Sweating and external applications that alleviate are beneficial. When it is ripe, one should incise it and perform wound management. In a disorder of pitta and blood, originated enlargement, whether unripe or ripe, one should perform the treatment for swelling or ulcer respectively and continuously extract blood. In a kapha originated, one should drink a paste of Berberis aristata with cow's urine. And for this, Slesmika vriti, the treatment for a kapha originated glandular swelling, is beneficial except for softening liquefaction. When it is ripe and incised, an oil prepared with Jasminum grandiflorum, Semicarpus anacardium, Elangium salvifolium, Alstonia scalaris, Trichosanthes dioica, Azadirachta indica, turmeric, Embelia ribes, and Holorina antidysenterica, is desired for cleansing the ulcer. A fat-originated VD should be properly fomented with a group of herbs including holy basil, pounded with urine, or with substances used for purgation of the head, avoiding the raphe of the perineum. When the fat has been completely extracted, one should incise it with a type of surgical instrument. The ulcer, after being treated with pyrite, ferrous sulfate, and rock salt, should be sutured. And for its purification of fat, an anointing oil made with realgar, cardamom, jasmine, long pepper root, and Semicarpus anacardium should be applied. One should also practice oleation and fomentation until the ulcer heals. The urinary hernia, after being fomented with unctuous substances and bandaged with a cloth strip, should be punctured below the raphe and drained as in ascites. The wound, bound with a bandage, should then be healed. In the case of an intestinal hernia, if it has not reached the scrotum, the treatment should be like that for wind aggravation. 100 pallis of Borhavia diffusa should be cooked, along with 10 each, of the group of 10 roots, Holostema attacodion, Withania somnifera, Ricinus communis, Asparagus racemosus, 2 types of grass, Saccharum sera, Saccharum spontaneum, sugarcane root, and Typha elephantina. When the water has reduced to 1/8, add 30 of jaggery, 1 of castor oil, and 2 each of ghee and milk. Also add 2 each of long pepper, its root, rock salt, licorice, Plumbago zeylanica, raisins, Trachospermum ammi, and dry ginger. This prepared medicine called is a rejuvenator for delicate individuals. It can be used without restriction by delicate individuals, rulers, and those who seek comfort, who must avoid wind, sun, travel, and excessive exertion. It destroys misfortune and strife for men who are husbands of many women. Used at all times, it bestows radiance, beauty, and nourishment. It is excellent for hernia, abdominal lump, piles, vaginal and penile, Vata disorders, edema, abdominal diseases, lameness, splenic disorders, and constipation. If the scrotal enlargement does not subside with oleation, purgation, and unctuous enemas, then, after performing enema therapy, one should cauterize the located in the groin, with fire to obstruct the path of Vata dosa in a crescent moon shape. The yellow, thread-like sinew ligament that is on top of the thumb, having lifted it with a needle, one should transversely incise and then cauterize it from where the disease originates. Then, on the other side, others say one should cauterize the of the ring finger. This procedure is prescribed for abdominal tumor caused by and for splenic enlargement, and for a type of Vata disorder from where the disease originates, on the little and ring fingers. Thus, in the composed by Srimad Vagbhata, son of Sri Vyapati Simhagupta, in the 4th section, Chikitsa Sthana, the 13th chapter named Vidradivardhi Chikitsita, treatment of abscess and scrotal enlargement, is concluded. Chapter 14. Now we shall expound the treatment of an abdominal lump or tumor. Thus declared the great sages headed by Atreya. A of the type characterized by obstructed feces and an intense pain arising from dryness and cold should be treated with oils that alleviate disorders. After making the patient oleated through drinks, food, oil enema, and oil massage, one should administer sudation. This is especially indicated in cases of distension pain, stiffness, and obstruction. By softening the channels, conquering the aggravated wind, and breaking the obstruction in an oleated person, sudation removes. Oleation therapy is beneficial especially in those located above the navel. For located in the large intestine, enema is beneficial. For those located in the abdomen, stomach, both are beneficial. When the digestive fire is kindled in a type and there is obstruction of feces, one should administer nourishing, oleated, and hot foods and drinks. Repeated oleation therapy and decoction enemas with oil enemas should be employed in type while protecting and. One should know enema therapy to be supreme for destroying abdominal tumor for it. First conquers Vata in its own place and immediately removes the gulma. Therefore, gulmas caused by and subside when cleansing enemas and unctuous enemas are frequently administered, with asafoetida, black salt, trikatu, black salt, ajwain. Pushkaramula, ajwain, fermented gruel, salty tamarisk, alkali, leadwort. Zedori calamus, cardamom, holy basil, combined with curd. One should prepare a ghee that removes pain and distension for those with Vata-type abdominal tumor. With common juniper, black pepper, cardamom, pipali mula, cavia, citraka, sunthi, ajwain. With cumin and rock salt with curd, milk, and the juice of pomegranate, radish, and jujube, one should cook a ghee. That ghee destroys abdominal diseases, distension, pain in the flanks, heart region, and abdomen, vaginal disorders, hemorrhoids, sprue, cough, dyspnea, anorexia, and fever. One should cook the group of 10 roots, the 2 red and white varieties, and each measuring 296 grams in 12.288 liters of water. Along with this, one should cook 768 grams of barley and black gram, each measuring 1. In this decoction, one should cook 1 of clarified butter in a vessel containing curds. It should be mixed with the fresh juices of pomegranate, mango, and citron. Similarly, it should be mixed with fermented rice water, fermented gruel, and sour fermented liquid, along with finely ground pastes of citraka, coriander, black cumin, asafoetida, pipali, pomegranate, cucumber seeds, the 2 yavaksara and svargaksara fruits, and the ginger, long pepper, black pepper, and triphala, trivert, and trixara. This curd-based preparation then removes previous severe diseases quickly when habitually consumed. It cures epilepsy, insanity, urinary obstruction, and disorders. Ghee cooked with a paste made from ginger, black pepper, and long pepper, haritaki, bibataki, and amalaki, coriander, piper chaba, cardamom, and plumbago zeylanica, along with milk, alleviates abdominal tumor due to Vata. Take 5 each of garlic bulbs. Cook the great group of 10 roots with it in half of water. When a quarter remains, take half of that liquid, pomegranate juice, a type of liquor, fermented gruel, and yogurt. Then take half of each of the powdered ginger, black pepper, long pepper, haritaki, bibitaki, amalaki, asafoetida, carom seeds, wild pepper, celery seeds, sour leaf plant, rock salt, and deodar cedar. Cook these with 1 of the previously extracted liquid. This is supreme and conquers all abdominal tumor due to Vata disorders. Or one should drink the clarified butter that was mentioned for tuberculosis. Or, for the purpose of milk, it should be prepared with a type of liquor, or with another type of liquor, or with pomegranate. In the that destroys 1 of the 3, abdominal tumor, it should be prepared with the cream of curds. If in 1 of the 3 is increased and having destroyed the digestive fire, it produces anorexia, nausea, heaviness, and drowsiness, then one should induce emesis of that. In cases of pain, distension, and constipation, having ascertained the receptacle to be oleated, decoctions, powders, and pills should be administered with clarified butter medications. One should drink the powders in the morning with water from jujube, pomegranate, or sweat water, or with buttermilk and other sour liquids, or with sour gruel. Or one may drink them with scum of boiled rice, or before eating food. One should make effective pills from the powders of citron that have been repeatedly soaked in its juice for and disorders. This remedy alleviates pains arising from undigested food and difficult abdominal lumps, obstruction of feces and urine, a feeling of constriction in the throat, cardiac pain, anemia, inguinal swelling, flatulence, dyspnea, cough, and weak digestion. Long pepper, dry ginger, and the subsequent ingredients are to be increased in quantity. This powder is verily the digestive fire itself. The 3 pungents, celery seeds, rock salt, and the 2 types of cumin seeds are to be taken in equal measure. The 8th part is asafoetida. Consumed with ghee as the first mouthful, it generates the digestive fire and destroys abdominal tumor due to Vata. This powder, with the roots of and both types of, increased in successive parts, when drunk with warm water, forcibly destroys abdominal pains, abdominal tumors, abdominal diseases, and other ailments, just as a tiger destroys herds of deer. For those who drink the powders of rock salt, haritaki, papali, and ajwain with lukewarm water, a multitude of diseases born of and perishes, just as if pierced by an arrow. The 3 pungents, arranged in layers, with salt placed on top, should be burnt, powdered, and then mixed with curds and whey and administered for abdominal tumor, abdominal diseases, edema, anemia, and diseases of the anus. Asafoetida, rock salt 3 times the quantity of and castor oil 3 times the quantity of that rock salt. And the juice of garlic 3 times the quantity of that castor oil. This destroys hernia and pain. The juice of citron, asafoetida, pomegranate salt, and salt should be drunk with the supernatant liquid of alcohol. This alleviates pain from abdominal tumor due to Vata. The mixture beginning with juice should be drunk with the supernatant liquid of. This removes the affliction of 1 of dry ginger, 2 of jaggery, and 1 of washed black sesame seeds. One should eat these, powdered together, with warm milk as an after drink, and conquer heart disease due to Vata, abdominal tumor, hemorrhoids, vaginal pain, and constipation. 1 of 2 of and 1 of husked black sesame seeds. Mixing these together and eating them with warm milk as an after drink, one should conquer, and so on. A person suffering from should drink castor oil with a type of alcohol, when kapha is an associated strength factor in Vata, and with milk when is associated. If the increased one of the 3 doses in a patient with a abdominal tumor due to Vata causes burning sensation, then that patient should be given purgation with unctuous and downward-acting laxative substances. And if the burning sensation persists even after this, then his blood should be let. One should prepare a unit of weight of pure dried garlic in 8 times its quantity of milk and water, and cook it until only the milk remains. That milk quickly cures upward movement of Vata, sciatica, intermittent fever, heart disease, abscess, and consumption. Oil, a type of liquor, cow's urine, sour gruel, and barley water, when drunk together, cure abdominal tumor, abdominal diseases, and distension of the abdomen. A decoction of and is highly beneficial in colic, flatulence, and constipation when taken with asafoetida, salt, and salt. The roots of and along with barley, Phagonia cretica, when decocted with water and drunk, relieve burning pain in the abdomen. The roots of Solanum indicum, castor, Desmostachia bipinnata, deodar cedar, and ginger, when decocted with water and drunk, relieve pain in the abdomen, back, and shoulders. A patient with abdominal tumor due to Vata should drink bitumen with milk or with a decoction of the greater 5 roots. In upward movement of Vata, one should eat a type of food preparation, unctuous, with broths prepared with pipali or with radish juice. One whose feces and are obstructed should eat barley flour with warm milk, or one should eat half-boiled grains that are very unctuous and rich in salt. Ghee should be given to a person with feces, along with indigo, turpith, Baliospermum, haritaki, Melotus philippinensis, black salt, alkali, and dry ginger. 1 measure each of indigo, a group of 3 fruits, Pluchea lanceolata, Seta cordifolia, Picrorhiza coroa, Embellia ribes, and Solanum xanthocarpum, should be cooked in 1 measure of water. When the decoction is reduced to 1/8, 1 measure of ghee should be cooked in it, mixed with 1 of curds and 1 measure of milk of Euphorbia nereifolia. Thereafter, 1 of this ghee, mixed with scum of gruel, should be given. When it is well digested and the person has properly purged, they should be fed a meal with meat juice. This ghee preparation with nalini destroys abdominal lump, skin diseases, abdominal diseases, pigmentation disorders, edema, anemia, fever. leukoderma, splenic enlargement, and insanity. Chickens, peacocks, partridges, curlews, and quails. Rice, wine, and ghee are treatments for abdominal lump due to. For those with abdominal tumor due to Vata, food should be moderate, warm, liquid, and unctuous. A type of liquor with its sediment or water boiled with coriander should be drunk. When an abdominal tumor of one of the three doses arises due to unctuous and hot substances, mild purgation is beneficial. The juice of grapes and jaggery are mixed with honey, or that prescribed in the pharmaceutical preparations section, or that mentioned for a bleeding disorder. Uncertain. The second half of verse 62 is missing from the source text provided. In abdominal tumor caused by dryness and heat, however, bitter, mentioned in the treatment of skin diseases, and ghee prepared with are excellent pacifiers. Ghee cooked in the decoction of the 5 grasses or with the life-promoting group of herbs. Or milk cooked with the same Javanyagana or with the group of herbs beginning with is beneficial. Even in that case, a physician should quickly administer mild purgation in an emergency. With ghee prepared for purgation, or even with milk, one should cook a measure of ghee with the juice of Indian gooseberry and sugarcane. One should drink that ghee prepared with a quarter part of haritaki, which alleviates a tumor caused by vitiated pitta. Or one may drink ghee, which has been mentioned for an abscess caused by vitiated pitta. One should drink grapes, milk vetch, licorice, sandalwood, a type of lotus, and honey, with rice water for the alleviation of. 2 of a medicinal plant should be cooked in 2 of water until it is reduced to 1/8. After filtering, one should drink it lukewarm, mixed with milk. After that, one should drink warm milk itself, according to one's strength. By this, when they have been expelled, the tumor caused by pitta subsides. In burning sensation, anointing with cooling, clarified butter, and application of pastes made with and cooling herbs are prescribed. Touching with lotus leaves in vessels filled with moving water is also beneficial. In abdominal lumps, with premonitory symptoms of burning, pain, and diminished digestive fire, bloodletting should be performed repeatedly, especially in whose roots are severed do not undergo suppuration and indeed diminish. For the blood inside becomes acidic, and when that acidic blood is not present, there is no pain. A person whose pathological humors are settled in the heart, who is extremely emaciated, who has been nourished with meat juices from wild animals, and who has been comforted, but still suffers from dryness and pain, should again be made to consume clarified butter. Or, if no treatment is found due to excessive increase of a disorder of blood and bile, when the abdominal lump is about to suppurate, all treatments should be like those for an abscess caused by rice, cow's milk, goat's milk, pointed gourd, meat of wild animals, ghee, Indian gooseberry, Grewia asiatica, grapes, dates, pomegranate, and sugar should be consumed as food. For drinking, water boiled with Sitta cordifolia or with the group of and other herbs should be used. In a of phlegm origin, one should first induce vomiting. If vomiting is not possible, one should fast. Then one should stimulate the digestive fire with a gruel mixed with bitter, hot, and pungent substances, and with the group of and other herbs, which contain double the amount of alkaline preparations, asafoetida and Garcinia pedunculata. If an abdominal tumor is deeply seated or prominent or cold, hard, firm, and accompanied by flatulence, etc., it should be treated by fomentation and then pacified. For those with a ghee mixed with alkali and pungent substances should be consumed. Ghee prepared with the 3 pungents alkali salt, asafoetida, black salt, and pomegranate quickly conquers a. This is the 2 of marking nut and 1 each of the 5 roots. Should be cooked in a small of water until 1/4 remains. With this decoction, an equal quantity of ghee and an equal quantity of milk should be cooked, along with a paste of false black pepper, asafoetida, rock salt, barley ash, zidori, black salt, chitraka, licorice, vaka, pipali, and dry ginger, each measuring 1/1. This is an excellent remedy for it conquers splenic disorders, anemia, asthma, sprue syndrome, and cough. After that, one should administer sudation to the ear and to the entire body. Any treatment performed on a lushai that has first been prepared with oleation and sudation achieves success, but not if it is performed on a dry one. When the body has been oleated and sudated and has become loose, one should apply the prescribed a type of instrument and remove it once the is grasped. Then, placing a cloth in between, the expert in measurements should incise the. One should press it with etc. as available. One should only press the itself and not touch the intestines or the heart. Having applied a plaster of sesame, castor, linseed, and mustard seeds, one should then foment the phlegm tumor with lukewarm iron vessels. When the has thus moved from its place, one should purify it with purgatives containing oil and with enemas made from the 10 roots. One should cook long pepper, Indian gooseberry, grapes, and black Ipomea terpethum, each in quantities of 1 unit of weight, with 1 unit of volume of castor oil and 1 of ghee in 6 times the quantity of milk. This prepared, mixed oleaginous preparation is beneficial as a laxative for those with abdominal tumors. It is like nectar for scrotal enlargement, abscesses, pain, and disorders of. Or one should drink a medicated ghee in a dose of 296 grams. Similarly, another medicated ghee or other medicated ghees for abdominal diseases. In 12.28 liters of water, one should cook 25 1.2 kg of Baliospermum montanum and an equal quantity of Plumbago zeylanica and Terminalia chibula. When the decoction has been strained and reduced to 1.536 liters, one should add jaggery equal in quantity to the 492 grams of oil and powdered Operlina terpethum, and 24 grams each of long pepper and dry ginger should be added. When this electuary is prepared and cooled, one should add honey equal in quantity to the oil and 1/4 of a group of 4 aromatic substances. From this, 1 Terminalia chibula, along with 48 grams of the electuary should be consumed. A person who is oleated with ghee or oil will be easily and healthily purged of 768 grams of. These Danti and Haritaki preparation destroy abdominal tumor, heart disease, hemorrhoids, edema, distension, abdominal disease due to artificial poison, skin diseases, nausea, anorexia, splenic enlargement, malabsorption syndrome, intermittent fever, anemia, and jaundice. The powder of Operculina terpethum, well processed with the liquid of milk latex of Snuhi euphorbia neriifolia, when licked in a quantity of 12 grams with honey and ghee, causes good purgation. One should drink and with cow urine, or one should drink alone with that cow urine. One should administer enemas as prescribed in the section which destroy abdominal lumps. A that has formed a root is very large, hard, immobile, heavy, and deeply embedded in the flesh, should be conquered with alkaline preparations, fermented medicinal drinks, and cauterization. One should do this every other day, or every 2 days, or after resting for 3 days, striving to increase or decrease the strength of the body and the as appropriate. In abdominal tumor, piles, calculus, and sprue syndrome, when one of the 3 doses is predominant, alkaline preparations should be administered. The Pipali, Pipalimula, Kavya, Citraka, Santhi, Yavaksara-taki, Krishnajiraka, Nakuli, each in 24 grams, and the 5 salts Saindava, Sovarkala, Beta, Odbita, Sambar, each in 148 grams. This powder mixed with oil, muscle fat, curds, and ghee should be cooked inside a pot until it becomes red like fire. Taking that one should drink it with milk, ghee, buttermilk, or wine, etc. This alkaline antidote alleviates upward movement of Vata, inguinal hernia, abdominal diseases, worms, epilepsy, artificial poison, insanity, vaginal disorders, seminal disorders, and it also pacifies the poison of rats and snakes. The due to its corrosive nature, cuts and breaks up the sweet and unctuous of those who consume meat broth, milk, and ghee, and expels it downwards from the stomach, abdomen. When digestive fire is weak and there is anorexia, one should administer and fermented medicinal preparations that are compatible and taken with unctuous food for the purification of the channels. When is weak and there is anorexia, one should administer etc. to those who consume unctuous food with compatible wines for the purification of the channels. Now he speaks of food and drink: old rice, horse gram, fruits from arid regions, sprouts of drumstick, young fruit, young and dried radish, citron, asafoetida. Alkaline preparations: pomegranate, the 3 pungents, buttermilk, ghee, oil, and food. As for drinks, a type of liquor, fermented gruel, whey, buttermilk mixed with and salt powder, water boiled with 5 roots or old grape wine, liquor mixed with long pepper, root of long pepper, leadwort, cumin, and rock salt. Quickly conquers abdominal lump, and so does a type of liquor mixed with these. If a kapha dominant does not subside through emesis, fasting, sudation, ghee intake, purgation, enema, alkaline preparations, fermented infusions, fermented decoctions, pills, or appropriate food, because of its deep-rooted nature, then after bloodletting, one should perform cauterization with reeds, etc. at the end. A physician should gently rub the abdominal tumor with its surrounding areas covered by a cloth, avoiding the navel, bladder, intestines, and heart, as well as the line of hair. He should not rub too vigorously, either with a glowing arrow, or with iron taken from a fire drill, or with a piece of wood. After the intensity of the heat has subsided, treatment should be given with cooling applications, as if for a wound. However, in the case of undigested material, after kindling the digestive fire with thin gruel and so on, and after fasting, the physician, knowing the proper time, should apply the specific treatment for each, or a mixed treatment for mixed. And when there is association with, after kindling the digestive fire with and so on, and after fasting, one should perform the specific treatment according to the. In the case of mixed, one should perform a mixed treatment. The physician who knows the proper time. To a woman who has passed the time of delivery and whose body has been oleated and fomented, one should administer an oleaginous purgative for a arising from blood. A decoction of sesame combined with ghee jaggery, the three pungents, and sesame powder, should be drunk for a abdominal tumor caused by blood and for a woman whose menstruation has ceased. A powder of long pepper, the bark of long pepper root, and deodar cedar, drunk with a decoction of sesame, alleviates pain. 2 measures of alkali and 2 measures of oil and ghee should be cooked to prepare a dose that causes the to loosen and then administered. If it does not break even after this, one should administer a vaginal purgative. One should then apply sesame paste mixed with alkaline substance or with the latex of euphorbia. Or one should apply pungent fish treated with these two, alkali and euphorbia latex, into the vagina. Or one should apply a type of fish well treated with the bile of a boar and fish. Or one should apply fermenting agent mixed with jaggery and into the vagina for purification. One should lick alkali that alleviates bleeding disorders with honey and ghee. One should administer garlic, strong wine, and fish to her. One should administer an enema containing milk, cow's urine, and the 10 roots. When the blood is not flowing, breaking up the is beneficial. When the bleeding has commenced, for a woman whose body has been anointed with a type of oil, neglect of treatment is appropriate. Rice cooked with meat juice is the food, and young wine is the drink. However, if there is excessive bleeding, then treatments that alleviate a disorder characterized by bleeding from various orifices should be performed. For a woman afflicted by one of the 3 disorders, all treatments that alleviate should be performed again. In cases of constipation with distension and the like, treatments that conquer upward movement of, and a disorder should be applied appropriately. 129 1/2. Here ends the 14th chapter, named Gulma Chikitsa, Treatment of Abdominal Tumors, in the 4th section, Chikitsa Sthana, Therapeutics of the Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita, composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the illustrious Vidyapati Simagupta. Chapter 15. Now we shall expound the treatment of abdominal diseases. Thus indeed spoke the great sages, beginning with Atreya. Abdominal disease arises from an excessive accumulation of and the obstruction of the channels. Therefore, one should always administer purgation to such a patient. One should administer castor oil with urine or with milk for 1 or 2 months. Or one may drink cow's urine or buffalo's urine. Or one should subsist on cow's milk or live on camel's milk. This is especially for those afflicted by burning sensation, distension, excessive thirst, and fainting. For those who are emaciated, have excessive and desire purification of the, one should administer unctuous clarified butters that destroy abdominal diseases. A6 of the 10 roots decoction and of whey cooked together. 3 of ginger, A of ghee and oil, and ain of whey. Having cooked this, one should drink it, as it removes all abdominal diseases. It is extremely beneficial for abdominal lump arising from phlegm and wind. A of ghee, cooked with 4 times its quantity of water, twice its quantity of cow's urine, and A of plumbago zeylanica paste, along with alkali, should be drunk by one suffering from abdominal disease. Or one should administer ghee cooked with the water of barley jujube horsegram, and the 5 roots, or with a type of liquor, and a fermented gruel. When the person has been oleated by these substances, when strength has developed, when the wind dosa has subsided, and when the receptacle of the has become loose, one should administer purgation as prescribed in the pharmaceutical section. One should take root of pointed gourd, the 3 fruits, turmeric and vidanga, each one in weight, and Malotus philippensis, indigo, and purging croton in parts that are 2, 3, and 4 times the previous amount, respectively. One should powder these and drink them with urine, preceded by thin gruel. Then, after purgation, one should eat food with the juices of wild animals. Thereafter, for 6 days, one should drink milk boiled with the 3 pungents. When drunk repeatedly in this manner, this powder cures all types of abdominal diseases, even those with ascites. One should drink the bark of encalamus with the water of jujube, grapes, and jujube, or with urine, or a type of liquor. Carom seeds, common juniper, coriander, fennel, black cumin, caraway, long pepper root, a type of celery, Zidoric calamus, leadwort, cumin, the triad of dry ginger, black pepper, and long pepper, argemone mexicana, the triad of and, the 2 alkalis, and pushkaramula costus, the 5 salts, rock salt, black salt, beta salt, samudra salt, and sauvarkala salt. And false black pepper, these are in equal parts. Baliospermum montanum is 3 parts. Turpith and red gourd are double the quantity of the equal parts, and Euphorbia dracunculoides is 4 times the quantity. This powder, named, removes hosts of diseases. Diseases do not thrive upon encountering it, just as demons do not thrive upon encountering Vishnu. It should be drunk by those with abdominal diseases with buttermilk, by those with abdominal tumors with jujube water, in flatulence with obstruction with liquor, in Vata disorders with a clear liquor, in constipation with curd's whey, in piles with pomegranate juice, in cutting pain in the anus with sour substances from trees, in indigestion with hot water, in fistula in ano, anemia, cough, asthma, throat constriction, heart disease, malabsorption syndrome, skin diseases, low digestive fire, fever, poison from bites, root poison, artificial poison, manufactured poison. This purgative should be drunk by one whose alimentary tract has been adequately oleated as appropriate. One should powder common juniper, argemone mexicana, the triad of and, indigo fruit, gentian, Picoriza caroa, Euphorbia dracunculoides, turpith, calamus, rock salt, black salt, and long pepper. This should be drunk with pomegranate juice, meat soup, urine, or warm water. This is to be taken in all types of abdominal tumors, in splenic enlargement, and in all abdominal diseases. Also in leukoderma, skin diseases, indigestion, debility, irregular digestive fire, edema, piles, anemia, jaundice, and a severe form of jaundice. Through purgation, it quickly pacifies, and one should drink a powder of indigo, Indian oak, the 3 pungents, alkalis, the 5 salts, and leadwort mixed with ghee. This removes abdominal diseases and abdominal lumps. A emaciated person, after undergoing purification, should drink milk in between as before. In an urgent disease, one should administer camel's, cow's, or goat's milk. For purgation, especially for the weak, one should administer only unctuous substances. One of fine powder of chibulic myrobalan should be mixed with one of ghee. Melt it over fire, churn it with a churning stick, and place it in a heap of barley. After a month, take it out, filter it, and cook it with a decoction of sour curds. This, by drinking, destroys artificial poison, prostatic enlargement, flatulence, abscess, skin diseases, insanity, and epilepsy. The clarified butter that is produced from cow's milk, which has been mixed with Euphorbia neriifolia latex, boiled, cooled, and then churned with a churning stick, and which has been cooked with latex, that possesses similar qualities. 3132. A measure of milk mixed with half a measure of Euphorbia neriifolia latex is made into curds. Churning that, the clarified butter obtained when cooked with operculina turpithum also possesses similar qualities. Similarly, one should drink A of cooked with 8 times its quantity of milk, with a measure of latex paste, and 6 of. After these gurtas, one should drink thin gruel, meat soup, or sweet milk. When that has been digested, and after purgation, one should drink lukewarm water medicated with ginger. Then soup made from horse gram. A person who is dry should drink in this manner for 3 days, or repeatedly, having been fed again. One should drink ghee again and again, following this very sequence. A skilled physician should administer these prepared medicated ghees. For the alleviation of abdominal tumors, artificial poisons, and abdominal diseases, or one should drink prepared with a paste of Salvadora persica, which breaks up constipation obstruction, or one should drink a specific medicated ghee with, or a mixed oleaginous substance. After they have been removed, one should gradually eat rice of light, a type of rice. For the removal of residual in a type of abdominal disease, one should use 1,000 Terminalia shabula fruits prepared with cow's urine along with milk as in post-digestive drink, or 1,000 long pepper fruits, well processed with Euphorbia neriifolia latex, or a regimen of increasing doses of long pepper or mineral pitch while consuming milk. Similarly, Commiphora whitea with milk and milk with an equal quantity of ginger juice. Or one should drink a paste of Plumbago zeylanica and Cedrus deodara with milk. Similarly, for a month, one should take Syndapsus officinalis and dry ginger in a regulated manner. By drinking milk with pastes of Embellia ribes, Plumbago zeylanica, Baliospermum montanum, Piper retrofractum, and the three pungents, ginger, black pepper, long pepper, each paste being equal to a specific measure, one conquers severe abdominal enlargement. Or one should eat food mixed with the milk of Euphorbia neriifolia and ghee for a month, or in thick pancake made with snoohi milk, Terminalia chibula, and long pepper. If Vata causes flank pain, stiffness, and cardiac gripping, then one should drink oil mixed with igla, marmelos, ash, or oil cooked with the ashes of Oroxylum indicum, Cytocordifolia, Butea monosperma, and sesame, and separately with the ashes of banana, Achyranthes aspera, and Clerodendrum flammatis. When Vata is enveloped by or by both, castor oil mixed with its specific medicines is beneficial for a strong person. One should apply externally to the abdomen a paste made of deodar cedar, flame of the forest, giant milkweed, long pepper, moringa, sal tree, along with cow urine. One should sprinkle the abdomen with decoctions and urines of Heliotropium indicum, Acorus calamus, dry ginger, the 5 roots, Burhavia diffusa, rice, and Sauceria costis. After the abdomen has been purged and has become flaccid and has been fomented with salt-containing poultices and other methods, it should be bandaged with a cloth. In this way, the one of the 3 doses will not cause distension again. If a person who has been properly purged experiences distension again, they should be treated with enemas that are very unctuous, sour, and salty. Or if wind dosa with obstruction causes distension in a person, sharp enemas with alkaline preparations and cow's urine are prescribed for them. Thus, the successful treatments for those with abdominal diseases have been generally described. In abdominal dropsy due to, one should make a strong person drink ghee cooked with a group of herbs beginning with. Thereafter, after oleating and fomenting the body, one should administer purgation, repeatedly with ghee or ghee. After the post-purification diet has been performed, milk should be given for strength. When strength has been gained, the milk should be gradually withdrawn before the onset of exacerbation of. Thereafter, for a person whose digestive fire has been stimulated by broths or meat juices that are mildly sour and salty, and who suffers from upward movement of, one should again administer a type of enema after oleating and fomenting them. This should be done with an enema made from the 10 roots, that is potent and acts downwards. One should administer an oil enema to a person with dry, one of the 3 constipated stools, and strong digestive fire, using oil of sesame and castor, cooked with anti-VAT drugs and sour substances, in cases of throbbing, convulsions, pain in the joints, bones, sides, back, and sacrum. For those who cannot be purged, enema with milk, ghee, etc. are pacifying. In a one of the 3 condition, after oleating a strong person with ghee cooked with sweet substances, one should purge him with ghee cooked with and. Thereafter, a decoction enema with Nagrota group, decoction enriched with sugar, honey, and ghee, is beneficial for him. A oil enema cooked with the same Neagrota group is also beneficial. However, a weak person should first be given N and then cleansed with milk. When the strength of the digestive fire has returned, the oleated patient should be purged repeatedly. This can be done with milk, or with milk boiled with a paste of Operculina terpithum, or with milk boiled with castor, or with milk boiled with Euphorbia thymifolia and Gentiana carew, or with Cassia fistula. If there is one of the three dosas involvement, it should be with milk mixed with urine. If there is IE involvement, with milk mixed with bitter, clarified butter, or with milk boiled with any of these, or with milk boiled with a group of herbs beginning with Vidari. The patient should eat, and his abdomen should be poulticed with a milk pudding. Repeatedly milk, repeatedly enema, and repeatedly purgation. By diligently following this sequence, one should conquer abdominal disease due to. In abdominal disease due to, after oleating with prepared with a group of herbs beginning with Vatsaka, and after fomentation, a strong patient should be purged with prepared with milk latex of or Euphorbia nerifolia. He should then be given a post-purgation diet with foods containing pungent and alkaline substances, which alleviate. Then, a evacuative enema, rich in cow's urine, the three pungent spices, ginger, black pepper, and long pepper, and oil is beneficial for him. And an unctuous enema prepared with a decoction of Schrebera swetenioides and other herbs is also beneficial. The diet should be with milk mixed with the three pungent spices or with horsegram soup. In cases of heaviness, anorexia, nausea, dull digestive fire, and for a person who drinks alcohol, one should administer fermented medicinal preparations and alkaline preparations when the abdominal disease is characterized by thick stable. Asafoetida, long pepper, the three fruits, Himalayan cedar, the two turmerics, and marking nut, drumstick fruit, Picoriza coroa, Andrographis paniculata, sweet flag. Dry ginger, Indian madder, Cyperus rotundus, Sausuria lapa, Pinus roxburghi, and the five salts. These should be coarsely powdered and then incinerated, without direct flame in a covered crucible, along with, like the four fats from curds, i.e. ghee, marrow, muscle fat, and oil. Then one should drink a measure of about 1 or 48 grams of this alkaline preparation, with wine, whey, warm water, fermented medicinal preparation, a type of liquor, or fermented medicinal preparation. This destroys abdominal diseases, abdominal lump, prostatic enlargement, two types of abdominal pain, edema, cholera, splenic enlargement, heart disease, hemorrhoids, and upward movement of. One should conquer abdominal dropsy due to in a weak person by drinking fermented medicinal liquor, cow's urine, powder, and a specific iron preparation, and by drinking oils mixed with alkaline preparations. The abdomen should be fomented frequently with a poultice made from mustard seeds, fermenting agent, and radish seeds all made into a paste. In abdominal dropsy due to the vitiation of all three, if the strength and digestive fire are not excessively diminished, one should undertake this treatment according to the predominance of the after declaring the condition incurable. The oil prepared from and fruits is also recommended for drinking when the abdomen is free from other treatments, especially in cases of imbalance of all three. One should ask the relatives of the patient and then administer the root of or made into a paste with wine for drinking. Or one should administer a immobile poison mixed with drinks and food. Or one should administer the fruit into which an enraged serpent has released its venom. By that rapidly destructive poison, his accumulated, which are stable, deeply lodged, and moving in wrong channels, are expelled outwards, broken apart. In this way, the patient attains freedom from disease, or else he goes into the interior of the body, i.e. dies. For one with a heart ailment, bathed in cold water, one should administer cold milk, or one should eat a gruel of Operculina terpithum greens, or Centella asiatica, or Canopodium album, or Corchorus capsularis, or Hordeum vulgare greens, prepared with their own juice. It should be free from sour, salty, and unctuous substances, either steamed or unsteamed, and consumed without other food for 1 month. After that, if thirsty, one should drink its juice. When the pathological humor has been eliminated by these greens in this manner, after 1 month, one should administer camel's milk, which sustains life, to the weakened person. In splenic enlargement, after the patient has been oleated and fomented according to the and has eaten curds, one should perform venesection on the left arm. When strength has been regained, one who has again consumed oleaginous substance and undergone purification should be given the alkaline preparation derived from seashells with milk, or the from karanja infused with sour liquids and rich in the powder of salt and long pepper, or a decoction of Moringa oleifera mixed with rock salt, chitraka, and powder starting with asafoetida and alkaline ghee should be administered according to strength. This powder, consisting of long pepper and dry ginger in equal parts, Baliospermum montanum in equal parts, haritaki in double the quantity, and salt in half the quantity, should be drunk with hot water. Ambelia ribes, Plumbago zeylanica, roasted grain flour, mixed with ghee, rock salt, and Acarus calamus should be burnt in a potsherd and drunk with milk to alleviate abdominal lump and splenic enlargement. The spleen, when bandaged with Indian jujube, leaves mixed with oil and well pounded, and then pressed with a pestle, perishes for one who consumes milk. Tecomella undulata, creepers, cut into pieces along with Terminalia chibula, should be fermented in water or urine. One should drink that after it has stood for 7 nights. This removes jaundice, spleen enlargement, abdominal lump, piles, worms, urinary disorders, and abdominal diseases. Creepers, cut into pieces along with Terminalia chibula, should be fermented in water or urine. One should drink that water or urine after it has stood for 7 nights. This should also be consumed like a linctus. That which is drunk destroys and other diseases. Taking 25 of bark, one should prepare a decoction combined with 2 of Ziziphus jujuba, with the 5 pungent spices in quantities of 1 each, and with an equal quantity of bark, all ground together. One should cook 1 of ghee. This, when administered quickly, alleviates enlargement of the spleen. An oil cooked with the alkaline extract of banana sesame stalks and Hygrophila auriculata, when drunk, conquers splenic enlargement caused by and. If there is no pacification, one should apply cauterization according to the method for abdominal tumor. In splenic enlargement where one of the 3 doses has not yet reached the watery stage and are predominant. In pitta-dominant splenic enlargement, life-promoting medicated ghees, milk enemas, bloodletting purification, and drinking milk are recommended. In dominant splenic enlargement, medicated ghees prepared with the group of herbs, and milk bloodletting, etc. are recommended. Since bloodletting has already been mentioned by the verse, one should perform venesection on the left arm of one who has eaten curds, verse 85. This repetition is for emphasis. Indeed, in an excess of there is an excessive increase in blood. Therefore, this is stated to convey that excessive bloodletting should be employed. For the liver, the treatment is similar to that for the spleen. A vein should be opened in the right arm. For a patient with abdominal obstruction who has been subjected to fomentation A, evacuative enema, containing cow's urine and strong medicines, along with oil and salt, should be administered, followed by an oil enema. Foods that are laxative should be given, and a strong purgative for him. Measures that alleviate upward movement of Vata and those that pacify one of the 3 doses should be undertaken. Except for abdominal disease with perforations, one should treat it like abdominal disease due to kapha. The physician should drain the water as soon as it accumulates, and in this way he should manage the condition. In ascites, one should first administer remedies that remove the associated with water. These should be mixed with urine, be sharp, and contain various alkaline preparations. One should also treat the patient with foods that are digestive stimulants and suppress. The alkaline ash of goat dung filtered through urine should be cooked over fire. When it thickens, 1 measure of powdered root of long pepper, dry ginger, the 5 salts, the 3 fruits, and barley ash should be added, making pills the size of a jujube fruit, and then soaked in a type of vinegar. One should drink this in indigestion, edema, and advanced ascites. If these remedies fail to alleviate the condition in the 3 types of abdominal obstruction and others, the physician, requested by the distressed, relatives, or the king, should employ surgery. For one whose body has been lubricated and fomented, and whose intestines are obstructed or wounded, one should incise the abdomen 4 fingers to the left of the navel, avoiding the navel. Having made an incision of 4 fingers, one should extract the intestines through it and inspect them, removing hair, fecal matter, stones, etc. If there is a perforation, one should extract the foreign body, cleanse the intestinal discharge, and then have ants bite the perforation. When they are attached, one should pull the body of the ants from their heads and then replace the intestines in their proper place, having anointed them with honey and ghee. Then one should suture the external wound. After that, one should anoint it with black earth mixed with licorice and bandage it. Then the patient should remain in a wind-free place, subsisting on milk, and reside in an oil bath tub. For a patient with ascites, after anointing the abdomen with alleviating oils and fomenting it with warm water up to the armpits, with the abdomen bandaged with a cloth, one should puncture it at the previously described site for obstructed perforated intestines to a depth of 1 finger. Placing a tube in it, one should drain half of the water. Then, withdrawing the tube, one should anoint the wound with oil and salt, bandage it, and wrap the abdomen with a cloth. On the 3rd or 4th day, up to the 16th day, one should drain the water little by little with intervals in between. The abdomen should be wrapped more tightly with a loose cloth. After the fluid has been drained, the patient, having undergone fasting, should drink thin gruel that is free from fat and salt. He should subsist on milk for 6 months. For 3 months, he should drink with milk. For the next 3 months, he should eat and types of millet with milk or with sour fruit juice. He should eat small quantities without fat and salt and only after it has been digested. By following this regimen carefully for a year, he will conquer ascites. One suffering from abdominal diseases should be restrained in regard to prohibited things, not overly restrained in regard to prescribed things, and self-controlled in regard to unprescribed things, because almost all diseases arise from an accumulation of. Therefore, treatment that pacifies an other is recommended in all cases. When the abdomen is filled with the digestive fire becomes weak. Therefore, foods that are digestive stimulants light, containing the 5 roots and slightly sour, salty, unctuous, and pungent should be consumed. One should feed the person suffering from abdominal diseases a gruel made from rice grains that have been steeped in cow's urine, cooked with milk to their heart's content. Afterwards, they should drink sugarcane juice for the alleviation of abdominal diseases. In this way, there in the 3 doses return to their respective places. One should avoid excessively hot, sour, salty, dry, constipating, cold, heavy foods, jaggery, oil-fried vegetables, and water for drinking and bathing. One should also avoid exertion, travel, sleeping during the day, and riding in vehicles. Buttermilk, not excessively thin, thick, or sweet, is recommended for drinking. For abdominal disease, it should be with long pepper and salt, for with black pepper and sugar. For abdominal disease due to, it should be with carom seeds, rock salt, cumin, honey, the 3 pungents, and alkali. For abdominal disease due to all 3, it should be combined with the 3 pungents and salt. For splenic enlargement, it should be with honey, oil, calamus, dry ginger, fennel, costus, and rock salt. For obstruction, it should be with common juniper, salt, and for perforation, it should be with long pepper and honey. For ascites, it should be like with the 3 pungents. For those suffering from heaviness, anorexia, abdominal distension, weak digestion, and diarrhea, buttermilk becomes like nectar for those afflicted by and after all therapeutic procedures, one should administer milk. It brings stability to all bodily tissues, is strengthening, and removes the association of. For those whose bodies have been emaciated by medicines, milk alone becomes like nectar. 131 1/2. Thus, in the composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the illustrious Vidyapati Simhagupta, in the 4th section, Chikitsa Sthana, the 15th chapter named Udara Chikitsata is concluded. Chapter 16. Now we shall expound the treatment of anemia chlorosis. Thus indeed said the great sages Atreya and others. A person suffering from should first drink medicated ghee, or ghee cooked with the group of herbs, 1 of pomegranate, half of coriander, 1 each of and ginger, and half a of long pepper. With these made into a paste, 20 of ghee should be cooked in 1 of water. This prepared ghee alleviates heart disease, abdominal tumor, hemorrhoids, splenic disorders, and ailments. It is an appetizer, destroys dyspnea and cough, and promotes the downward movement of obstructed. It is also praised for women who have difficult deliveries and for infertile women. After oleation, one should induce emesis with strong emetics, and then after further oleation, one should purify the body, repeatedly with milk mixed with urine or with milk alone. One should drink the juice of seeds of Balaeospermum montanum mixed with a handful of warm Melina arborea fruit pulp, or a handful of crushed grapes. This conquers anemia. Or one should drink Terminalia chibula ground with urine, or the 3 myrobalans prepared with it. Argemone mexicana, Operculina terpithum, Ipomoea heteracea, Cedrus deodara, and ginger should be ground with a handful of cow's urine, or boiled with that same urine and then drunk. Or milk prepared with these herbs should be drunk for downward movement of thee. Or one should drink iron powder that has been kept in urine for 7 days with milk. When the milk is digested, one should eat food with milk or with sweetmeat juice. After being purified, one should lick haritaki mixed with honey and ghee from both sides, i.e. orally and anally. Citrullus colocynthus, Pecoriza coroa, Cyprus rotundus, Sauceria costus, Cedrus deodara, Holarina antidysenterica. These in quantities of 1 each, Marsdenia tenacissima in a quantity of 2, Atavisa aconitum heterophyllum in a quantity of half a. Having drunk this powder with warm water, one should then lick honey. This conquers anemia, fever, burning sensation, cough, dyspnea, anorexia, abdominal tumors, flatulence, rheumatism, and bleeding disorders. A decoction of Adatota vasica, Tinospora cordifolia, a group of 3 fruits, Haritaki, Bibataka, Amalaki, Pecoriza coroa, Andrographis paniculata, and Azadirachta indica, mixed with honey, destroys anemia, aggravated pitta dosa, blood disorders, and jaundice. Powdered iron filings equal in quantity to the 3 pungents Sunthi, Marika, Pipali, Citraka, Vidanga, Haritaki, Bibitaka, Amalaki, and Cyperus rotundus should be administered with buttermilk, honey, ghee, or lukewarm water. It destroys jaundice, anemia, heart disease, skin diseases, hemorrhoids, and urinary disorders. One should give a pill to a patient suffering from anemia, containing jaggery, dry ginger, iron slag, and sesame seeds in equal measure, with long pepper in double the quantity. Pyrite, the bark of Berberis aristata, Piper retrofractum, long pepper root, and Cedrus deodara, along with the 9 ingredients beginning with the 3 pungents. These should be powdered. Then iron slag, resembling collyrium, 8 times the quantity of all these combined, should be added to cow's urine that has been separately cooked until it is suitable for making pills. One should then form pills. These should be consumed by one whose main food is buttermilk. These pills are life-giving to those suffering from anemia. They also pacify skin diseases, indigestion, edema, thigh stiffness, anorexia, hemorrhoids, jaundice, urinary disorders, and splenic enlargement. Pyrite, rock salt, lac, silver, iron rust, 5 each, separately. With Plumbago zeylanica, a group of 3 fruits, Haritaki, Bibataki, Amalaki, a group of 3 spices, ginger, black pepper, long pepper, and Embellia ribes, each one a measure. Mixed with 8 of sugar, powdered and liquefied with honey. It specifically destroys anemia, poison, cough, tuberculosis, intermittent fever, skin diseases, indigestion, urinary disorders, edema, asthma, anorexia, and especially epilepsy, jaundice, and hemorrhoids. 8 of mineral pitch and an equal amount of white sugar, impregnated for 10 days with the juices of Holarina antidysenterica, Azadirachta indica, Trichosanthis dioica, Cyperus rotundus, and ginger, or with 2 or 3 times the quantity of these juices. Cinnamon, Mimosops hexandra, long pepper, Emblica officinalis, and Pistacia integerrima, 1 each. 1 of the fruit and root of Solanum xanthocarpum, a group of 3 aromatics, cinnamon, cardamom, and bay leaf, according to proper measure. Make pills the size of a measure, approx. 12 grams, mixed with 3 of honey. After consuming them, one should drink pomegranate juice, milk, bird's meat juice, water, a type of liquor, or fermented medicinal preparation, either on an empty stomach or after a meal. They destroy anemia, skin diseases, fever, splenic enlargement, a type of asthma, hemorrhoids, fistula in ano, heart diseases, urinary disorders, putrid semen, digestive impairment, emaciation, artificial poison, abdominal diseases. Cough, menorrhagia, pitta-related blood disorders, edema, abdominal lump, throat diseases, urinary disorders, hernia, and vertigo. They are auspicious and remove all. 1 of grapes, 1 of long pepper, half of sugar, 2 of licorice, dry ginger, and bamboo manna, all powdered. Throw all that into 1 of amalaki fruit juice and cook it like a linctus. When it cools, add 1 of honey and lick a palmful of it. It controls a severe form of jaundice, anemia, and jaundice. The water of the 5 lesser roots is recommended for drinking and eating. For those afflicted with anemia, jaundice, the juice of grapes and Indian gooseberry is recommended. Thus, a general, unconquerable remedy for disease has been declared. It should be varied and applied by a wise physician according to the strength of each. In caused by wind Vata, the treatment should be predominantly unctuous. In Pitta dominant, it should be bitter and cold. In Kapha dominant, it should be pungent, dry, and hot. In all three involved, it should be mixed. One should first remove the earth from the body with strong purificatory measures. After the alimentary tract is purified, one should administer strength-promoting, clarified butter preparations. Clarified butter cooked with the triad of long pepper, black pepper, and ginger, Aigul marmelos, the 2 turmeric and tree turmeric, the 2 Borhavia diffusa, red and white varieties, Cyperus rotundus, uncertain, Ficus bengalensis, and pollen, Cisampellos pereira. Embellia ribes, Cedrus deodara, Traja involucrata, and Clerodendrum serratum, along with milk. This quickly pacifies all disorders caused by earth consumption. Similarly, a prepared with Mesua feria, Glycyrrhiza glabra, Piper longum milk, and a type of grass. For aversion to earth or for craving it, one should administer earth impregnated with Embellia ribes, Plumbago zeylanica, and Azadirachta indica sprouts, or with Marsdenia tenacissima. And medicine should be administered according to the bodily humor indicated by the type of earth consumed. In jaundice, however, one should administer that which alleviates one of the 3 doses and is not antagonistic to anemia. A measure of ghee cooked with a decoction of 100 Terminalia chibula fruits and a paste of 50 fruits is effective against abdominal tumors, jaundice, and anemia. One should drink Cassia fistula in the juice of sugarcane, or Puraria tuberosa or Emblica officinalis, along with the 3 pungents ginger, black pepper, and long pepper in the measure of a fruit of Aigul marmelos, which removes jaundice. Or, one should drink a paste of Baliospermum montanum with 2 parts jaggery in cold water, or the powder of Baliospermum montanum with honey, or with a triphala decoction. One should administer the juice of or mixed with honey every morning to a patient suffering from jaundice, and collyrium made from turmeric, red ochre, and Indian gooseberry removes. If a patient with passes stool resembling a paste of sesame seeds, then one should conquer the one of the 3, whose channels are obstructed by one of the 3, with substances that alleviate. When aggravated by dryness, cold, heaviness, sweetness, exercise, and suppression of urges, becomes mixed with and expels outwards, then the person's eyes, urine, skin, and feces become yellowish-green. He suffers from abdominal distension with gurgling constipation and a heavy feeling in the heart. Gradually, when the has moved into the peripheral tissues in small quantity, he is afflicted by weakness, poor digestion, pain in the flanks, hiccup, dyspnea, anorexia, and fever. Such a person should be fed with broths made from peacock, partridge, or wild fowl, which are dry, pungent, and sour, and also with broths made from dried radish and horsegram. Food that is very sour, sharp, pungent, salty, and hot is also beneficial. He should lick the 3 pungents mixed with lime juice, and also iron. By this, his returns to its own seat, and his feces become colored even once. Also subsides, along with its complications like abdominal gurgling. Once the complications have ceased, the treatment prescribed for jaundice should be administered to him. One should drink with cow's urine for a month, or pyrite or slag of gold. A person suffering from having been oleated with buffalo ghee, prepared with the juice of and milk, should drink with the juice of. After being purged by that, he should eat sweet foods that alleviate and. He should also eat the previously mentioned grape electuary and sweet gritas. He should regularly use life-sustaining enemas and milk enemas with oil enemas. He should also drink grape arista preparations judiciously to increase digestive fire. He should also regularly use haritaki electuary for cough, long pepper, licorice, and country mallow with milk according to the and's strength. One who is skilled in anemia should also apply the treatment sequence described for edema. Thus, in the composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the illustrious Vaidyapati Simhagupta, in the 4th section, Chikitsa Sthana, Therapeutics, the 16th chapter, named Pandaroga Chikitsa, Treatment of Anemia, is concluded. Chapter 17. Now we shall expound the treatment of edema swelling. Thus indeed said the great sages like Atreya and others. In all cases of edema caused by affecting the entire body, when it is associated with or undigested material after having been dried out by fasting and having eaten light food, one should drink a decoction of dry ginger, Aconitum heterophyllum, Terminalia chebula, Embylia ribes, Holorina antidysenterica seeds, and black pepper with warm water. Or one should drink a decoction of Terminalia chebula, dry ginger, Cedrus deodara, and Burhavia diffusa. Or a person with an excess of should take a preparation of 9 metals for purification, or Terminalia chebula with cow's urine, or Pecoriza coroa, Operculina terpethum, iron basma, and the 3 pungents, ginger, black pepper, long pepper, with a decoction of triphala, or similarly, Comifera mucul or mineral pitch. A person with weak digestion, whose stool is undigested, heavy, loose, and constipated, should regularly take buttermilk mixed with black salt, the 3 pungents, and honey, or jaggery and Terminalia chebula, or with buttermilk as in post-meal drink, or similarly, jaggery and dry ginger, or fresh ginger with an equal quantity of jaggery, increasing by half approx 24 grams daily, up to a maximum of 5 approx 240 grams for 1 month, while eating soup milk or meat juice. This preparation conquers abdominal tumor, abdominal diseases, hemorrhoids, edema, urinary disorders, asthma, coryza, intestinal inertia, indigestion, jaundice, emaciation, mental disorders, cough, and phlegm. Having prepared it with the juice and milk, even one afflicted becomes free from disease by drinking it. One who is free from undigested material, has bound feces, and is afflicted by swelling should drink milk prepared with the 3 pungents, Indian jalap, Baliospermum montanum, and Plumbago zeylanica. Or one should drink the urine of a cow or buffalo with milk, while subsisting on milk. For a week or a month, one should subsist on camel's milk, wild celery, alkali from barley, carom seeds, the 5 pungents, black pepper, pomegranate, Cisampellos pereira, coriander, Garcinia pedunculata, and unripe Igel marmelos, each one 12 grams in quantity, should be prepared in 3.072 liters of water. Ghee cooked with that decoction, 768 grams in quantity, removes edema, hemorrhoids, abdominal tumors, and urinary disorders, or ghee from curds with Plumbago zeylanica inside, or that which is cooked with buttermilk, and similar in qualities to that mentioned before, and one who knows the proper time should administer it. And ghee preparations. One should cook 100 Terminalia chebula in 1 a measure of the decoction of the group of 10 roots. Having added 1 a measure of jaggery to that lickable preparation, one should add powdered cardamom, cinnamon, and bay leaf, ginger, black pepper, and long pepper, and a little barley alkali. This is beneficial for emaciation, acid indigestion, a bleeding disorder, asthma, anorexia, splenic disorders, artificial poison, and abdominal diseases. Old rice made from barley and a type of rice, cooked with water from 10 roots and food with little salt and oil is beneficial for edema. Soups made from mung beans with alkali and the 3 pungents, and from horse gram with long pepper. And similarly from wild animals and from turtle, monitor lizard, and porcupine. And buttermilk that is not sour for drinking, and medicinal alcoholic beverages are beneficial. A gruel made with cumin, zidori, Leptidemia reticulata, black cumin, Pushkaramula, and Plumbago zeylanica, along with the pulp of Igel marmelos, barley alkali, and Garcinia indica in quantities equal to a jujube fruit, and fried appropriately with ghee and oil is supremely beneficial for those suffering from edema, diarrhea, heart disease, abdominal lump, hemorrhoids, low digestive fire, and urinary disorders. Similarly, a gruel prepared with Cisampellos pereira and cooked with the 5 pungents possesses the same qualities. With rock moss, costus root, Taxus baccata, Vitex agnus castus, Aquilaria agaloca, Prunus cerasoides, resin of Pinus roxburghi, shell of a marine animal, Delphinium zalil, Cedrus deodara, Calicarpa macrophylla, Nardostachys jatamansi, long pepper, wild cardamom, coriander, Cymbopogon martini, Valeriana wallacei, a group of 4 spices, cinnamon, cardamom, cassia leaf, and mezua, Abies webiana, Cyprus rotundus, and Hedychium spicatum. One should prepare oil for anointing and water for bathing. Or bathing with water prepared from neem, Borhavia diffusa, Pongamia pinnata, and Calotropis procera is recommended. For swelling affecting a single limb, a warm plaster made from Borhavia diffusa, Nerium indicum, Butea monosperma, Citrulus colocynthus, a group of 3 fruits, Emblica officinalis, Terminalia bellerica, Terminalia chebula, Simplicos racemosa, Hibiscus mutabilis, Cedrus deodara. Capparis sepiaria, Lufa acutangula, a type of plant, possibly a synonym for Curculigo orchioides, Suspania sespin. Cocculus hirsutus, a type of plant, possibly or Sarcostema acidum, Uraria picta. Habenaria edgeworthii, Habenaria intermedia, and Ricinus communis, is beneficial. In swellings caused by Vata, one should drink operculin aterpithum for half a month. In constipation, one should drink castor oil. It should be consumed before meals, mixed with milk or meat juices. One should also perform sudation and anointing that alleviate Vata. For swelling localized to a single limb, a paste made from citron, Clerodendrum flammatis, dry ginger, Capparis sepiaria, and Tinospora cordifolia should be applied. In dosa, related conditions, one should drink ghee that is bitter, or milk boiled with the group of herbs. In thirst, burning sensation, and delusion, cold applications and anointing are beneficial. A decoction made from Trichosanthes dioica root, Bacopa monnieri, Glycyrrhiza glabra, Picrorhiza coroa, Terminalia chibula, Cedrus deodara, Berberis aristata, sandalwood, Baliospermum montanum, Citrullus colocynthus, Barringtonia acutangula, and Piper longum, when drunk with ghee, destroys internal heat, thirst, and delusion, as well as a complex dosic derangement, erysipelas, swelling, burning sensation, and toxic fevers. One should drink oil prepared with cassia fistula and other ingredients in swellings arising from kapha dosa. When there is obstruction of the channels, diminished digestive fire, anorexia, and a feeling of heaviness in the abdomen, one should regularly use alkaline preparations, powders, fermented infusions, fermented decoctions, urine, and buttermilk. One should apply long pepper, old oil cake, drumstick tree, bark, sand, and linseed as warm plasters and for massage mixed with urine. A bath in urine water prepared with and is beneficial. For anointing and are beneficial. A paste of and should be applied to swelling affecting a single limb. One should perform purification and bloodletting according to the proximity of the affected area. In cases of mixed treatment should be based on the strength of the predominant. Solanum xanthocarpum and turmeric consumed with warm water, and Andrographis paniculata and dry ginger indeed destroy edema that is caused by all three chronic and severe. The two, Tinospora cordifolia, Gogulu, Devadaru along with Gogulu and cow's urine, alleviate worms, urinary disorders, and upward moving in Vata. Thus, the appropriate treatment has been stated for edema, arising from one's own. In caused by injury, the blood should be purified. In caused by poison, an antidote is desired. One suffering from edema swelling should avoid meat from domesticated animals, aquatic animals, and marshy land animals, crushed food, weak food, dry vegetables, sesame preparations, jaggery preparations, flour preparations, yogurt with salt, fermented gruel, sour alcoholic beverages, parched grain, dried meat, eating together, heavy and unwholesome foods, foods that cause burning sensation, sleeping during the day, and sexual intercourse. Thus, in the composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the illustrious Vajapati Simhagupta, in the 4th section, Chikitsa Sthana, Therapeutics, the 17th chapter named Svayathu Chikitsata, Treatment of Edema, is concluded. Chapter 18. Now we shall expound the treatment of erysipelas, spreading skin disease. Thus indeed said the great sages Atreya and others. In fasting, lightning therapy and drying therapy are beneficial right from the start. Bloodletting, emesis, and purgation are beneficial, but not oleation. The fruit of Randia dumatorum along with licorice and Holarina antidysenterica seeds causes emesis and destroys. Or it may be combined with pointed gourd, long pepper, and neem leaves. Operculin aterpithum powder mixed with the juice of Bacopa monnieri or of grapes or of a combination of 3 fruits should be used for purgation. Or it may be administered with milk or ghee. This is especially effective for purifying the pathological humors located in the alimentary tract. For one who is not to undergo purification therapy and has a small amount of pathological humor, palliative therapy with sandalwood and water lily is prescribed, or nutgrass, neem, and pointed gourd or the group of herbs, or Indian sarsaparilla, Indian gooseberry, vetiver, and nutgrass boiled in water. One afflicted with thirst and erysipelas should drink Phagonia cretica, Fumaria indica, Tinospora cordifolia, and dry ginger, either as a decoction or a cold infusion. Indian barberry, pointed gourd, Picrorhiza coroa, lentil, and a group of 3 fruits, along with neem, licorice, and Bacopa monnieri, boiled and infused with ghee, should be drunk. However, when the blood is vitiated in the extremities' peripheral tissues, blood should be removed first. For the liquefaction of skin, muscle, and tendons arises from the liquefaction of blood. In a person free from undigested toxins, with diminished kapha dosa, and with a predominance of an ghee, that is, bitter or very bitter, or ghee boiled with a medicinal herb, is beneficial. When the blood has been removed and the internal pathological humors are purified, if they are located in the skin, flesh, and joints, external treatments such as plasters immediately bring about the pacification of Indian dill, nut grass, wild yam, bamboo manna, blue strobilanthes, coriander, deodar cedar, black nightshade, and costus root are for anointing in migratory. The group of drugs beginning with is for one of the 3, and similarly the group beginning with and. Young aerial roots of the banyan tree, combined with the pith of the plantain and lotus rhizome nodes, should be made into a poultice, soaked in ghee washed 100 times. Or cool lotus mud, or powdered pearl, or conch, coral, or oyster shell, or red ochre, mixed with ghee, should be applied. The roots of this poultice destroys erysipelas caused by a paste made from and or the group of herbs, or the leaves of, or the barks of, or and the flowers of should be used. With these very same medicines, one should perform fomentation anointing of wounds, application of ghee pastes and powders as appropriate. In type conditions, pastes should be made predominantly with ghee. When the is located in the site and is associated with undigested, or when it is located in the site, then pastes that are neither too cold nor too hot and are dry are beneficial. In a bleeding disorder, those mixed with ghee are beneficial. Extremely cold, thin pastes placed between thin cloths should be applied repeatedly, moment by moment. Others, which are less potent, should also be applied in the same way. For mixed, this combined treatment is praised. One should anoint fiery erysipelas with ghee washed 100 times or with plain ghee. One should irrigate it with the supernatant liquid of ghee, or with cool water infused with licorice, or with sugar water, or with water from musta, or with milk, or with sugarcane juice. For drinking, anointing, and irrigation, the great bitter ghee is supremely beneficial. In the case of nodular erysipelas, after properly performing treatments that alleviate blood and treatments that alleviate and Vata, such as bolus fomentation and poultice, are desired. In glandular swelling, erysipelas, and pain, one should sprinkle with warm oil, or with urine or water cooked with 10 roots, or one should apply a warm paste of black garlic, or of bark or dried radishes or bibitaka. Baliospermum montanum, the root bark of Plumbago zeylanica, the milky latex of Euphorbia nerifolia, and Calotropis procera, jaggery, the seed of Semicarpus anacardium and green vitriol. A paste of these would break even a stone. What then of a glandular swelling located on the external pathway, especially one born of? That has been present for a long time should also be broken by these medicines, with gruels of radish and horsegram, along with alkaline preparations and pomegranate, with wheat and barley foods, along with a type of liquor, honey, and sugar. With honey mixed, a type of fermented liquor, combined with citron juice, with preparations of a combination of 3 fruits and long pepper mixed with honey, with preparations of Himalayan cedar, Tinospora cordifolia, and a type of salt, and also bitumen, with preparations of curd cream, marking nut, and roasted grain flour, and also pyrite, with fumigations, purgations, and nasal purifications as previously described for breaking up abdominal lumps, with pressing by heated iron, gold, salt, stones, and so forth. If, even with these various effective treatments, the lump, which has become hard as stone, does not subside and remains firmly established, then cauterization with alkali fire or heated gold is beneficial for it. Or, after causing it to suppurate with suppurative medicines, one should incise it and remove it, and one should repeatedly release the blood from it when it has become aggravated. And, after the blood has been removed, medicine that pacifies and 2 of the 3 is beneficial. When it is suppurated and marked by burning, and suppuration treatment should be like that for external and internal ulcers. Oil cooked with Indian barberry, false black pepper, and red physic nut is beneficial for the ulcer. Ghee cooked with the juice of Bermuda grass is beneficial in cases where and are predominant. On one side are all other treatments, and on the other side is bloodletting. For does not arise without being associated with vitiated blood. Blood is indeed its sole substratum, therefore one should let out blood many times. Ghee that is not purgative should not be given to one with many, for by that the being obstructed would cause suppuration of the skin, blood, and flesh. Thus, in the fourth section on Therapeutics, in the composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the Lord of Physicians Simhagupta, the 18th chapter named Treatment of Erysipelas is concluded. Chapter 19. Now, therefore, we shall expound the treatment of skin diseases. Thus indeed spoke the great sages, Atreya and others. Due to the vitiation of skin, blood, muscle tissue, etc., and due to the discharge from them, and due to the very nature of the disease, emaciation of the body is almost certainly inevitable for one suffering from all. Following this very reasoning, it will be stated, verse 16, he should nourish him with unctuous substances that are anti-repeatedly. Thus he says, one should first treat entirely with the intake of unctuous substances. In that condition, for predominant kastha, oil or ghee prepared with and is beneficial, and one of each should be cooked in 2 s of water until 1/8 remains. With this decoction, and with 1 each of 12 s of medicated ghee should be cooked. This bitter conquers dominant skin diseases, erysipelas, pustules, burning sensation, thirst, giddiness, itching, anemia, goiter, glandular swellings, foul sinus ulcers, scrofula, blisters, abscesses, abdominal tumors, edema, insanity, and intoxication, heart disease, cataract, facial blemishes, malabsorption syndrome, leukoderma, jaundice, fistula in ano, epilepsy, abdominal diseases, menorrhagia, artificial poison, hemorrhoids, hemorrhagic disorders, and other difficult-to-cure borne diseases. The 2s, with these cooked in 8 times its quantity of water and twice its quantity of juice, is known as and is considered superior in qualities to. In conditions where is predominant, cooked with, and Vagbhata should be used. In all types of, one should drink oil derived from marking nut, a type of mustard, or one should drink clarified butter cooked with vidanga, haritaki, and marking nut. One who drinks cooked 100 times with the root of cassia fistula and consumes water mixed with catechu quickly conquers. Abhyanga, anointing, with these very oils, each according to its suitability, is beneficial. For a person with skin disease who has been oleated, the purification therapy described for erysipelas should be administered, and the physician should perform venesection from the veins in his forehead, hands, and feet. For that is very mild, scarification and horn application, etc., should be done appropriately, and he should be nourished repeatedly with oleating substances that counteract. For a patient whose blood has been let and who has undergone purgation, and whose abdomen is therefore empty, wind will not become destructive to his body. Cooked with a paste of Solanum xanthocarpum and Pongamia pinnata in water. This is called a type of ghee and removes skin diseases. With Picrorhiza coroa, Operculina terpithum, Baliospermum montanum, Cassia fistula. Acarus calamus. Aconitum heterophyllum, Plumbago zelanica, and Cisampellos pereira, each in a measure of 1/1. And a handful of fresh, latex of or Euphorbia neriifolia, ground together, one of ghee cooked with these, acts as both an oleation and a purgation for a hard bowel. It cures difficult skin diseases, leukoderma, splenic enlargement, hernia, calculi, and abdominal tumors. This is called, having cooked one of Baliospermum montanum in one of water, one should cook ghee with that decoction. When one of Lupha acutangula is drunk, it causes purification both upwards and downwards. One of water should be cooked with one of until 1/8 remains. With the roots of that plant, of ghee should be cooked in that decoction. Having drunk that ghee, on alternate days, when it is well digested, one should eat with unsalted. This is for one who desires to conquer skin diseases, leukoderma, and scrofula, and who desires abundant progeny, retention, and memory. The fat of mixed with honey and is curative for, or the fat mixed with an equal quantity of ghee along with water from rice, barley, wheat, mung beans, lentils, pigeon peas, bitter vegetables, and meat from desert-dwelling animals are beneficial and when combined with triphala and medicated alcoholic beverages and buttermilk mixed with are beneficial food and drink in. However, sour, salty, and pungent foods are not. One should especially avoid curds, milk, jaggery, meat from marshy lands, sesame, and black gram. The roots of pointed gourd, a group of 3 fruits, and red physic nut, Indian gentian, and black hellebore, these 5 each diminished by 1/3 of 3, a measure of weight, and should be half the quantity, combined with 1/4 part of dry ginger. This, a measure of weight, approximately 48 grams, of ingredients coarsely powdered, should be cooked in water and drunk for the purification of and poisons. This remedy, used for 6 nights, destroys Pyle's difficult urinary disorders, a severe form of jaundice, pain in the heart and bladder, and irregular fever. A measure of seeds of Indian gooseberry and another name for 3 of turpith. This remedy destroys urinary disorders, splenic enlargement, glandular swellings, worms, and abdominal tumors. It is said that Manabhadra, a yaksa, declared this life-giving remedy to a mendicant who wished to end his life. Andrographis paniculata, neem, a group of 3 fruits, and wild Himalayan cherry, Indian aconite, long pepper. Sansevieria roxburghiana. Pointed gourd, 2 types of turmeric, and Cisampellos parera, bitter apple, Holarina antidysenterica, and sweet flag. These should be equal parts. Baliospermum montanum, turpith, and Bacopa monnieri should be successively double the preceding quantity. These powdered should be licked with honey and ghee. This medicine is supreme for skin diseases, urinary disorders, and numbness. Or one should lick triphala, embelia ribes, and long pepper with oil, ghee, and honey. A decoction of Holarina antidysenterica along with a paste of Ficus hispida, embelia ribes, neem, Cyperus rotundus, and tricato, when drunk, destroys all skin diseases. One should consume Terminalia chebula cooked in a decoction of Holarina antidysenterica, Plumbago zeylanica, neem, Cassia fistula, Acacia catacu, Pterocarpus marsupium, and Alstonia scalaris mixed with honey and ghee, as they destroy skin diseases. The decoction of the bark of Indian barberry, catechu tree, and neem destroys skin diseases. A decoction prepared with Picrorhiza coroa, Acorus calamus, and Indian madder, when well administered, destroys skin diseases caused by and, just as righteous conduct destroys sin. And the best, ghee, cooked with these very same medicinal substances conquers skin diseases caused by. Similarly, Himalayan cedar and turmeric should be prepared separately in this manner. A person suffering from skin disease, who drinks urine mixed with indrayava or warm water for a month, becomes free from disease, and also those suffering from hemorrhoids, urinary disorders, edema, anemia, indigestion, and worms. Having drunk for a month a powder made of Acaranthus aspera, the 3 pungents, ginger, black pepper, and long pepper, turmeric, Alstonia scalaris, Adatota vasica, Indian madder, neem, deodar cedar, and the 2 groups of 5 roots along with cow's urine, and eating a wholesome diet, one conquers skin diseases. Turmeric, long pepper, ginger, vidanga, rock salt, along with leadwort and pyrite, taken in progressively increasing doses, when drunk with cow's urine or made into pills, destroys even the most terrible skin diseases. This part of the verse is corrupt and incomplete in the source text, but likely refers to a preparation with ghee, honey, and sugar candy. This part of the verse is corrupt and incomplete in the source text, but likely refers to a preparation that conquers is aphrodisiac and is called. The first half of the verse is severely truncated in the source text, making a full translation impossible without reconstruction. The second half is also truncated. Pills made from seeds of, marking nut, and a group of 3 fruits, and, prepared with a portion of jaggery when habitually consumed, destroy all types of skin diseases. A bolus made from marking nut, Sorelia coralifolia, along with long pepper, Dioscorea bulbifera, Terminalia chebula, Gloriosa superba, black sesame, and long pepper mixed with jaggery destroys, a specific medicinal preparation, along with the essence of long pepper and the root of Plumbago zeylanica, along with iron filings, Emblica officinalis, and oil, when licked, destroys even difficult diseases. A bolus made with Chibulic myrobalan, country mallow, and jaggery, along with marking nut, conquers skin diseases. Or a bolus made with jaggery, false black pepper, and ironwood tree. One should consume the powder of catechu tree with false black pepper, mineral pitch, honey, and ghee while eating a moderate and wholesome diet. This conquers a type of skin disease, leukoderma and ringworm. by licking sugar, sesame oil, false black pepper, Indian gooseberry, iron, Indian gooseberry, and long pepper. One conquers all diseases, even the very severe ones. Nut grass, the 3 pungents, the 3 fruits, Indian madder, deodar cedar, the 2, 5 roots. Alstonia scholaris and neem bark, white bryony, leadwort, Sansevieria roxburghiana. This powder, mixed with 9 parts of sada roasted grain flour and honey, when consumed daily as a rejuvenative application, completely eradicates skin diseases. It cures edema, anemia, leukoderma, malabsorption syndrome, hemorrhoids, hernia, fistula in ano, boils, itching, urticaria, and cervical lymphadenitis. Or one should use seeds of Cassia tora according to the rejuvenative method. Or marking nut, Soralia coralifolia, root of leadwort, or bitumen. When they are located in the skin, palliative measures like external application are beneficial. For that has been irritated by a strong external application, it increases in a body that is impure. Fomentation with poultices is beneficial for skin diseases that have firm, hard patches, mandala. A that is swollen from fomentation should be incised with sharp instruments and then smeared with topical applications. In those where a sharp instrument cannot penetrate and where the sense of touch is destroyed, alkaline caustic should be applied to release the blood and the. A topical application should be made with poisons along with incantations for a person who has consumed an antidote in cases of very hard, rough, numb, stable, and chronic. Afterwards, it should also be applied with antidotes. Leprosy lesions that are stiff, numb, anhydrotic, and itchy should be abraded with dry cow dung, foam, or sharp instruments and then plastered. Nut grass, a group of 3 fruits. Emetic nut, Indian beech, golden shower tree, Indrajau. Devil's tree, costus, false black pepper, Indian barberry, and white mustard are for bathing. This decoction is an emetic, a purgative, a complexion enhancer, and a rubefacient. It alleviates skin disorders, leprosy, and swelling, and cures anemia. A decoction made from the roots of oleander, neem, kirchi, golden shower tree, and leadwort, prepared in urine until it adheres to a ladle, cures leprosy when applied as a paste. The root of white oleander, the fruits of Holarina antidesenterica and Pongamia pinnata, and the bark of Berberis aristata, combined with the sprouts of jasmine, is a proven paste that removes skin diseases. The bark and flowers of Albizia lebec, the leaves of cotton plant, and Cassia fistula, and Solanum nigrum, when ground, constitute a 4-fold paste that destroys. With the triad of dry ginger, black pepper, and long pepper, a type of salt Plumbago xylanica, and Sausuria costus. A superior paste, in the form of a sized pill, with half the amount of poison, removes leukoderma and. One should take equal parts of neem, both types of turmeric, holy basil, pointed gourd, costus, winter cherry, deodar cedar, drumstick tree, mustard, toothache tree, coriander, wild turmeric, and angelica, and make them into a powder. One should then endeavor to apply this paste, ground with buttermilk, as in powder massage to the body, which has first been anointed with oil. In this way, the patient's itching, papules, urticarial rashes, skin diseases, and swellings will subside. One should apply green vitriol, red kamala tree powder, costus, and laud tree bark for dusting. In this way, ringworm, itching, scaly eruptions, scabies, and eczema will not occur. A paste of mustard cooked in the hollow of a milk hedge stem over a fire of chaff, along with cow's milk, is external application that cures skin diseases. Similarly, the seeds of Indian beech and Cassia tora, combined with costus and ground with cow's urine, are also effective. With black pepper, mustard, green vitriol, and nutgrass, with real gar, costus, and along with both types of turmeric, mixed with freshly pressed oil. With these, skin disease when rubbed and heated by the sun's rays is destroyed. Black pepper, Indian bay leaf, costus, along with real gar and green vitriol, mixed with oil and kept for 7 days in a copper vessel. When a type of skin lesion is anointed with that and the person exposes themselves to heat, it disappears in 7 days. New leukoderma disappears in a month for a pure person who avoids bathing. Oil of, prepared in the lye water of ash of, which has been filtered 7 times, destroys a type of skin lesion by anointing. The root of the leaves of and the seeds of radish, applied as a paste with buttermilk on a Tuesday, is a proven remedy for a type of skin disease, milk and copper sulfate. This is a proven preparation of ghee and oil. When it is prepared, resin of Shoria robusta should be added with beeswax. When applied, it destroys cracked feet. It also pacifies in types of skin diseases, from saptaparna and neem, an oil prepared from these for skin disorders, for infected sinus ulcers, and for those arising from kapha and dosas. This oil, which is like a thunderbolt, is sufficient for their destruction through anointing, with resin of Pinus roxburghii, Commiphora whitei, bitumen, rock salt, orpiment, and dried ginger, along with an equal quantity of the milk of Euphorbia neriifolia and Calotropis gigantea. The oil prepared is known as Great Thunderbolt. It possesses qualities superior to thunderbolt and destroys leukoderma, piles, tumors, and scrofula. An oil prepared with Sausuria costis, Nerium indicum, Eclipta prostrata, Calotropis gigantea, cow's urine, Euphorbia neriifolia, milk, and rock salt is called poison application. When applied as an anointing oil, it is an excellent destroyer of skin diseases. An oil prepared with beeswax, red lead, gugulu, copper sulfate, and rasanjana, extract of Berberis aristata. When it is a pungent oil, quickly cures scabies and eczema. Lac, ginger, black pepper, long pepper, Cassiatora seeds, resin of tree, costus root, and white mustard. Turmeric mixed with buttermilk is prescribed as a paste for ringworm. Similarly, radish seeds mixed with buttermilk. Plumbago zeylanica and Moringa oleifera, Tinospora cordifolia, Acaranthes aspera, and Cedrus deodora. Acacia catechu and Anogysis latifolia are a paste, Operculina terpithum, Baliospermum montanum, and Jatropha curcus. Lac, antimony sulfide, cardamom, and Borhavia diffusa. These are pastes for those suffering from skin diseases. These 6, combined with buttermilk, are said to destroy an in Hygrophila auriculata, Mesua ferrea leaves, of Cinnamomum tamala, Cyperus rotundus, sandalwood, and lotus stalk. Prepared with increasing proportions is a paste for in skin diseases that are burning, anointing with ghee prepared with bitter substances, and ghee washed with water, and with oils mixed with sandalwood, licorice, a white lotus-like plant, and water lily. When there is excessive exudation and falling off of the body parts, burning sensation, blisters, and a type of skin disease. Cold poultices and effusions are beneficial, as are venesection purgation and Acacia catechu, Adatoda vasica, Azadiracta indica, Holorina antidysenterica, Terminalia chibula, Embelia ribes, Trichosanthes dioica, and Tinospora cordifolia, when used internally and externally, along with cow's urine, alleviate skin diseases with worms. In predominantly of ghee is beneficial. In predominantly of emesis is beneficial. In predominantly of bloodletting and purgation are beneficial first. The external applications that are used for skin diseases in patients whose blood and humors have been removed and whose receptacles have been purified quickly bring about success for them. When the has been removed, the blood has been extracted, external and internal palliative therapy has been performed, and oleation has been administered at the proper time, a curable does not persist. A patient with who has many S should be repeatedly purified while carefully preserving their life. For if the is removed excessively, one of the 3 doses would quickly destroy a weak person. Every month, and purgatives from below every month. Purification of the head should be done every 3 days, and bloodletting every 6 months. A leper who has been improperly vomited or purged becomes afflicted by aggravated, pathological humors. He undoubtedly becomes incurable in this way. Therefore, one should completely remove the from him. The observance of vows, self-control and restraint, engagement in renunciation and virtuous conduct, worship of Brahmins, gods, and gurus, and friendliness towards all beings, and the adoration of Siva, Skanda, Siva's son, Tara, and Bhaskara, the sun god, eradicate leprosy, which is a manifest sin and impurity. Here ends the 19th chapter, named Treatment of Leprosy, in the 4th section, Therapeutics, of the Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita, composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the Lord of Physicians, Simagupta. Chapter 20. Now, therefore, we shall expound the treatment of leukoderma and worms. Thus indeed spoke the great sages, beginning with Atreya. That is more repulsive than even skin diseases, and quickly becomes incurable. Therefore, one should strive for its pacification as one would for a burning house. One should especially employ purificatory therapy for the body beforehand. For the foremost purgative is considered to be the juice of bakuchi with jaggery. Having drunk that, and with the body anointed, one should expose oneself to the heat of the sun's rays according to one's strength. With the body purged, one who is thirsty should drink thin gruel for 3 days. When blisters appear on the affected limb, one should pierce them with a thorn. When the blisters have discharged, one should drink every morning for 3 days. Bakuchi, linseed, beautyberry, and fennel, boiled together with water. Or one may drink Butea monosperma, alkali mixed with treacle, according to one's strength. Having drunk a decoction of the bark of and trees with a paste of Sorelia corallifolia, and after blisters have appeared on one who has stayed in the sun, food with buttermilk, without salt, should be consumed. Cow's urine mixed with Plumbago zeylanica and the Tricatu group, kept in a ghee pot and mixed with honey, should be drunk by a person with leukoderma after a fortnight. The regimen prescribed for skin diseases should also be followed for them. Or one should eat Eclipta prostrata, fried in oil and placed in an iron vessel. And thereafter one should drink milk boiled with Pterocarpus marsupium for the destruction of the tender leaves of, and along with those of ground in urine, cure and infected sinus ulcers. Burnt leopard skin or elephant skin, mixed with oil, is an excellent paste for leukoderma. Even a type of insect, anointed with the alkali derived from destroys, in the sun, and dry the blister-causing agents in the shade. In this manner, for 3 times, a paste made from these, finely ground with the milk of Euphorbia neriifolia, is an application for the destruction of leukoderma. The ash produced from a black snake, mixed with oil of Terminalia billerica, is an application. Similarly, peacock bile or burnt Pavonia odorata soaked in that oil is also an application. 1 a measure of seeds of Sorelia corallifolia, mixed with 1/4 part of orpiment. Ground with cow's urine is an excellent color-restoring agent for leukoderma. When the alkaline ash from elephant dung is well burnt and filtered with elephant urine, add 1/10 the measure of Sorelia corallifolia seeds to a measure and cook it. By repeatedly applying and rubbing this paste, which has attained a smooth consistency, one conquers leukoderma, skin diseases, moles, black spots, or any excessive fleshy growth that may occur in a wound. Semicarpus anacardium, Plumbago zeylanica, Euphorbia neriifolia, Calotropis gigantea root, Abrus precatorius fruit, the 3 pungents, ginger, black pepper, long pepper, conch shell powder, copper sulfate, Sausuria costus, the 5 salts, the 2 alkaline ashes, and Gloriosa superba, having cooked these in the milk of Euphorbia neriifolia and Calotropis gigantea, and place this thick preparation in an iron vessel, one should apply it with a stick for skin diseases, a type of leukoderma, black spots, moles, hemorrhoids, and warts. Through purification, bloodletting, drying therapies, and consuming roasted grain flour, leukoderma subsides only for someone whose sins have been diminished. Thus ends the treatment of leukoderma subsides for only some person whose sins have been diminished through purification and so on. The meter is, thus ends the treatment of. After this, the treatment of worms is explained due to the general nature of treatment. Now the treatment of worms. When the abdomen of a person afflicted with worms has been oleated and fomented, and the worms and one of the 3 have been dislodged by jaggery, milk, fish, etc., and after that night has been spent comfortably, one should prepare a decoction of a group of herbs in cow's urine and half water, and then, having mixed that decoction with a paste of long pepper, a type of salt, and false black pepper, along with oil and a type of alkali, one should administer it as an enema on that very day. After that cleansing enema, one should administer a purgative, a paste of turpith, mixed with a decoction of triphala, and after the upward and downward purification, one should follow a regimen including a group of 5 spices. Then, after sprinkling with decoctions of pungent, bitter, and astringent substances, at the appropriate time, one should administer an unctuous enema with false black pepper oil. One should follow the regimen prescribed for head diseases for worms located in the head, and food should be predominantly bitter and pungent with little fat. One should drink gruel prepared with false black pepper, long pepper, black pepper, root of long pepper, drumstick, and a type of alkali cooked in buttermilk. One should drink the juice of or separately, the juice of seeds or leaves. One should drink it with honey, or separately lick the group of herbs mixed with honey. A person afflicted with worms should lick the powder of horse dung, which has been infused 100 times with a decoction of mixed with honey or infused with the juices of triphala. For worms located in the head, that powder should be used as an insufflation. For worms located in the head, that which is mentioned for the treatment of head diseases, the powder for insufflation, should be administered. One should eat a kind of cake prepared by cooking finely ground mouse ear plant leaves mixed with flour. Afterwards, one should drink fermented gruel. Or one may drink not too thick buttermilk with the 5 pungent spices and salt. This same method applies to the leaves of kadam tree, Eclipta alba, and Vitex negundo. Or one may prepare edibles with ground Embylia ribes powder mixed in. Marking nut oil mixed with seeds in half the quantity and kept in the sun for a day should be used for drinking and for enema. Similarly, deodar and chirpine oils should be prepared separately in this manner. In those born from feces, one should especially administer enema and purgation, head purging, emesis, and pacification in those born from. In worms born from, one should perform nasal administration, emesis, and pacification. One should undertake the treatment for those born from blood from the treatment of skin diseases. And in cases of hair-eating worms, the treatment for alopecia areata should be applied. Milk, meats, ghee, jaggery, curds, and leafy vegetables. In brief, one who wishes to get rid of worms should avoid sour and sweet tastes. Here ends the 20th chapter, named Svitra and Krimi treatment, in the 4th section, Chikitsa Sthana, of the Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita, composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the illustrious Vidyapati Simhagupta. Chapter 21. Now therefore we shall expound the treatment of diseases caused by. Thus indeed did the great sages like Atreya declare. One should first treat that is pure and uncomplicated by other with oleation therapies. One should then oleate the person with the drinking of ghee, muscle fat, bone marrow, and oil. After comforting the person who is exhausted by oleation, one should oleate them again with milk, or with vegetable broths, or with the juices of animals from domestic, aquatic, or marshy regions, combined with milk puddings, a dish of rice and lentils, made sour and salty, and with oil enemas, with nasal insufflations, nourishing preparations, and very unctuous foods, one should then induce fomentation. After thoroughly anointing the body, one should repeatedly apply and other types of fomentation combined with, and limb that is anointed with and fomented, even if it is crooked, stiff, and painful, can indeed be easily bent as desired. For even dry pieces of wood, by the application of an, can be made pliable, how much more so the living limbs. In one who has undergone fomentation therapy, horripilation, pricking pain, stretching, stiffness, grasping pain, and the like, quickly subside and softness arises. And oleation, when administered quickly, nourishes the emaciated body tissues. It increases his strength, digestive power, nourishment, and vital breaths. One should repeatedly treat him again within. Thus, when the alimentary tract is softened by Vata, diseases do not persist. If by this action the wind dosa affliction does not subside due to the presence of pathological humors, then one should purify him with mild medicaments combined with unctuous substances. Or one should drink ghee cooked with, or castor oil with milk, which removes and is auspicious. For indeed, waste products, accumulated by foods that are unctuous, sour, salty, hot, etc., obstruct the channels and impede Vata. Therefore, one should cause it to move downwards. A person who is weak and not fit for purgation should be treated with enemas, evacuative enemas, that are carminative and digestive, or with foods combined with these qualities. After proper purification and when the digestive fire has been stimulated, oleation and sudation are again beneficial. When is located in the stomach, and after vomiting and subsequent feeding, one should administer with warm water or the group of drugs. Once the digestive fire is kindled, the treatment for pure disorders follows. When is located in the navel region, fish cooked with an unripe fruit should be given. A enema is prescribed for the region below the navel, and a type of. When it is in the alimentary tract, alkaline powders and other preparations that are digestive and carminative are beneficial. For that in the heart, milk cooked with Desmodium gangeticum, oil retention on the head, for conditions located in the head. Oleaginous, nasal administration, medicated smoking, and nourishing procedures for the ears and other sense organs. Fomentation, oil massage, protection from wind, and agreeable food for conditions located in the skin. When Vata is located in the skin, and other treatments are beneficial. Food that is pleasing to the heart is also beneficial. Cold applications, purgation, and bloodletting when located in the blood. For located in muscle and fat, purgation, unctuous enemas, and pacifying measures are beneficial. One should conquer located in bone and marrow with internal and external oleation. For located in semen, sexual pleasure and food that promotes strength and semen are beneficial. If the semen is seen to have an obstructed pathway, one should administer purgation. After purgation, and after the patient has eaten, one should perform the previously mentioned treatment. In the case of a fetus dried up by one of the three dosas, and for children who are emaciating, milk cooked with sugar, Melina arborea, and Glycyrrhiza glabra is beneficial for promoting growth. When it reaches the ligaments, tendons, joints, and vessels, oleation, cauterization, and poultices are beneficial. For contraction, anointing with oil prepared with black gram and rock salt. When blood is discharged, a paste of house soot, salt, and oil should be applied. When a limb is numb and affected by tremors, a poultice should be applied. Then, one afflicted by whose eyes are not drooping, who is not trembling, whose penis is not rigid, who is not sweating, who is not experiencing external arching of the body, and who is not striking the bed, such a person should be treated quickly. In that patient with a type of tetanus, whose body has been thoroughly oleated and fomented beforehand, one should administer a strong nasal medication for the purification of the channels. Thereafter, one should administer unmixed, clarified butter, which has been cooked with the decoction of a group of herbs, curds, milk, and meat juice. Not in excessive quantity, so that one of the three does not suddenly spread excessively. One should decoct horsegram, barley, jujube, and a group of herbs, along with the meat of marshy animals. With that decoction, and with sours and milk, one should cook a great oleaginous preparation with a paste made from the group. By means of effusions, anointing, immersions, food, drinks, nasal medications, and unctuous enemas, that destroys. And those oleations and fomentations, when properly applied, in between the attacks, one should repeatedly purge his head with strong nasal snuff and powder insufflation preparations that eliminate phlegm. When the respiratory channels are cleared, he regains consciousness. When one of the three is excessively mobile, ghee prepared with rock salt, haritaki, and the three pungents is beneficial. 8 of ladra, 1 of triphala, and 1 each of the 5 greater roots, along with castor, vasa, and turpith, should be cooked in a pot with water. When it is reduced to 1/4 with that decoction, 1 of ghee should be cooked in a vessel with 1 of curds and 3 of barley alkali. This, when consumed, cures, vitiated located in a single part or throughout the entire body, as well as vaginal disorders, abdominal lumps, scrotal enlargement, and abdominal diseases. The method for Mahanimba and Saraka Asoka should also be known to be similar to that for. This treatment should be performed for apoplectic seizure due to pure. In cases where a mixed treatment should be performed, having powdered these ingredients when is associated, Xanthoxylum alatum, Terminalia chibula, Asafoetida, Inula racemosa, and the 3 salts. Should be drunk with barley water in cases of heart pain, flank pain, and a type of convulsion. Or black salt, dry ginger, pomegranate, and Garcinia pedunculata should be drunk. What is prescribed for heart disease caused by and is also beneficial? For opisthotonos and emprosthotonos, external and internal treatments should be performed as for facial paralysis. Lying in an oil tub is also prescribed. Among these, the internal type of is very difficult to cure. One whose teeth and face are discolored, whose limbs are flaccid, who has lost consciousness, who sweats and who suffers from opisthotonos, does not live for 10 nights. If the onset's attacks are otherwise, i.e. not as severe, he may live but will be bent, dull, lame, crippled, paralyzed on one side, a cripple, or deformed. In dislocation of the jaw bones, having been lubricated and fomented, should be brought back to their proper place. A skilled physician should raise the chin when the mouth is open. When the mouth is closed, he should lower it. The remaining treatment should be performed as for a type of disorder. In stiffness of the tongue, Treatment for one of the three should be performed according to the condition. In facial paralysis, nasal administration of oil and oil in the head and filling the ears and eyes with oil are beneficial. If there is swelling, emesis, vomiting is indicated. If accompanied by burning sensation and redness, venesection, bloodletting is indicated. In hemiplegia, oleation therapy and purgation combined with oil are beneficial. In brachial monoplegia, nasal administration is beneficial, and oil should be given after meals. In thigh stiffness, neither oleation nor purification is beneficial. Due to the abundance of phlegm, undigested matter, and fat, one should, by proper reasoning, perform measures to reduce them. One should also employ dry treatments. Barley, foxtail millet, and kodo millet are excellent with salt-free vegetables slightly oiled and cooked with water. One should consume meat from wild animals without ghee and drink honey water and fermented decoction. A group of herbs beginning with turmeric, or a group of herbs beginning with rock salt, or a specific formulation should be drunk with warm water in a condition characterized by stiffness and pain in the thighs. Or one should lick a paste of excellent wild pepper, picoriza, long pepper, and nutgrass with honey. Or a paste of haritaki, leadwort, and deodar cedar with honey. Or one should regularly consume haritaki with urine or Indian delium from the mountains. By consuming Indian delium in equal measure with the three pungents, leadwort, nutgrass, the three fruits, and false black pepper, one conquers all diseases arising from fat, phlegm, undigested matter, and wind. Thus, Vata, afflicted by and associated with fat, is pacified. One should administer sudation, effusion, and unction with alkaline substances and urine. One should apply a paste made from fruit and mustard seeds, mixed with abundant urine. Or, one should apply a paste made from the roots of and along with deodar cedar, mixed with honey, mustard, unbaked earth, and earth from an anthill. For the reduction of one should engage him in exercise that is tolerable. He should jump over elevated grounds and engage in sexual intercourse with women according to his strength. He should cross a lake with still water and a river against the current in a safe manner. And when kapha and fat are reduced in this condition, one should consider unction and other treatments. Considering the site, the vitiated tissue, and other factors, treatment should be carried out in other conditions as well. One who drinks deodar cedar and dry ginger, decocted in water and mixed with oil, whose body's movement is afflicted by Vata, becomes able to move quickly or slowly as he desires. One should grind dry ginger, long pepper, zedori, and pushkaramula and cook it with ghee. This is an excellent remedy for wind dosa diseases. With picoriza coroa, marking nut, sweet flag, root of long pepper, Indian madder, Aconitum heterophyllum, Aconitum ferox, carom seeds, and 5 of purified Commiphora whitei. This treats all diseases above the clavicle, abdominal lump, diseases arising from the anus, urinary disorders, heart disease, anemia, intoxication, abscess, and gout. One should cook the cream of ghee in milk boiled with Sita cordifolia and Aigul marmelos. A 2s or a 1 of this, or as nasal administration, is for located in the head. Similarly, the fat of crocodile, fish, turtle, and dolphin is prepared. It should be used especially in cases of pure one of the three. Old oil cake and the 5 roots should each be decocted separately. With these 2 decoctions, 1 oil should be prepared. This oil destroys disorders, especially those associated with another also known as. In a decoction of 1, a measure of 100 of 1 a measure of oil and an equal quantity of milk should be cooked, with a paste made from 2 and uncertain red sandalwood, the 2 and deodar cedar. One should cook all of this. It destroys all diseases with bitumen. An oil preparation, cooked with an equal quantity of milk and 1 of each of these ingredients when regularly used, cures severe disorders, accompanied by tremors, convulsions, stiffness, emaciation, abdominal tumors, insanity, chronic rhinitis, and uterine diseases. Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita. 1 of oil should be cooked in the decoction of 1 of, adding 10 of the paste of its root and 4 times the quantity of milk. Alternatively, in the oil prepared with, and when it is cooked, 18 of powdered sugar should be added. This oil, approved by PETA, cures severe disorders, insanity, scrotal enlargement, etc. Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita. 100 of 25 of and 12 and a half of should be cooked in 100 of water until 1/6 remains. In this decoction, 1 of oil should be cooked with equal quantities of curds, whey, sugarcane juice, and fermented gruel, and half an of goat's milk, along with the following pastes, each weighing 1, and when cooked and taken down, a paste of should be added. Then, this purified oil, when administered according to the method, alleviates cough, asthma, fever, vomiting, fainting, wounds, consumption, splenomegaly, emaciation, epilepsy, and misfortune. This excellent is a destroyer of disorders. When unctuous substances are properly administered at the right time for drinking, nasal administration, oil enema, and anointing, they make barren women conceive sons. When, another term for one of the three, liquefied by oleation and sudation, is situated in the large intestine, or when one of the three manifests its symptoms, one should conquer it with enemas. Here ends the 21st chapter, named Vata Vyadi Chikitsa, Treatment of Vata Disorders, in the 4th section, Chikitsa Sthana, Therapeutics, of the Ashtanga Hridaya Samhita, composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the venerable Vidyapati Simhagupta. Chapter 22. Now, therefore, we shall expound the treatment of gout. Thus indeed said the great sages, Atreya and others. In a person afflicted with whose body is oleated, blood should be let many times, little by little, while protecting the one of the three according to the cunning and according to strength. In cases of pain, redness, throbbing, and burning sensation, blood should be extracted with leeches. That which is accompanied by a tingling sensation, itching, pain, and a feeling of being pricked should be extracted with horns or gourds. Blood that moves from one place to another should be extracted by scarification or by venesection. However, when there is debility of the limbs, blood should not be let, nor should it be let in a dry person or in a condition where it is predominant. Due to the depletion of blood would cause deep swelling, stiffness, tremors, diseases of the tendons and veins, and other originating debilities. Having administered oleation therapy, one should administer purgatives mixed with oleating substances. In predominant gout, one should administer old clarified butter. In predominant, one should administer old clarified butter, cooked with and all in equal parts, along with mustard and milk, alleviates. Or one should drink ghee cooked with grapes, mahua, and water along with rock candy. Similarly, one should drink milk cooked with the fresh juice of Tinospora cordifolia, or one should administer oil, milk, and sugar well mixed. Milk cooked with Seta cordifolia, Asparagus racemosus, Pluchea lanceolata, the 10-root Salvadora persica, Operculina terpithum, Rusinus communis, and Desmodium gangeticum alleviates disorders. Freshly drawn warm milk or milk mixed with cow's urine promotes the downward movement of. In a bile-dominant condition, one should drink Asparagus racemosus, Pycorrhiza coroa, Trichosanthes dioica, a group of 3 fruits, and Tinospora cordifolia after boiling them. Or one should drink clarified butter or milk prepared with sweet and bitter substances. A person with many bodily humors should drink castor oil with milk for purgation. After it has been digested, one should eat rice with milk. Or one should administer a decoction of Terminalia chebula fried in. Or Operculina terpithum, powder with milk as an afterdrink, or with grape juice. Or one should eliminate the waste products of that patient with milk enemas mixed with ghee. For there is no treatment for gout equal to enema, especially in pains of the sides, upper body, joints, bones, and abdomen. When one of the three is predominant, one should drink a decoction of nutgrass, Indian gooseberry, and turmeric with honey, or a decoction of a group of 3 fruits, or Tinospora cordifolia, as appropriate. After the patient has consumed the appropriate oleation and undergone gentle emesis, one should perform drying therapy. One should grind equal parts of a group of 3 fruits, the 3 pungents, cinnamon leaf, cardamom, cinnamon bark, Mimosops hexandra, Plumbago zeylanica, Acorus calamus, Embelia ribes, root of long pepper, a type of long pepper, Adatota vasica, cinnamon bark, Habenaria intermedia, Gloriosa superba, and Piper retrofractum. In the morning, one should smear this paste onto an iron vessel and consume it at midday. This is supremely beneficial in gout with all involved, especially when accompanied by severe pain. A decoction of Hygrophila auriculata, consumed by one who eats its greens, controls gout just as the practice of compassion controls anger. A celibate person drinking the fat of a type of animal with the juices of the five roots, or Indian gooseberry, conquers a type of viti, even if it is well established in the body. Thus, the internal treatment has been described. Now the external treatment follows. Oil cooked with one of sour gruel and 1/4 part resin of sal tree when churned in abundant water is an excellent reliever of fever, burning sensation, and pain. A type of oil preparation, prepared with beeswax, Indian madder, resin of sal tree, and Indian sarsaparilla in equal parts, when applied as an anointing oil, alleviates the pain of gout. Milk cooked with the group of 10 roots immediately relieves colic. Similarly, a warm effusion with ghee is beneficial in conditions predominantly caused by Vata. Or one should sprinkle with 4 unctuous substances prepared with sweet substances, lukewarm for one afflicted by stiffness, convulsions, or pain, but cold in case of burning. Similarly, with cows', sheep's, and goat's milk mixed with oil. Or one should similarly, as before, sprinkle one afflicted by stiffness, convulsions, or pain with cows', sheep's, and goat's milk mixed with oil, lukewarm. In case of burning, one should sprinkle with these same substances, but cold, with decoctions of life-promoting drugs or of the lesser group of 5 roots. Grapes, sugarcane juice, alcoholic beverages, curds, buttermilk, sour fermented gruel, and water mixed with rice, honey, and sugar are recommended for sprinkling. Beloved women who speak sweetly, whose hands and breasts are cool with sandalwood paste, who are cool to the touch and pleasant to touch, alleviate burning, pain, and fatigue. In burning sensation accompanied by redness and pain, after bloodletting, one should apply a paste made from and. This paste alleviates pain, burning, erysipelas, redness, and swelling. A dish of rice and lentils, or a sweet dish made from mung beans prepared with anti-vata substances and made unctuous, and poultices made from sesame and mustard cakes alleviate pain. The flesh of aquatic marshy and anupa, wetland animals, well prepared, and mixed with life-promoting herbs and fats, should be used for poultices. These destroy stiffness, abdominal pain, distension, swelling, and gripping pain in the limbs. Alternatively, the fat of these animals, cooked with herbs and milk, also destroys these conditions. Ghee, the root of and goat's milk, form a paste. Similarly, sesame seeds, roasted and then steeped in milk, are also beneficial, or a paste of linseed ground with milk or castor fruits, or dill, for the alleviation of pain when Vata is excessive. Ghee cooked with urine, alkaline substance, and alcohol is beneficial for anointing. When predominates house soot, calamus, costus, dill, and the 2S, turmeric varieties, are a pain-alleviating paste in a gout, when and are predominant. Similarly, the seeds of Moringa oleifera, mixed with fermented gruel, should be applied. The affected area, having been smeared for a short period, should be sprinkled with sours when and are predominant. Superficial gout should be treated with plasters, anointing, effusions, and immersions. One should treat deep-seated Vata Rakta with purgation unctuous enemas and the drinking of medicated fats. In Vata Rakta dominated by and, warm applications and the like are beneficial. By applying cold substances, there will be an increase in burning sensation, swelling, pain, and itching, and the condition will become stiff. In Vata Rakta dominated by and, cold applications and the like are beneficial. With hot applications, there arises scorching, burning pain, redness, sweating, and cracking. 100 of licorice should be decocted until 1/4 remains. To this decoction, 1 of oil and an equal quantity of milk should be added, along with a paste made from both and each weighing 1. This should be cooked. This oil, used in 4 ways, drinking, nasal administration, unctuous enema, and therapeutic enema, alleviates gout, burning sensation, fever, and pain. Oil should be cooked with the decoction and paste of along with an equal quantity of milk. This oil, prepared 100 or 1,000 times, alleviates gout and diseases of. It is the foremost rejuvenator, bringing clarity to the senses. It is life-sustaining, nourishing, beneficial for the voice, and destroys disorders of semen and blood. When is aggravated due to obstruction of the channels by excessive increase of fat tissue, or oleation and nourishing therapies are not advisable initially. In such a case, one should first perform the treatment prescribed for rich man's gout, which is also for gout. Thereafter, one should administer oleating medicines and those that purify the blood. When one of the 5 vital errors and others are aggravated simultaneously, The treatment should be chosen according to what has been prescribed, according to the disease, according to what is most proximate, and according to the strength of the patient. When it has been brought to a state of being free from undigested metabolic waste, through sudation fasting and digestive therapies, and through drying therapies such as external applications and effusions, one should then treat only the one of the three doses: shaking, throwing, contraction, stiffness, numbness, trembling, lockjaw, facial paralysis, lameness, paraplegia, clubfoot, dislocation of joints, hemiplegia, and diseases located in fat, bone marrow, and bones. These, due to the depth of their location, can be cured with effort if they are new. Therefore, one should conquer these new diseases, which are strong and free from complications. When is enveloped by, one should repeatedly apply both cold and hot treatments alternately. One should administer clarified butter prepared with life-promoting herbs. Meat from desert animals, barley, and rice are beneficial. A mild purgation with milk should be given. Enemas with milk and milk boiled with the group of 5 roots and Siddha cordifolia should be used. At the appropriate time, oil enemas prepared with sweet-tasting medicinal oils should be administered. Sprinkling with licorice oil, and milk is beneficial, or with a decoction of or with cold water. In conditions enveloped by barley foods and wild animals and birds are beneficial. Pungent sudorifics, sharp enemas, emesis, and purgation are beneficial. Old ghee and oil made from sesame and mustard are beneficial. When associated with, and one should first conquer. When associated with blood, one should perform the treatment for diseases of and blood. Sweating, anointing, meat soups, milk, and unctuous substances are beneficial when is enveloped by muscle. In treatment that counteracts fat and is beneficial. A great unctuous preparation is beneficial when is located in the bones and marrow. The previously mentioned treatment is beneficial when is enveloped by semen. When is enveloped by food, digestive remedies, emesis, carminatives, and light foods are beneficial. For Vata obstructed by urine, diuretics, sudation, and urethral vaginal enemas are beneficial. For Vata obstructed by feces, castor oil, enemas, and unctuous substances are beneficial. Whatever is not antagonistic to and promotes the downward movement of should be quickly administered to Vata, even when it is obstructed in all locations. That which is not channel blocking and is unctuous, causing purification of the channels, palliative enemas, mostly sweet, and with oil enemas, are beneficial. After carefully considering the excess of strength, mild purgation should be performed. The use of all rejuvenatives is highly praised, especially bitumen with milk and purified, or the lickable preparation of similarly, a preparation with 11 parts sugar and black pepper. When one of the 5 types of is obstructed, all medicines that are carminative and constipating should be used. Measures that normalize the downward movement of and purify the urinary bladder should be undertaken. Thus, the treatment for obstructed has been briefly stated. The physician should himself consider and apply this to, and the other. One should direct upwards and normalize the downward movement of. The wise physician should pacify and should be directed in 3 ways. Must be protected from all 4, other, for the existence of the body depends on its stability. In this way, one should guide the obstructed that have gone astray back to their respective places. And garlic, when habitually consumed according to the rejuvenative method, destroys all envelopments except those associated with in blood. In enveloped conditions, remedies that alleviate and normalize the movement of Vata are beneficial. In enveloped conditions, the same applies, as well as the remedies mentioned by Kuda and various treatments that alleviate and Vata. That has been expounded in accordance with the causative factors, and thus the treatment is proper. This position of the text is the fruit of because it immediately destroys suffering. These are remembered as synonyms for medicine. Thus, in the composed by the illustrious Vagbhata, son of the illustrious Vidyapati Simhagupta, in the 4th section, the 22nd chapter named Treatment of is concluded.